Well, good morning, North Mississippi. Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon here alongside a newly awakened Caleb Bettelblut and a short timer over there in Maggie McCauley. One of the three of us has electric light going to their house. It's Caleb down there in Starkville. Congratulations on winning the Weather Person Lottery today.
Trying to keep it going.
Dear Jesus, I hope you're lucky enough to have that happen. Hey, Maggie, tell your story real quick, and then you need to shut down and say battery power.
Alrighty. Hey, good morning, everybody. Thankful to be able to hop on the call to talk to everybody this morning. Over here in Tate County, it's just an eerie sound. I know everybody's been saying that, but I woke up to some really odd sounds going on outside. And it's just ongoing. You can still hear the sleet kind of hitting the ground, can kind of hear those tree branches snapping as well. And so our power's been going on and off throughout the morning. I know some of us are waking up without power, some of us are waking up with a situation like this. And it's definitely just where we're still conserving power out here this morning while we have it, right? So that's what we're doing here in our household over here in Tate County while we're still seeing, again, some sleet to freezing rain ongoing outside and just waking up to our yard still being fully white out there with ice pellets still hitting the ground. So that's concerning as well as things are continuing to escalate even as we're waking up this morning. However, most of it fell last night. I know Matt will go over that. But overall, we're just still here to keep you informed, right? Even when we're dealing with what you guys are dealing with, we're still here to keep you guys informed of what's going on outside because we know waking up without power is not fun, or even on and off power is not fun and can be kind of scary sometimes. So that's why we encourage you days in advance to be getting what you need together. And I hope you did that, especially if you're waking up this morning like a few of us. But we're still going to work behind the scenes today while we can. Matt's still going to be on while he can, just bringing you the latest information of what you need to know, what's still ongoing out there and what's been happening overnight while we hope that you got some sleep, like some of us did at least a little bit. So that's really all I have, Matt. I'm going to keep looking and making sure I know what's going on in our backyard like I encourage everybody else to do within their own households, and just be safe out there.
Okay. Yeah, we appreciate everything. And honest to goodness, please turn off your phone. I would say, and conserve the battery power. We don't know how long this is going to last for you, and you need to make sure that you and your family have. I mean, can we really do anything about it? That's really kind of what it comes down to, right? Is this
That's
a
true.
situation we want to consume information, but we can't do anything about?
Yep. Yep.
So hey,
Just making
I'm
sure
gonna
you
pray
and
for.
your household have it together. That's what we're gonna be doing. See, I'm gonna go plug my phone in.
Okay, I'm gonna pray for you and your family real quick. Dear God, please be with Maggie. Thank you so much for bringing her into my life. And God, I pray that you take care of her, Maya and Charlie, provide them quick restoration of their power, but ultimately provide them the opportunity, the memory, whatever it is you want them to learn in this moment, but ultimately just keep them safe. Thank you for keeping them in our lives. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Okay.
Thanks, man. And happy Sunday
Hey,
out there. I know that a lot of us will
yeah,
be waking up and going to church right on Sunday, but different plans out there for folks this morning. But
you know what?
anyway,
It's just a different opportunity to minister to a different group, right?
that's right. That's right. Anyway,
So, okay. Thanks, Maggie. Appreciate that. So,
no problem.
meteorologist Maggie McCauley there up in Tate County. Um, Caleb, I need to do something real fast with you, and then I'll have you log off so we can repost on social media because that's going to be a more efficient way to do it. Um, Caleb, everything good down there in Oktibbeha County?
Yeah, everything good. Haven't really lost power. It's been a rainy overnight period, and it's still very rainy outdoors. I can go out there in just a second to show you. I did just get a notification saying that lightning struck 14 miles away, so still seeing some of that energy return to our atmosphere, having some of that instability. But so far, it's also kind of been a peaceful overnight. Haven't woken up to any thunder, any lightning outdoors. Just been very, very rainy. So that threshold on how close can we get to freezing is still the question here in Starkville because we've been right on that line. I think even half of Oktibbeha County, maybe more west, is starting to see some of that freezing precipitation. Right now here, not really seeing that. That's a good thing. We're keeping that power on. So hoping to keep that going, Matt, as we continue into the Sunday morning hours and hoping to keep that pretty much all day long as we can for the Golden Triangle region.
Okay, that's our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut. Go ahead and log off of this here. If you want to listen on Facebook, yes, and then just do the screenshot thing so we can at least get a little information out there. Because
Yes,
I'm
sir.
ultimately going to encourage people not to watch this because it's going to use up too much power. So I appreciate that, Caleb. As we welcome folks back here into the Room to Room Weather Center, I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. I'm on backup power here at the house. We're going to talk to the Tom Bigby CEO here in just mere moments. I want to at least show you again there in Oktibbeha County, again at the freezing point, dancing that dance, hoping to stay on the correct side of it. In the Room Weather Center, we've been warning you much of this week. The power disruptions were possible and likely, and well, here we are. So we expect, again, some big issues as far as that is concerned. Before I show radar, I'll show this. And I've got a couple things here. This is power outages. Again, they are widespread, they are substantial, and they are going to get worse. Because what do you see on that map there? If I think click empty. Nope, empty. That's not the right empty I'm looking for. I'll put on alerts because I have them all turned off. Those are lightning strikes. Unfortunately, God, I was really hoping we were wrong on the whole convective thing. But that one moving toward Tupelo is going to be a problem right there. That's going to be thunder ice of some form and fashion. Just what the next person I'm about to talk to was hoping, I would say, because unfortunately his job is to coordinate people to try to get the lights back on. With me, Scott Hendricks with Tom Bigby Electric Power Association. Thank you so much for joining us here this morning on Mississippi Live Weather. I mean, obviously, your people are going to be doing the best they can to try to get things back as quickly as they can. And let me just ask this question. Is it even safe for them to be out there at this point? Because I'm going to tell you, I don't think I need my power back at some point, but I don't think it's safe yet.
Matt, that question varies. It depends on where we're talking about. In some parts of our system, yes, it's safe. In some parts, it's not. I've been talking to our neighbors in Pontotoc County, and at this point, they have giant trees falling, and they don't think it's safe to be out much, except for emergencies. For the western side of our system, it's more dangerous than the eastern side of our system. Most of our outages are Lee County. Our Itawamba County side, we have about 50 outages. Much safer over there. From all guys coming in this morning, the roads were very passable. I'm not encouraging people to drive. I'm just talking about what we faced. Bridges are very dangerous. Black ice is potential. But I think we've got more water than ice on the roads at this point. So I think we're able to move people around. On Tom Bigby's system, we have very few full trees, mostly limbs. So we are going to send crews out. We're keeping some crews in reserve till we find out what problems are. We're troubleshooting stuff. We know some stuff from good reports from members where transformers are out, where they see a limb on a line. We've had very few poles affected. There is ice accumulated on lines, but that is not the problem at this point. It isn't to the point where that's causing any issues. Everything we have are tree limbs, a few trees, and a very small number of poles involved so far. So to your safety question, this is what we do. This is what we prepare for. We are going to go out in the current conditions. Now, we have told our crews, if it changes to where you are in danger, we stop. We come back in, we regroup, we wait for the storm to progress and finish, and we go back out. But right now, we're sending out all directions, all crews. We'll probably post some video of the trucks pulling out. We've had good morning meetings. We've fully restocked from last night and are rolling those out here any minute. So that's where we are on safety. We got about 7,000 out for Tom Bigby. I think Pontotoc has about 15,000 out, which is a huge percentage for them. I can't speak to any other system at this point. We communicated late last night. We've not communicated this morning. I saw your map on outages. I would tell you it's pretty accurate. I agree with you. It will get worse. At this point, we just have to face the biggest ones first and try to get the most people back on. We threw as much manpower as we could at it last night, got hundreds of people back on. When we went to sleep, we still had about 700 off, which I hate to go to bed with members off, but it was what we needed to do because the day was going to be far worse from what you were telling us, from what we were seeing. And unfortunately, you were right. I wish you would have been wrong about this whole storm, but you guys have been spot on, and here we are.
I mean,
So
I got to tell you, you're not the only one that was really hoping I was right. I woke up and the first thing I did is I went and flipped on the lights for outside. I was like, I think this is the switch that does that. I went in the hall. I'm like, I think this switch does that. And then I woke my wife up and said, hey, we have 75% battery power on the whole house system. I've got a truck to keep this going if we need to. But we have a finite amount of time. You want to take a shower while we can. And she declined. So let it be told that she declined and I tried. I'm not trying to make light of the situation, but there are real life things that go along with this. There's a good chance that people watching on their phones might not see anything else from you or from me for a few days. So with that in mind, what information do you think, not just your customers, but electric customers are going to be out for the next few days need to know, both for life preservation purposes, as well as just general convenience and understanding purposes?
I would say those with medical conditions make whatever arrangements you need to be out for a substantial amount of time. If that's extra oxygen, extra batteries, or get to a location that's safer, that has power or that has a generator, make those arrangements, because as bad as this storm is in Tupelo and Lake County, it's far worse in other places in Mississippi, and it will be days. Getting help in will be difficult because so many people are affected. So be patient. If you're able to weather the storm from home, keep in mind you have some devastatingly low temperatures coming and on the heels of this weather. And that will have effects on power systems as well. You will find your weak spots. The last few years, we've been doing system maintenance, system upgrades to have less and less weak spots. I know I still have two. We had a lot bigger number of that last year, and when we faced the really cold temperatures. So we've addressed most of them, but we're not finished. We like about 2 miles of changing lines, reconductoring lines. So be patient, be prepared. Uh, just know everyone is working as hard as they can, as safely as they can. Please don't get frustrated with them. They want the power on as much as you do. They want to be back home as much as you do. And irrespective of if it's us or somewhere else, there will be systems coming to our aid from the south, from the east, where they haven't been affected as much. And we will get you back on as soon as possible. It's frustrating. Some places you may look out a window and see down the road that there's lights on. It's not favoritism. It's luck of the draw. Nobody wants anybody out, but some feeders don't suffer damage. Some feeders that have a small limb on them, you get it off quick. Some of them has the pole and a line down, and it takes hours or days. Just know everybody will keep working, and your power will get restored. Your life will return to normal. Stay off the roads as best as possible because we've got to be on them. Be careful with the generators, but just you knew it was coming. You've prepared for it. Uh, Play family game night. Enjoy your time as best you can, and make memories that you'll talk about forever. We still talk about '94. We still talk about '98. Let's make 26 a memory as soon as we can, and let's make it at least memory as possible. But it's going to be something we will remember, and it is a devastating storm. I think we should all be thankful that it wasn't worse for all of us, because it hasn't done what it could have done.
Yet. Let's be
Yes.
crystal clear here about that, because you see next to me, those are lightning strikes. This is that thing that, frankly, we were hoping wouldn't happen. This is that thunder something. I mean, it clearly is. You can see the lightning with it. I'm going to put this on here because I would typically do all my weather analysis, after we talk. But I want somebody who's smarter than me on this for a moment, and I'm going to see if this will give me rainfall right. Now, it's not going to stick around an hour. Let's see. This is worth our time to figure out how long this will stick around, though. So give me a moment to see the width, because you can see clearly the rainfall rate is about 2 miles wide. Let's see how fast it's moving. So over the last hour, it has moved. Okay, good. Thank God. That's fast. Let's double check that. Because I mean, this is how. Oh yeah, that moved really fast over the last hour. So how far has that moved? Well, good. At least it won't be long. 80. That can't be right. Moved 80. Well, I mean, so it really moved 80 miles over the last hour. That thing's moved 80 miles over the last hour. Okay. Well, good. That's spectacular. It's moving that fast. That means it's in and out fairly quickly. But I mean, we have one. This is going to be heavy, really heavy freezing rain with this hit here. There's going to be more waves after that. So Scott, how much more do you think that the remaining parts of the system can handle? I know that's a ridiculous, impossible question, but just posing it nonetheless.
I worry if the winds pick up. You've got a lot of moisture in the soil now. When you've been really dry, which we have been, and you add moisture to the soil, you're going to have more trees fall. So if with this thunderstorm that's going through that's moving fast, it's going to have winds behind it,
Hmm.
and that could be devastating. More ice forming on trees till this water stops falling. We're going to still have more outages. There will be more impacts. Um, to tell you the volume, I don't know. We it just flickered here, so we may lose power here in a second. Uh, it it just is going to be as it goes. No way to predict. It is going to get worse before it gets better. But I'm happy we've maintained poles in the air this long. I'm hopeful we can continue to do that. If that's the case, the repairs, the maintenance, the getting people back on is far easier and far simpler and far safer. So that's what scares me. If temperatures were to drop and freeze the moisture, we've got it on the roads, we've got it on the lines, we've got it in the trees. The trees are already substantial and heavy. They can't get much heavier. Pine trees are drooping substantially. If you go just a little to the west of us, Pontotoc losing whole trees, and they can't keep people out because they're afraid a tree will crush them. Fort County posted on their
Oh man,
internet
that
last night
picture. Oh,
of a
God.
tree. It tells the story. It tells the story. There was a tree on the
Hmm.
back of the truck. It was a good sized tree. If a man were in that bucket, he would be dead.
Yeah.
And so that's the fear for the next few hours. Probably the rest of the day, frankly. But if the worst gets out of here, if it stops raining, if the sun comes somewhat close to shining, or if it just it's a little bit better day, we'll make good progress. We'll get people back on. And it will get worse before it gets better. Your 67,000 out may double. You asked for predictions. It may double before we're done. I hope not. And for our neighbors to the west, I think it'll be far worse. We're doing what we can. Help is potentially on the way. We've made arrangements for that. They've made arrangements for that. Um, we're just going to fight the fight till we finish, and
Yeah.
um, it is scary.
I mean, I don't want to say it is what it is, but we know who's in control, and ultimately we know that you guys are going to do your best. We support you, and again, you can see the lightning beside me there. It is what it is, right?
So if you have a tornado sucking up sharks out of the 10 Tom, then I'm going to get worried because I think that's the only thing
Exactly.
you haven't done.
Boy, that'd be two of us. Gator NATO's a different thing, right?
Gator
Scott
NATO is a
Hendricks.
different thing.
Oh man, Scott Hendricks, Tom Bigby Electric Power Association. Our next conversation will probably be over phone using just my phone to broadcast because that's how much power we'll be saving. Because I'll be honest, I'm scared for your folks out there. If there's any wind and additional ice, and until midday, there'll be additional ice. And this afternoon, we're hoping there's not too much wind. And gosh, let me pray for your folks real quick. I'm doing a pray thing this morning.
Please.
Sorry if that offends somebody real quick. Dear God, there are so many
Thank
men
you.
and women out there whose job it is to take care of us. They're first responders on the front lines whose job it is to clean up our mistakes in some cases where we think that we're big, bad, and up and can go out there. But God, help humble us and help take care of them. Protect Scott's people, protect all the linemen and women and people that are going to work to try to get everything back on together. Give them swift legs, but also steady feet. And God, I just please protect them, help them to have a supernatural ability to know that something is wrong and they need to get out if push comes to shove. Help us in Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Okay, Scott.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you for all you do. Our office is available to you if your battery wears out, if you can't broadcast on your phone. I know I made that offer. Please come. You're more than welcome.
I will, assuming that there's a road I can get there on, right?
Uh, I understand. I understand. But
Hey, the fact
if you
your
feel,
internet's on right now, we will find a way. I've got the electric truck out there. I can run an extension cord into here, which is probably what I will do. I'll take a commercial break. I'll put on radar. I might even call Caleb to have him talk over radar. I'm gonna plug in the truck so I save the whole house battery because So who knows how long we've got this going on. Appreciate that. Scott Hendricks, the CEO
Absolutely.
of
Take
Tom
care.
Bigby Electric Power Association. Thank you so much for joining us here on Mississippi Live this morning. By the way, while Scott was talking, I turned off some extra TVs. I turned my lights down a little bit. Every little bit of conservation is going to make a difference. And I got to find a way to take off Scott's name key off of me at this point here. There we go. We'll take that back down. You saw it with me. Lightning flashing in the background on our camera here in Tupelo. I'm going to see if I can widen it out. This is a fast-moving storm, and it is, in fact, a storm that is moving into and through. And my camera's not going to pan anymore. But it's crazy to think that I have a legit storm during an ice storm, like a legit ice storm. But that's what's moved in. Now, that's how quickly that moved. See how quickly that moved? Now we have it over kind of top of Tupelo. It's just south of my location, so I should, really kind of hear things ratchet up. But this right here is thunder ice. And I'll be honest, I'm a meteorologist, got tons of experience. When I said thunder ice, my knees shook because I'm like, no one's going to believe it's true. Even I was really hoping it wouldn't be. But this is kind of the worst case scenario for where I'm at. And a lot of folks in Lee, Itawamba County, especially northwest Itawamba County, but Chickasaw County back to Calhoun County are concerned. This is where you just dump the ice and all the impacts that we have related to this. Okay, so because I know we have only a certain amount of time while people still have phones that can see something here, I want for those folks, let's talk about this. If your power is out, give me 5 minutes and then you need to turn the thing off, okay? I'm going to try to be brief. We all know that's impossible, but I'll be as brief as I can. But give me 5 minutes so you get an idea on how much is left, and then turn your phone off and save your power. That's why Maggie's offline. And she's saving her power because who knows how long she will be out there in Itawamba County. But let me just show you. Unfortunately, we've got more thunder, sleet, thunder, ice, thunder, storms back behind this. I can't look that direction. That TV's off. So all of this is still thunder ice kind of moving from southwest to northeast through the area. We've told you all week long in the Room to Room Weather Center that was the case. And so unfortunately, that's the case. Heavy rainfall, heavy accumulation amounts. Let me just show you something that I'd never thought I'd show during a rain event. And that is going to be, I should be able to show you. This is the 3-hour rainfall accumulation. 1 hour rainfall accumulation. Okay, let's look at this. This is how much we are adding per hour. Now let's do the 3-hour one because it at least has a scale at the top. So this is how much moisture is estimated to occur, or rain is estimated to have occurred in the last hour. And so a lot of this down here around West Point is just rain, hence the reason we have those flood advisories. But here is how much that one estimation is. About a ½ inch of liquid precipitation is what that one storm looks like it could have potentially produced as that kind of moved through. I'd say 1/4 inch. And unfortunately, some of the rainfall amounts back north and west, I'm talking about the thunder, whatever, but this has been a heavy enough rate. So this is liquid precipitation, not icing, but we expect that the icing component to this could be a significant portion as well. I want to see the 24-hour mix, which lets us look at how much ice we've seen over the last 24 hours. 2 inches or so back there in Lafayette County. For a lot of folks, we're inch plus on the ice. And unfortunately, more is on the way. Let's clear that off. I could go. We'll go around the horn. We'll look at all the stuff in a minute. But we got to get everything that we can in here before we run out of what we have left. So, again, looking at this, let's go wider. More ice. This would be a solid ice storm for us in Mississippi most of the time right here, all the way back to the south and west. We still have that much to go on this shot. And if we click this over to kind of our national radar, if you want to know how much more we have to go, about that much. Now this is moving east, so it's not the whole stretch of this. Let's make it a 3-hour loop here. It's not the whole stretch of this, but this is not at its end. And we talked about this last night. Someone wants to know what the significance of thunder and ice storm is. How is it worse? Have you ever noticed on a thunderstorm, you get those big, heavy downpours of rainfall, right? An ice storm is typically lighter variety. It starts to snow and works its way down the ground. In this case, these are thunderstorms and thunderstorm heavy rainfall falling into below freezing temperatures and freezing when it hits the surface. And so then, rather than a tenth of an inch per hour, which would be a heavy icing situation, you could pick up a quarter or a half inch of rainfall, because think what happens with a thunderstorm. You pick up a quarter or a half inch of rainfall like that. And so the significance is that if you pick up that quarter inch, it's a quarter inch of ice, it's a half inch of ice, and it happens like that. Immediate failure of the trees, immediate failure of power lines, immediate issues. And so that's the significance of the thunder ice, the thunder snow. It shows that there's a lot of moisture available. That shows the very volatile atmosphere. And it tells me that bad things could happen. And we unfortunately have a lot more ice to go with this. Power outages, it's not just us. I mean, you can see here, there are some counties in our region where power outages, percentage-wise, I mean, you're down there close to Rolling Fork, you exceed 75%. I mean, 55% of folks up there in Carroll County. You come up here in the northern part of the state, Lafayette County has been one of the harder hit up here. I used this graphic last night, and you might imagine these numbers were not as high at that point in time. You know, former TV station alum here, Joel Young, showed me the power meter ripped, limb came down, partially ripped off the house, partially not. But yeah, I mean, these are high numbers here. We're talking tens of thousands of folks in some cases without power, and it's going to be out for a while. The really heart of this is probably not showing on here because Bruce, as well, northern part of Calhoun County, for one reason or another, not showing. In fact, the reason Lee County isn't showing on this is not there's no power outages. Their system that shows the power outages is down. These numbers are actually far higher on power outages, but the systems where they report back to where I can show it here are no longer working. So these numbers are actually really low in comparison to reality. It's going to be a bad kind of rest of the day. It just is what it is. We showed on the wide shot there. This is the system. We basically have a storm system developing right overhead. And one of the things I need to look at on this, because I'll be honest, I went to bed, I woke up, I knew it was what it was, and we could do what we could do. But I want to look at severe weather risk, because yes, there's a severe weather risk, primarily south of us. They have shifted that farther south. So thankfully, and we weren't convinced we'd have something up here, but believe it or not, there's a tornado risk down closer to the coast. Damaging wind, also something we're watching. But again, that's primarily closer to the coast. Thank you. That's an answered prayer. Whether you realize that was something I was praying for or not, that's an answered prayer. Let's see if I can go back graphic. If it will let me on this one here, I'm going to try to come back. I'm going to try to put the wind gusts on this. Wind gusts back behind this. Let's take a look at this. Let's make this a 3-hour loop. So we show wind gusts behind this. Of course, we have them with the showers. And these are estimated wind gusts. But estimated wind gusts out there, Greenville, 30-ish miles per hour. I wonder if we still have cameras there. Oxford, we're about 20 miles per hour. Peak wind gusts. Hopefully, most of them are a little bit less than this. But unfortunately, we do expect that that we're going to have more issues with this as we go forward. By the way, to know you, so you know, I have a friend that's down there in Monroe, Louisiana, who's doing this, Jared Floyd, the chief meteorologist. The odd thing, the person who was my general manager here at the TV station for a while, his former chief meteorologist down there came from Monroe, Louisiana, and they're facing the same issue. So we have this thunder stuff with it. As you can see, it does sweep out of here. But if the current time is 7 a.m., 8, 9, 10, 11 noon, we've got 5 more hours. And in some cases, the next hour is going to be the worst of that. You can join the conversation. You can talk amongst yourselves. You can whatever we need to do here. But letting you know that we are going to continue watching things for you as long as we can. We are going to take a brief break. I'm going to see if I can, we'll look at a few more things here in a minute. I'll probably leave it on radar when I try to power up the truck and get everything going. You're watching Mississippi Live, Ice Storm 2026. Yes, it was that bad. Now, the response is something that the folks at all these electric power cooperatives are going to do as fast as they can. But I do want to read something here before we get too far. And this came in last night. President Trump approves emergency declaration for Mississippi. FEMA announced today that the federal disaster assistance is available to the state of Mississippi to supplement response efforts due to emergency conditions that. Hold on, I'm gonna while I'm reading this, I want to get it right. I'm also going to bring it back to something more useful here. So we'll bring it back to power outages. Okay. FEMA announced today that the federal disaster assistance is available to the state of Mississippi to supplement response efforts due to emergency conditions resulting from the severe winter storm beginning in January 23rd, 2026. The president's actions authorize FEMA to coordinate all disaster relief efforts to alleviate the hardship and suffering caused by the emergency on the local population, to provide appropriate assistance to save lives, to protect property, public safety, and to lessen or avert the threat of catastrophe in all 82 of Mississippi counties and the Mississippi Band of Choctaw Indians. Specifically, they've helped FEMA authorized to identify, mobilize, and provide at its discretion equipment, resources necessary to alleviate the impacts of the emergency protective measures limited to direct federal assistance under the Public Assistance Program will be provided at a 75% funding level. Now, that doesn't mean you and I getting 75% to fix stuff. That means the federal government is going to help the state government and local governments as necessary to try to get things back up and going. So again, we're very appreciative of that. It certainly has helped. But as someone said down here, 10,000 without power here in Boonville, Prentiss County, 90,000 everywhere. It's going to do a lot more. It's going to be necessary when we get colder. I do need to talk. I'll see if I can pull up the list. We'll do that after this break while I try to get my stuff straightened out. Because there's a list of warming shelters out there. You're not going now, but you might not have power to find out about it later. We are, again, I promise something. I'm not able to keep things short, and I apologize for that. Let's look at ice fall accumulations. I know that's what you want to know. We're going to look at that, and then we're going to send it to break. As soon as we go to commercial break, I encourage you, if you don't have power, to tune out at that time. Let me say this again. When I go to commercial break, if you don't have power, you need to turn this off at that time. You got to save your power. I don't know how long you're going to have it on your phone, but you might have an actual legitimate, honest to God emergency coming up at some point, and you're going to need to have that phone, because do you have a landline? Probably not. I don't. So let's look at this. And again, as we talked about, this line, I can't see on that. There's no TV there. This line was close, but we talked about how precarious you were sitting at 32 in Tupelo. It has been thunder ice. And that means trees on my property, trees on your property have fallen. But as much as I obsessed, because the nerd wants the answer, as we talked about just back to the north and west where we have had those peak impacts, in that peak impact zone, unfortunately, we nailed it. God, I was hoping we were wrong, but we nailed it. Anyway, okay. So as you can see, we'll continue to have heavy precipitation, and it will be, can you see my mouse this time? Yeah, you can. Okay. In this zone, right along the interchange there, this will continue to be heavy icing. The cold air is now winning. The low is moving away, and the cold air is going to sweep behind this. So we're going to have heavy icing to the tune of probably, you know what? One of these days, I've been doing this 20-some years, I'll trust my gut. I'm going to bet, and I have not seen what the model said, I'm going to bet it still has somebody getting an additional inch of ice. Let's find out. But yeah, you can see here, 10:30, 11, we're still in the ice, starts to move out. 11:30, dry air moves in, and God willing, we dry out after that. And then temperatures drop. This is the other factor with this. If you're lucky enough to have power, this is going to stress the system just on how cold it gets. We're teens by evening, and we're probably down into the single digits, if not teens, by tomorrow morning. Significant cold air is in place. You know, and the things, I'm not even talking about what Storm Chaser's sending. You know, one come in a second ago says there's a rescue in process in Tippah County where a tree fell on a house. There will be more of that, unfortunately. Okay, let's look at icefall accumulation totals, and then you've got to promise me that you're going to turn this off. And what I'm looking at here, time settings, let's go back. Let's see how far back this needs to go last. This is the latest version of my Futurecast here, and it picks it up. It says in the first hour that this is running, there should have been a 1/4 inch of ice. That's a 1/4 inch of ice that our model said would pick up in the first hour between 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning. And you can see the additional ice fall totals. Ding, 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 Bruce, you're the winner. And that would be what's happened in about the last hour is what it's estimating on there. And going forward to the end of the event. And unfortunately, this shows a Bruce, including, I think, that heavy band that just moved through. I think it went a little south of Bruce there. But additional icing significant. And I want to be clear, this is wrong, by the way, on Tupelo. You're on the darker pink side of this. I don't believe that number. The takeaway should be many of us that are in the main peak impact corridor. We've shown this graphic for days. But if you're here, and again, if you're in Lee County, if you're in Chickasaw County, if you're in Webster County, you're on the east side of this peak impact. This is the highest totals that we're going to see going forward the next couple of hours. I think right here from Bruce to Houston to Tupelo back to Eupora, right here is where we're so close to the moisture, but we're just cold enough, and welcome the freezing rain. That's unfortunately what happens. Trees fall in Corinth, trees falling everywhere, trees falling at my house. I don't have power. I'm on backup power. Let's find out how much, by the way, it's getting colder in the house. I know you guys have probably experienced the same thing. We've been out without power about 4 hours here at my location. So that means no heat. We are electric heat. I am fortunate. We are blessed to have a vented gas fireplace in there that I'm going to kick on. That's what I'm going to do in the commercial break. Because I need to make sure that we don't have pipe busts and all the other stuff. How much power I got left? Got 69% on the main battery. So I'm going to put this on something. Someone there said, Matt, ain't nothing you can do. You're right. All we can do is pray. And now you can promise me you're going to shut off your phone. If you don't have power, I appreciate your reports, but shut off your phone. Okay? And nothing we can do until this stops. Mississippi Live, well, before we go, I'm going to pray for all y'all. God, thank you for the opportunity to speak with these people today. Thank you for the many ways you blessed us, the people you've kept safe, the amazing, miraculous situation that happened down in the 4-County Electric folks last night where a huge top of a tree falls and nobody's hurt. And it's this warning sign that this is a place we shall not go now. God, thank you so much for giving us those warnings, for giving us common sense. And now I pray that you empower the people at home with that same common sense, but a feeling of love for one another. Guide them in loving kindness to their neighbors, to share what they have. Help them be wise about staying where they are for now. And God, give us patience. I know when we ask for patience, you never do that because that means you have an opportunity to be patient. I know a lot of us are going to have an opportunity to be patient over the next weeks. And yes, unfortunately, I said an S on there, weeks. But God enable me with that patience. And just thank you so much for protecting your people. Guide those watching us right now to you in whatever form or fashion that is. But let us make the best out of this time and help me to be a halfway decent dad to my kids. I've been snapping at them all week long. Help them forgive me. Help them to understand. Help me to be a good husband and a good steward of this opportunity. As I hear trees breaking outside my house, God, protect me and my family. But your plan is perfect. In Jesus' name, amen. See you in 60 seconds on Mississippi Live Weather here this morning at 6:30 a.m.
Frozen pipes can cause serious damage. That's why Absolute Restoration is giving away free faucet covers to our community while supplies last. Installing them is easy. Just slide the foam sleeve over your outdoor faucet and secure it snugly. Also remember to disconnect hoses, open cabinet doors under sinks, and let faucets drip during extreme cold. Call or text to check availability, and from our family to yours, please stay warm and protected.
When you've been injured, don't settle for a lawyer who doesn't even know where you live. Call Langston and Lott. Local lawyers, personal service, real results.
Out with the old and in with the new. It's time to save big at Room to Room's New Year's sale. Store-wide markdowns 50 to 70% off. No tax. 48-month special financing. It's a new year at Room to Room Furniture in Tupelo. There's no place like home.
Hey there, Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon here in the Room to Room Weather Center. I got to take it back to normal mode here because I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut. He's got his shot on. Caleb, we're not going to see you. We're going to see radar. And again, I appreciate Room to Room, our sponsor here, the Weather Center. Mama Justice Doppler Radar for providing, the funds to be able to provide this. I am going to... as soon here in just a second, I'm going to go ahead and put this into a looping mode here on the radar. Caleb, can I hear you?
Des, can you hear me? Talking about Mama Justice Doppler Radar.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave this looping here for a second. I'm going to pop up the chat. I have to go behind the scenes here and run a different extension cord to the truck because I'm going to try to preserve. I'm burning up about 1 kilowatt per hour on all this. And that needs to come off my truck battery, not the house battery. So, because the house battery is attached to the water here eventually. So, yeah, take it away, Caleb. Answer questions as you can. And I appreciate you for waking up with us this morning. I'm going to actually, give me a moment. I'm going to do something different on here. Because I need to probably... Nope, you'll be able to see it. There's being enough light here, you'll see it. I'm going to switch off one of my lights and see if that's enough so I can conserve electricity here.
It looks good on my end.
Yeah, that's a little dark. That's fine. Those two lights will make it work. Okay, go for it, Caleb.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, if we're looking at radar right now, you can definitely tell that these icy conditions are continuing into Sunday morning. So wanted to kind of re-emphasize that this threat is not over. I know a lot of us went through some harsh conditions yesterday, overnight, and now into this morning, but we still have a few more hours as Matt kind of zoomed out earlier in this broadcast, showing that there's still a lot to the southwest that's going to move into North Mississippi. And unfortunately, we're dealing with that thunder ice, something that I know meteorologists hate to talk about, hate to think about, especially for it affecting all of you guys out there in North Mississippi. We can see those lightning strikes continuing to move across North Mississippi, and that just strand on its way towards Tupelo and Lee County. The good news is after he talked about that, right when it ended in Tupelo, hasn't really produced the same since then. You can see those lightning bolts kind of just stop right after Tupelo, just above the L and the O on the map. So that is good news to see, especially with how much it was dumping across North Mississippi. But we can also see kind of where that freezing line is. That's been the big question, especially for those out here in the southeast in North Mississippi. How much could that dip down to the south? How much could it go back up north? Good news is Matt and them, they have nailed it so far, showing where we can expect that, those peak threats. Hoping to see that continue push a little bit further north. That way it can still help some of those out there in Amory, Aberdeen, Columbus, Clay County, Oktibbeha, Lowndes, everybody out there in the southeast as well. But hoping for those warmer conditions to return. Unfortunately, we are going to see even colder conditions in the wake of this. So make sure that you're continuing to conserve your power and your heat because it will take a while for those temperatures to go back up. I think on our 7-day forecast, we had the highs going up to maybe 38. So we're not even reaching low 40s across North Mississippi, and our lows are going to be pretty much single digits and in the teens. So definitely some cooler conditions on the way, but that is still in the future, and we want to get through right now. So let's continue looking at radar. We can see where more of those storms, and luckily not ice, that is more in the southeastern portion of our area, especially out there in Noxubee County. Looks like some storms just blew through Macon. Good news is y'all are on the right side of that warm layer, not expecting much of that to freeze right now. That is just rainfall falling from the sky. Nothing is freezing on its way down. Of course, all of this starts up at snow, so we can still think that it's snowing and try to have a good time here in North Mississippi, but thankfully still falling as rainfall out there in Macon, moving across the state line just north of Aliceville as well. Those icy conditions are still staying very consistent up in the northwestern portion of our viewing area, especially with those peak threats that we've been talking about all week long. I know some people in the comments are talking about hearing thunder. hearing those trees snap. I'm actually in my laundry room right now, and while we were live, I kind of heard a tree snap as well. They're very eerie. I totally get where you guys are coming from. Just please, I want y'all to stay indoors, stay inside, don't get on the roadways. It's going to be very slick, and even if the ice isn't evident enough for y'all, we're going to start talking about black ice for those that are kind of right on the edge as well. So very important as we continue into these Sunday hours ahead for our Sunday morning. I know this isn't our normal routine, but definitely going to want to stay indoors as we continue trying to give you the very latest updates here across North Mississippi, because we want to make sure that y'all are updated. But I'm looking at the comments again, still seeing some comments about the thunder, hearing that, and everything going on across North Mississippi. Hoping that we can get that thunder ice out of here. If we're going to have to deal with ice, we'd rather not deal with the thunderstorms at the same time. But if it's happening, we're going to make sure you know about it so you are best prepared and understand kind of what's going on outdoors, because it's bad enough hearing those trees snap, but also hearing some thunder as well. Not enjoyable by any means. Thunder ice could be a chewing gum flavor. Yep, that I'd rather talk about that being a flavor instead of current conditions outdoors. Cleveland here still getting freezing rain right now. Trees are falling consistently. I actually just had a friend send me a video up in New Albany, up in Union County, I believe, of just those icy conditions and just trees snapping. It's eerie stuff, but I appreciate all of y'all tuning in, trusting us as we kind of walk you through this process, because this is pretty much a historical event. We don't experience this every weekend here in North Mississippi. And thankfully, that is a good thing that these are very rare, because we don't want to experience this all the time. So remember, stay indoors. And I know that power outages, I mean, they are nothing we want to deal with, but everybody is working very hard to get you that power back on. We also have to remember that those trees falling, not only falling on power lines, but also falling on those trucks as well. So they are doing their absolute hardest to get that power back on, but still could take a while. Make sure to continue conserving your power as we continue into our Sunday, because hey, you might get your power back on the next few hours. It might not be till tonight. It might be for a few days. So I pray that all of y'all have still taken the necessary precautions throughout the week, because we wanted to make sure that you guys knew what was coming this weekend. Someone's asking about Aberdeen to Starkville. How will it be? Well, right now, still very rainy, but those temperatures are going to drop soon. So, I mean, I bet you could look outdoors. I know for my backyard, we just have standing puddles of rain. So my concern is how wet our soil is, how wet the concrete driveway, roads, everything is. And once those temperatures start to drop, I mean, I could see all of that freezing. And I don't appreciate the thought of that kind of freezing onto the trees as well, making them a little bit heavier with that wet soil. So remember, we are still working through this together. This is not going to end in an hour or two. All of us are going to continue throughout this process together, still expecting to see more and more. Thankfully, the lightning, which I'm noticing on the radar, not as evident as it was earlier. Let's go back, around 6:15 into the 6 o'clock hour. By 7:19 now, our current conditions not showing as many lightning strikes. We do still see some above Eupora out there, so definitely could still see some of that under Theiss occurring. It looks like we actually, now that I'm looking at it, we kind of look like we have a big batch heading towards Kosciuszko right now. So that is definitely a more evident storm. You can kind of see that darker shade of pink. And one just went along I-55 right before that. You can see kind of that clump just for a second. Let's see. Can you give a time frame of the temperature dropping and freezing Monroe County and south? Okay, so that's actually something I've been looking at a lot lately, because I've been trying to see if those freezing conditions are going to return while we get these rains, because I'm in Starkville. As of last night, I saw those temperatures dropping pretty much around lunchtime and staying below freezing for the rest of your Sunday. So this is something that's going to start to occur within the next few hours. We really appreciate getting the rain out of here before that temperature drops. This isn't something where like, oh, we wish we could get some snow. We don't want any of this. This needs to kind of move on out as those temperatures begin to drop, and we don't want to see these occurring at the same time. But for that question, I remember it was Monroe County and south. I'd have to scroll back up to find it. You can expect those temperatures to drop within the next few hours, and then you're staying below freezing for a considerable amount of time. So I pray that your power is still intact and going because we want to make sure we can still have some heat, but keep those blankets, keep those comforters handy. I know all of us have been raiding the grocery stores throughout the week and y'all fought hard to get y'all's groceries with everybody there. So use them wisely. I see some more comments, really loud thunder in Fulton, which yeah, I can start to see some lightning strikes go towards that area. I'm still trying to keep an eye on that system and storm heading towards Kosciuszko. You can kind of see that darker shade of pink at the very end, almost just like a little circle, showing that there are some heavy amounts of precipitation falling. Unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be a thunder eye situation with how much colder they are on the wrong side of that freezing line. Let's continue looking at the comments. Power going down in places here in Cleveland. Wife and I watched about 4 transformers light up the sky one after another. I mean, that is still very eerie. I'd hate to see something like that happening outdoors. Glad you're staying indoors and mentioned you're watching it from inside. Definitely don't want to see that. Trees falling left and right like warfare in Abbeville, Mississippi since 1 a.m. this morning and only getting worse. I think that's a good comment to read because I mean, some of us have gone through the peak, but we're also experiencing it right now. This isn't something that's going to get better within the next few hours. These conditions are pretty much going to continue to worsen, especially as that ice continues to weigh down on these power lines, continues to weigh down on these trees. They can only kind of keep up for so long. They'll eventually give way, and we can see the radar right now. There's more ice on the way. We're dealing with this right now. We're going to continue to deal with it for the next few hours. And like Matt zoomed out earlier, we still see some more kind of outside of North Mississippi out there in Arkansas and Louisiana making its way up to us. But we're ready for those drier conditions to return. Definitely going to be a lot cooler as well. Let's see what else is talking about. In Oklahoma, seeing rain right now, and the power hasn't gone out as of now. I pray it stays that way. That is good news to hear out there in Oklahoma. Let's see what else is going on here in the chat. The roads will be back black ice soon. Stay off the roads. Yes, no one needs to be driving. I've stayed put all weekend long here in Starkville. And you could argue that the road conditions have been fine here on the first half, but it's just one of those you don't want to risk anything, especially because you can see that freezing layer continue to have move west, east, just south a little bit. So it can change in an instant. And if that shifts just a little bit, it can change a whole lot. Looks like we have some. Yes, I know. People were watching and having a church lock-in, all staying safe in one place on campus. Very good news out there in the UCSC in Starkville. So I pray that all of them are having fun, enjoying their time together, but staying off the roads as well. They did a good job, especially with the college students wanting to stay in one place, not go out and about. So that is good news to hear. But yeah, no, definitely stay indoors with those roads. To go back to what I said, sorry, that comment caught my attention. That freezing line, that's been the big story throughout this week on showing kind of where it could be, where it could move, how consistent will it be. And if you're on the colder side of that freezing line, you're going to get more ice, and that's more devastating. If you're on the right side, that warmer side, going to get more rainfall. That is the better news in this situation. But this is still going to impact your roads. As those temperatures begin to drop, it could freeze and glaze over that rain that you received, especially you're on the warmer side. And with the ice not that evident, then you have a case of black ice. So for those in the Golden Triangle region, we could potentially see that start to form within the next few hours, making travel very risky and something, quite frankly, you don't want to risk. So make sure to continue staying indoors with your family. Enjoy this time with your friends. This is technically a good thing if you want to think about it positive. You have some time to hang out with your people, enjoy your time with your family. So let's continue to do that this weekend. Try to find the positive, although I know this is a very intense situation. Let's continue to look at the comments. My road is full of pine trees in Oxford, and all the trees are bare now. Basically, all the tree limbs on the ground already. I bet Oxford was one I was looking at earlier. One of my friends was asking throughout the week due to his brother living up there, and I knew that was kind of going to be a rough spot as well. And I pray that everybody on the Ole Miss campus doing well as well, because I know there are a lot of college students up there. Just rain at Pratt's, definitely some good news. Another never got ice in Pratt's, just rain. Let's continue to keep it that way, hopefully. Can you talk about the significance of thunder and ice storm again? How's it worse? Okay, yeah, that's another good question because we keep throwing around the term, and that is a term you definitely don't hear often, especially here in North Mississippi. But thunder ice, from the best way that I understand it and I've learned throughout this week, just due to it not being a regular occurrence, imagine thunderstorms. We have those very often here in North Mississippi. It just dumps that rain. We can see a lot of rainfall come from one thunderstorm, one cell moving across North Mississippi. We've seen it time and time again. But right now, we're experiencing these icy conditions, below freezing conditions across North Mississippi. So if you have one of those cells above you, all of that's freezing by the time it makes it to the ground. You're seeing that freezing rain, that ice accumulation skyrockets. So thunder ice is something that you do not want to see in this situation just due to all of that. I mean, I don't even want to say rainfall, that frozen precipitation just continuing to grow and continue to accumulate on those power lines and trees. It kind of, thunder ice is almost speeding up the process on everything that's occurring across North Mississippi. So we're trying to stay away from that. That's why we've been talking about those lightning strikes here on our Mama Justice Doppler radar, showing that it is occurring across North Mississippi and something that we want to continue to avoid just due to that heavy precipitation, heavy freezing precipitation occurring across our region. So very good question. We want to make sure to avoid that as well. Oh, this is a good comment. I think y'all keep thinking this rain isn't going to cause damage. My entire yard is flooded. 2-foot ice cycles on my house. So yeah, even showing that these flooding conditions, we've seen some of those warnings issued with these heavier batches. But once those temperatures drop, I mean, think about the standing water you have in your front yard, your backyard, on your driveway, on the roads in your neighborhood. That will continue to probably glaze over once those temperatures drop. There's your black eye situation. You can't see it, makes it that much more dangerous. Another comment showing all rain in Amory. Yep, can definitely see that. You might even be hearing some rumbles of thunder as well, as that lightning is above you at this current time. How does freezing rain show on radar as rain? So actually, the way I believe it, and this is, again, something that I've been learning a lot this week with the frozen precipitation and something we've been learning a lot in class due to us experiencing a historical event like this. Let's take a look at Kosciuszko, because that's something that I wanted to point out. You can see all those lightning bolts continue to move on through. Thankfully, we can see that darker shade gone now. But for a split second, right before this loop ends, you're going to see kind of a darker pink, like a circle almost. That kind of shows you that circular cell, that thunderstorm that we typically see on radar, especially with those reds out there. And imagine that circle just kind of embedded in the pink. So that shows that heavier precipitation along with that lightning, showing that thunder ice is most likely occurring out there. So that's kind of how you can distinguish it on radar. You can also make the argument that, hey, maybe some of this green, especially along Amory, it's so close to that freezing line, it could freeze by the time it makes it to the surface as well, if it is just a little bit cooler than what radar is picking up. So that's kind of some ways you can distinguish where it's occurring and how it's going to affect you as you go out throughout the rest of your Sunday morning hours. But remember, this isn't just a Sunday morning thing. We've been dealing with this since yesterday, practically, and even Friday night across North Mississippi. We still have quite a few hours ahead of us, but thankfully, we are now closer towards the end than we were to the beginning. So that is some good news. Someone asking, is Amory going to be okay? I can definitely see that y'all have some heavy precipitation right now. Thankfully, for the most part, y'all seem on the right side of that freezing line. Hoping to keep it that way. Should just be some heavy amounts of precipitation, but I mean, y'all are also right there on the edge. So definitely remain indoors. Continue staying inside, off the roads, as these conditions will continue to worsen. Hopefully, not seeing too much ice out there. I think I did see a comment talking about Amory, and it was just rainfall so far. Another one's talking about travel to Aberdeen from Starkville around 1 p.m. Safe? Question mark. I don't think we need to be talking about travel, in my opinion. I think that's something that we continue to just stay indoors. I've stayed here all weekend long. And you can argue travel has been relatively fine here in the Golden Triangle region, but we're also not done with it yet. So, I mean, on the worst case, if you have to, try to get to your safe space if you have to get back to Starkville, but I would try to stay put, especially as that ice will continue to grow, especially black ice here in the southeast with that kind of glaze that could occur later on today, Matt.
Well, you did a great job talking people through, and I think you nailed it, wise beyond your years. Can I travel? Please do not. That's simple, pretty much. Can I travel? Please do not. I think I've got all of my stuff on the backup. I've got the backup fireplace. We put in gas fireplace into the living room, knowing that this day would probably come some point in the middle of the forest. And unfortunately, it is here. We're going to take a brief break here, get some things, figured out. We're probably going to try to get some officials and folks that we can talk to. Do you have that emergency manager list?
I believe so. I can pull it up.
Okay. So yes, we'll say some emergency managers, such as the Pontotoc County Emergency Manager. I'm trying to remember. I know that, and I don't know why. Alan Bain. Um, I will text you his number.
Okay.
Actually, let me just say this. For area emergency managers, if you get a phone call from a random 785 number, it's probably me. Okay? So I'm calling some folks, just try to get an assessment so we can get the information that people need. So random 785 number, it's probably me. Okay? We will take a brief break here, and we'll be back with more right after this.
I have been going to Tupelo Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Tupelo Smiles.
Your call has been forwarded to voicemail. The person you're trying to reach is not available.
I have a feeling we're going to have some of that this morning, and I apologize in advance if I call you trying to get a hold of you, and that's annoying. I apologize for that. I'm a Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopp on here. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. I'm going to see if I can get some folks back on the phone. One of the people actually I'm going to talk to that was one of the first people that knew that I was doing this in kind of the non-TV community. I'm going to give a call here too, because I'm curious about how their situation is, because I don't have a ton of reports from there, but I do think that there are going to be some problems there. So I'm going to try Linda Griffin here for a moment. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopp on our Caleb Edelblut behind the scenes here. Hold on a moment. See if she's available to talk for just a moment. Let's see if make that phone call. So icing is continuing and will continue, and the unfortunate thing here is it's going to continue shifting a little bit farther east over the course of the next couple of hours. Hey, Linda, it's Matt Lopp on over at Mississippi Live Weather. First off, y'all okay? Would you mind talking with me on the air for a minute here? Is that okay? Just kind of your situation, Chickasaw County. But I have you on my ear at this moment. I'm putting you on speaker. Is that okay? Okay. Give me just a moment. So joining me is Linda Griffin. She's the emergency manager there in Chickasaw County. And I've had you in ICE for a large chunk of this event. I know that hasn't been everybody. What are conditions as of now 7:30 in the morning on this Sunday down in Chickasaw County?
Right now we're getting heavy rain and some spot flooding. No flooding of homes, but our ditches are all full of water. But it's just all rain right now.
Okay.
And we've had to report a few trees down, but county road crews are working on that. It's out in the county.
Okay. In the northwest portion of the county, you've kind of been closer to the icing situation. You know, I mean, have you heard any, have there been trees on houses? Have there been, significant, issues there? Well, what kind of issues have been getting out of Chickasaw County? Because we haven't really heard a whole lot.
Right. The main issue on the northwest side is power outage.
Uh-huh.
And it's sporadic.
Okay. What is your main concern at this point?
The temperature dropping, and it turning into a sheet of ice for our roads for our emergency crews. It's out now, checking on trees that's been reported across the roads, they still, have to be on the road no matter what. And we've got a lot of water on the road and ditches.
I think you just nailed it at the end there. You said a lot of water on the road. There's going to be this tendency for some folks to get out because the roads have not gotten terrible on this, which has been one blessing. The unfortunate thing is that means you're right at the freezing point, and power lines and power poles and trees, unfortunately, have then iced over because of that. What do you say to someone that says they need, and I'm not talking about, they're going to die, but they need to go someplace. They need to go to work. What do you tell somebody like that?
Well, they better start early. And, if they absolutely have to, start early. And I know there's some people that can't stay off our rural roads that's not in the best shape anyway to hold this amount of water. That's a big concern, those back roads that people think they got to get out. And, and then if they have medical emergencies, us getting into them, if the road floods or freezes over, we're going to go to them. It's just going to be delayed.
Yeah, I think that's a huge important thing to keep in mind. Like, it's not like nobody's trying here. It's that it just takes time. In some cases, right. A lot of time, right?
Exactly.
So ultimately patience is it, so warming shelters, do you have warming shelters that set up there in Chickasaw County once we go to that? And where would those be at?
Well, we got different locations all over the county that could serve as warming shelters, but that's based on, does that warming shelter have a backup generator?
That's a good point. Yeah.
That's, we don't have a lot of our designated locations that does have, so we don't want to say this is the place and people get on the road and then they get there and they don't have power either.
Mm-hmm.
So that's kind of a reason we hadn't, designated a certain area, because we don't know, just like right now, northwest area of Chickasaw is where most of our power outage is. And we may have designated a warming shelter on the east side.
Yeah.
But we just don't want people on the road. If they think they got a place to go to, they're going to try their best to get there. And then I don't want them to get there and the power goes out, while they're on the way or before they get there. And we didn't have no way of letting them know.
That's such a wise idea, because we're not in a situation this instant where you need a warming shelter. That is tonight. That is tomorrow night in particular, where we get to the point that we need to have one of those. So, preaching patience as far as that is concerned, I think that's probably wise to knock it out there. Anything else you want to add for folks that you think they might know? Not just your folks in Chickasaw County, but just, for folks that are just watching us in other parts of the area where we're not talking to their emergency managers, but you can get inside that mindset. And I'm thinking, I don't know for sure we're going to be able to talk to people at every place. I'm going to try to talk to the emergency manager there in Lafayette County here in just a second. But anything that you want to add, good information.
Yeah. Well, I know there's a lot of people who are looking at their phones to get their weather information. And right now they need to keep those phones completely charged, because any minute the situation could change. If they could find some other source, just a good old basic FM radio,
mm-hmm.
You can get weather channels on that or TV and stay off their cell phones, because there's so many people who don't have landline phones anymore. And that rechargeable device, is what's going to mean the difference to them being able to call and get help if needed.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I mean, I actively told people to turn off this stream, and I think that's the wise decision. Is you got to save power. This might be hours. This will probably be days. In your county, hopefully, it's no more longer than that. But in some spots, it probably will end up being a week or more without power.
Yeah.
Okay, Linda Griffin, who is the emergency manager there in Chickasaw County. Thank you so much for joining us here on Mississippi Live Weather this morning. Prayers to your folks that everybody stays safe and that things go well in Chickasaw County. All right.
Thank you, sir, very much.
Thank you.
We appreciate you too.
Appreciate everything you do.
All right.
Thank you. Worked with Linda a lot of years here. She's part of, again, one of the folks, first folks we talked to. I'm going to get you up here in just a second. I'm trying to get one thing figured out with this. Give me a moment. EMA LAF. Okay, I've almost got your stuff plugged in here, Bo. So give me just a moment. About 10 more seconds, we should have it. Okay, and let's bring Bo Moore, who is in one of the most hard hit counties in our area. He is the emergency manager there in Lafayette County. Join us here on Mississippi Live this morning. Bo, how are things looking here as of 7:40 a.m.? I know the answer to that question, but you know.
Well, it's been rough, Matt. Seems we really started to see trees and fall around midnight last night, and even as I was sitting here waiting to chat with you, I had a couple fall behind me, and that's ultimately one of my biggest messages I want people to know this morning is like stay at home. Not so much. I know y'all probably get tired of us saying it because of the roads and all that. Forget all that for a moment. You could walk out of your house and potentially get hit by a tree or a power line because they're dropping just so quickly. And we don't want anybody to get hurt or killed. So it's just really important to stay sheltered in your home. We don't have any official shelter in place orders out there right now, but I'm just, word to the wise, please stay home and stay safe. And the previous EMA director that you were talking to, very good advice as far as try to stay off your phones, keep that conserved on the battery power because we have widespread power outages throughout Lafayette County and the city of Oxford. And it's not going to be a quick process to get them back because a lot of areas it's just simply not safe for Northeast Power to have crews out in certain areas just right at the moment. So we've got to think of our linemen's safety, our road crew safety as part of this response.
Yeah, you do, because this is safety on all different levels. We want to take care of residents. You want to take care of residents, obviously. But this is still a situation where we're adding ice. You have some wind. A dead lineman does nobody any good. Same with any first responder, right? So that doesn't speed up the process and obviously has catastrophic side effects. You're talking about a lot of power outages. I think the thing that kind of I wasn't prepared for. I wasn't prepared for some of the reporting infrastructure to go down on the power outage situation. Some of the numbers look like they're getting better. It's just because the systems, you're having some failure where they can't report back. I'm showing still 18,000 residents there in Lafayette County. How many residents? When you start looking at a lot of those are in the county itself and they're individual outages. Have you talked to the folks of Northeast about power restoration efforts, how long they think this could take?
Yeah, so we're been in contact with Northeast all through the night, and quite honestly, Matt, because of how widespread tree fall has been, we don't have a full understanding of all the outages. Kind of like you said. Also, when we can get one thing back on, it's like 10 other things go down. So we're coordinating with them. They're out trying to get a better number for us, but we're anticipating it still to be north of the 18,000 that we see on their site. So and it's mixed throughout the entire county. It's not like one section of the county is suffering an outage. It's everywhere.
Yeah, it is. I'm going to see if I can kind of pop that up instead. So give me a moment. Yeah, so this is the kind of the graph that I was showing on there. You're talking in some counties that they serve 99, 98%, 100% of folks. They don't serve a ton of folks there in Benton County, but 100% of folks in Benton County out. This shows 2,400, subscribers to Northeast out. And in Lafayette County, a full 77% of the people they serve, 25,000 people. I showed 19,000 of theirs in your county. That's going to take a long time.
Yeah, yes, it is. And if you keep seeing me turn my head, that's every time you see me turn my head, that means a tree's falling behind me. Now I'm in a safe spot, but it's close by. So it's going to take a lot of time. We expect this to be a several day process. So we've got trees wrapped in power lines. So then we've got to get power crews there to make sure it's safe for our road crews to start removing trees. So there's a mix of everything. But what I tell the citizens, like I said, stay home, stay safe right now. The temperatures are not warm by any means, but they're not just absolute frigid at the moment. we'll make more announcements of what we're going to do around warming centers and other items. We've been in contact with MEMA requesting additional resources for our county to support citizens through this outage because it's going to be a long process.
And I don't speak government lingo on this, but you do. You heard, I'm sure, about the disaster declaration that President Trump and the FEMA, sent out about that last night. What does that mean for you? Because you're going to, I don't think there's a question. You're going to be one of the 2 or 3 worst hit counties in this state, at least, which means probably in this storm. What are your hopes for that? What does that mean for a person at home that says, yay, or I don't know what that means? Like, what does it mean?
Yeah, so as everybody knows, there's we're through government. There's a lot of steps you have to take to ask for anything. What a natural disaster declaration does for us is it allows us to move a lot very quickly on a response of getting additional assets. So where originally, if I pre-disaster declaration, I might have to ask one person, then another person, and another person to get those resources. A disaster declaration just allows that to just move so much quicker, where we can kind of go direct to sources. It allows us to bring in private contractors, which we already had on standby for this event. So it just allows us to do things a lot faster in our response. And then on the back end of that, it brings the county and the city funding for us because this is going to be an expensive ordeal.
Yeah, in some ways, this, when you start talking about tree removal and all the stuff that goes with this, I remember when we had the Tupelo tornado back in 2014, and I lived near a road where they went for months, were taking that tree debris to this one specific landfill, because that's where it all went. This is a lengthy process to try to clean things up. I'm not saying on the high end tornado scale, but this will be a lot worse than even some of the tornadoes we had early last year, right?
Well, you think about this on tornadic events, right? A tornado is going to follow a track, right? And that track is going to be X miles wide, if you will. We have over 600 square miles of county, and this is all, there's not a tornado that's that wide. So it can be on par and greater than a tornado hitting as far as.
I didn't want to say that, but I kind of wondered about that.
So that's how I judge it.
Yeah, I agree. I think it really does have potential to be greater than a tornado, and it's harder to wrap your brain around. I go back to this map here, and I know that you have important things to do, so I'm not going to hold you a whole lot longer. But one of the things that when this Northeast map, comes back on, it's just, you have some big numbers, but there's so many singles on here, so many one outage in that location. That just takes time, and it might take cutting, especially with the hills you guys have in Lafayette County. The amount of trees you have, a lot of pine trees, it takes quite a bit of time to even get someplace. I'm going to ask a dangerous question here. If I'm out there in the county, and I'm out, I know some of those hills, Keel or that portion of the county, am I on my own, or what would a response time for emergency officials be if I had a fire and I had the ability to call and you had the ability to even go? I can't imagine it'd be quick.
Well, what I can tell you is nobody in Lafayette County is on their own, right? We are coming for you. You dial 911, you have an emergency. We are on the way. The sheriff's office right now is digging out an ambulance off of one of our county roads to make sure that they can respond to a call. So, we're coming. But to your point, it will be delayed because it's just going to be slow us getting there. But nobody is on their own. We're going to bring assets. We're going to get there. We have some specific assets in reserve to be able to respond to emergent 911 calls. So like if your house caught on fire or something like that we could help the fire department cut in. to you. So and quickly. So you're not on your own. We're going to come and help's on the way. But to your point, Matt, be patient because it's just going to take some time.
It will, and that's, I think, in the moment we are an instantaneous culture, and we've adjusted to having my groceries appear at the door instantly and be able to talk to friends and see them being, cross country. There's nothing going to be instantaneous about this, and so, I mean, patience. I know that's probably what you're preaching to folks, that you are coming and you're being proactive, like you mentioned there, digging that ambulance out, knowing that it's going to take time to get to its final destination proactively before it's called, trying to do that. But it's probably going to take some time on some of these county roads.
Yeah, it is. It's realistic, but stay calm. Everybody's been preparing, watching preparedness, videos I know, or watching your show, our social media, things like that. Just take time to remember that you're prepared. It's okay. People are coming, and stay as calm as possible.
Okay, that's Bo Moore. Anything else you want to add there?
No, we appreciate all our citizens in Lafayette County and their patience and understanding. And no, like I said, you're not alone. We're here for you. Monitor our Facebook page, as we will have more announcements this morning, I'm sure, on what we're going to do about additional centers and resources for our citizens that are affected.
Okay, that's Bo Moore, emergency manager there in Lafayette County. Thank you so much for joining us on Mississippi Live Weather this morning. We'll probably try to check in with you closer to noontime today, toward the end of this, to kind of see where things are. Would that be okay if we did that?
Yeah, absolutely, Matt.
Okay, appreciate that. Bo Moore, emergency manager there in Lafayette County, joining us here on Mississippi Live Weather this morning from Lafayette County. Again, one of the hardest hit areas here across North Mississippi. The reason I kind of moved a second ago, were y'all going out front just out of curiosity? Because I heard some rumbles. Was that a tree? What was that? Okay. Just wanting to double check there. Because, it is a bizarre situation when you think about it, that Bo would just be standing there talking and then he'd turn around and go, it's okay, just checking, it was a tree. We've gotten to that point, that bizarre point where it is not, yikes, that's a tree, but just, okay, what was that? That was a tree. And it's somewhat normalized. I think that's kind of a crazy part about this. Again, you can join the conversation there. We have an app, if you didn't know that, for our social media folks. And that app is where you can share your pictures of what you're seeing and what's going on out there, because that largely tells the tale. I'm going to show you a picture here. This is from the Beacon Hill Road area. I'll double check the location on this here for a second. I think that's Union County. Yeah, just outside New Albany where we have that. It's going to be a moment to kind of pop that up. And unfortunately, these trees are coming down. Again, appreciate this picture coming in there from the Beacon Hill Road area of Union County. Unfortunately, that tree is split. And let's not ignore some of the blessings we have there. Whatever that structure was, it is in better shape than it should be because that split missed it. But unfortunately, there is that branch that's right over top of it. Some of these are going to keep coming down. I mean, you can see how bent over some of these trees are. This has been significant icing to the tune of more than an inch in a lot of locations. You can submit your photographs with us using the Mississippi Live Weather app, free and available for all those different devices there. Looks like the chat's covering that up, so I'm going to have to kind of bring it into the regular shot here for a moment so you can see that. But continued icing is expected. And if you're just joining us, one of the things we talked about this week that we were concerned about could happen, that unfortunately has, not just the icing, but the fact is you see those lightning strikes next to me there, we have had thunderstorms producing ice. Thus heavier ice accumulations, thus in short periods of time, greater likelihood of having trees fail and thus take out more power outages. One of the really interesting things about what's happening, interesting is the wrong word there, and then we're going to go to Caleb here in a second because he's got a storm moving toward him there. But one of the interesting things is just how kind of heavy these have been over such a short period of time, which was expected. We get those kind of areas of greater accumulation. In Oktibbeha County, we have a number of cameras we can check. The MDOT traffic cameras there in the Starkville area where there has not been as much icing as some places. Still showing a few folks out on the road. Largely the trees, if you look closely there, are in better shape than in most places. The only other member of our broadcast team that I can toss to this morning is our Caleb Edelblut down there in Oktibbeha County, drawing the best, the most fortunate situation out of everybody. I don't see a ton of ice on the trees, but you were one of the first to actually lose some branches with this. How are things looking here as of 7:55 a.m., Caleb?
Yeah, well, actually, I just wanted to point that out because you made the good comment about the trees looking good. I was talking about last night, one of the trees that were bending, and you can kind of see now starting to shift up just a little bit, that ice not really weighing down on it anymore. That's because it's melted. So not really seeing that continue to grow on any of our trees out here in Starkville. But one of the things I do want to talk about is all the standing water that we see. It just continues moving along our driveway. You can see it continuing to puddle on up, build on up throughout here in Starkville, and I just still think that that's going to be a big concern for us because a lot of us aren't really going to think we're not in it. We're not in the peak threat, not really affect us. This is just some rain, and we know how to handle some rain here in Mississippi. But once those temperatures drop, I mean, we're right on the cusp right now. I know we're in those low 30s. We're going to be close to that freezing point, and once it does, I mean, I could see all of this starting to freeze over, glaze on our driveway, on our roads, everything here in Starkville. So that just makes travel still very dangerous as we get ready for those afternoon hours. And especially we think about those temperatures warming up as we go about our day. Well, they're actually going to cool on down, and we're going to start seeing those frigid conditions move on through. I still have people driving on South Montgomery. Maybe you'll see the tail lights peek through the trees. So still people out on the roads at this morning. But I know that I would hope that they're starting to kind of maybe get some last minute precautions ready just in case they need to hunker down for a little bit if all of this glazes over. But the rain is actually now starting to pick up just a little bit. So starting to see another band move on through. I did hear a rumble of thunder maybe about 5 minutes ago. Didn't sound too close, but also some limbs still kind of falling here. But right now, just a lot of rain. Thankfully, keeping it that way and hoping that it stays that way as we continue into our Sunday ahead, Matt.
Absolutely, I agree with that. Thank you, Caleb, so much for everything you're doing. Caleb is doing a lot of posts going out on Facebook and social media there as we kind of go through this, kind of clipping what we're showing so we can send it out there. Also, Caleb, you might, I don't think I can do it till this is over. We need at some point try to clip some of these interviews that we have and try to put them out there as well. No Facebook downloader is going to work. That's going to be our best option on that, but give it a go. Don't waste time on it because we need to keep putting out info. By the way, the reason why you're hearing that clap of thunder, that's kind of a convective shower that's over top of you. Or at least about to be here in the next couple of minutes. Mississippi Live Weather Doppler Radar again here. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. Icing continues to move into and through Oktibbeha County where you have not had as much. We will have more in the next few minutes. We're going to take a brief break here. I'm going to try to call an emergency manager or two, try to see if we can touch base with them. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather this morning here in the Room to Room Weather Center. Thank you so much for liking us, subscribing to us, supporting us. Well, more coming up right after this.
Look at Wanda, ready to rock her big presentation. But first, lunch. Sweet Pepper's Deli. Delicious, celebratory, but is it quick? The Cobb salad. Tender oven roasted chicken, topped with cheese. Prepared, plated, and served in 6 minutes? Is this for real? Well, of course. Well done, Wanda. Sweet Pepper's Deli. Yes, ma'am. Life is sweet.
Growing up, Gabe was naturally curious. When he began to discover weather, Gabe just didn't want to know what was happening, but he wanted to know why it was happening. Gabe became fascinated with tornadoes and it impacted his life. He wanted to pursue a career in meteorology. Even though Gabe grew up in Alabama, Mississippi has now become his home and his family. And one thing about Gabe is he keeps his family safe.
Current time, I forget that that's going to always default back to that. Current time is now, what are we at? Right at 8 o'clock. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. Things look a little weird here in my fake room-to-room weather center because I've turned down my lights trying to conserve power because we have no power here at the Lawpon household. We do have internet because thankfully fiber internet, if you can keep your distribution device, so like your router, and you can keep your, I guess basically your modem powered. In a lot of cases, you can still have internet even when there are power outages in your area, and so that happens to be the point, the situation in my area, thankfully. But our power is out, and I'm running now off of my F-150 Lightning that I got at Metro Ford a while back, a couple years ago, with the thought that maybe this day might happen. And unfortunately, prepare for the worst, hope for the best, and that's where we find ourselves here. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather, and an ice storm that is not done. The crazy thing in my mind, hey, I need to give me a second. I gotta, I've had to talk to my kids on multiple occasions lately. I need to keep them from going in and out. I don't think they understand that there's a limited amount of heat in this house. Hey, don't go in and out. There's only so much heat in this house, and we don't know when it's coming back on. Do you understand what I'm saying? Thank you. I appreciate that. Make sure we need to plug this in as well right here. It's going to go off for a second. We need to plug this in or the fan's not going to work. Got to plug in the fan. We'll deal with that in a second. Hold on. I didn't realize the fan wasn't working on that. So lots of different things that we are trying here. Hey, Caleb, if you're behind the scenes, I'm going to pop your mic up again here. And I want you to kind of talk about what you're seeing here as of 8 a.m. Because unfortunately, one of the things, not just on this shot here, but kind of on our national radar and everything else, is the fact that there is unfortunately still more on the way. And the decent chunk of this is convective. So we expect, power outages, things like that to increase. While I'm over there, I'm going to pop up our chat where you can join the conversation. You can send in your pictures. We will show a lot more of those. But I'm going to bring in our meteorologist, Caleb Bettelblut, while I take care of something here at the house, making sure that we are going to have heat because I can feel it getting colder. And I know I'm not alone there. Caleb, take it away.
Perfect. Yeah. Well, actually, right when I finished up that live shot, there was a bigger. I know people in the comments were saying whatever is over Starkville is getting harder and louder. Thankfully, for the part of our city and half of our county, that should just be rain right now. And Matt, right when I was finishing up my live shot, was showing that we're starting to see that convective kind of cells start to form just a little bit above us. So we could hear some more rumbles of thunder here in the Golden Triangle region. But I like how he kept this zoomed out. This is not, we've been seeing a lot of North Mississippi, of course, but that's where we're at. And we want to make sure you know what is going on locally. But zooming this out, we can see that this is going down into southern Mississippi as well. Seeing Jackson get hit by this ice all the way across the Mississippi River into Louisiana as well. And this is what's eventually going to make its way to North Mississippi and what will continue to affect us. So this threat is not over. Like I mentioned earlier, we are closer towards the end than we are the beginning, but we are going to start to continue to see more ice build on up. We've already seen the damage it has caused overnight and all throughout our Saturday. So let's remember to take this seriously. And I want to keep harping on this too. For those in the Golden Triangle region, I mean, we have received a lot of rain. I have a lot of standing puddles in my backyard, front yard, off on our driveway. And we could potentially see all of that freeze as those temperatures plummet. Because, I mean, like we keep talking about these days coming up, we're going to be in those frigid conditions below freezing, lows in the single digits, maybe making it to the teens. All that standing water we see, we're going to talk about black ice. So travel will still be very improbable and very rough for the next few days, especially the further northwest you are in Mississippi. But let's take a look at the chat, see what y'all are talking about right now. There's no power in Prentice since midnight. Every tree has no top on it now. So yeah, I mean, nasty conditions are taking place. Want to make sure to try to keep you updated as much as we can. That's one of the good things about this organization is we can go live for however long and from anywhere. So very excited that we're able to still provide power to Matt to keep broadcasting this. Want to make sure we can continue doing that as much as we can. Some more comments talking about power went out around 2 a.m. this morning, still out. Be curious to see what place y'all are talking about. We're still going to see a lot of ice. I mean, we're seeing more pink on this than we are green. We're normally more familiar with that green, yellow, red, and we handle that perfectly here in Mississippi. We know how this goes. I know we're very tough people that can get through these storms, but this is something most of us haven't really seen before. I mean, we don't want to compare it to 94, but that's one of the big things that people always go back to, and we're seeing. Let's see. Okay. Hopefully y'all can hear me now. I should hopefully not have any more alarms. If not, I will fix that again. But this is something that we don't really see that often and something that we need to take seriously just because we're in the South. Practically, we're not built for something like this. Our infrastructure isn't built for this. We don't have those salt trucks like the North has. So this is something that we need to continue taking seriously as this continues moving on through North Mississippi. You can see it continuing to push into our state, and there's a lot more behind it as well. So we'll keep emphasizing that we're not done. This is still a threat. Thankfully, actually, what I'm noticing right now, the lightning strikes at the beginning of this loop, especially 5, 6, even into 7 o'clock. But now, not really seeing too much. And that is a good thing, especially seeing those lightning bolts in the pink. We do not want to see that. We want to see that kind of move on out of our area. We don't want that thunder ice, that high rainfall. It's just freezing once it makes it to the ground. That is really bad for us here. So it is a good sign to see those lightning bolts kind of moving on out of our area. I will probably see more of those down south with those convective storms, pretty much just south of our viewing area, down in Meridian, Laurel, Crystal Springs, Jackson, definitely seeing some more stormy conditions there. But on the positive note, it's on the right side of that freezing line. It is in the warmer area, not really going to allow any freezing impacts for those. And that is a good thing. It should just be a lot of rain. And I know we are all accustomed to some rain here in North Mississippi. But let's take a look at the chat to see what all y'all are talking about, see if there's anything going on, because I mean, y'all are our eyes and ears. Y'all have done an excellent job sending pictures from everything occurring across North Mississippi. And what we've really, these pictures y'all are sending are from y'all's house. They're from y'all's backyard, front yard, things y'all are doing indoors. There we go. I think another alarm went off. Hopefully y'all can hear me. Let's fix that real quick. There we go. But we appreciate y'all sending in these pictures while y'all are staying at home. Y'all need to stay off the roads. Allow our emergency managers to continue helping you out, for your electrical power associations to continue helping you out. This is not only a risk to them with you being on the roads, but it's even risky for them. So give them some patience, give them some grace as they are doing their hardest to get you back on back online and get that power out. Another comment showing power out here in Saltillo. So yeah, definitely starting to see some of those power outages. I noticed when I woke up this morning, kind of going back to our power outage map, a lot more colorful, unfortunately, just showing that it's continued to get more and more intense as that ice continues to build on in. There's another comment asking, will there be ice in Kosciuszko? To be honest, I would kind of be shocked if y'all didn't. I think y'all are on kind of the western side of that freezing line. I think y'all are cold enough for it. And y'all are kind of all in the pink right now. So radar showing that you should be able to see some. The question on whether or not that's happening just due to how close y'all are with those temperatures, that's going to be the question. But I know all of us are dropping below freezing later on today. So any rainfall that y'all are getting out there in Kosciuszko, Noxubee, Starkville, Columbus, it might be rainfall right now. We see all those puddles outdoors, but that could still freeze later on today. So definitely something that we want to keep eyes on. Someone else asking about Amory. Right now, y'all should still be seeing heavy rainfall. I know the storm moved on through about an hour ago. There were some heavier showers and maybe even some rumbles of thunder. Should still be that at this case right now. I wish I had control of this so I could kind of just zoom into some of these places y'all are talking about. But we can continue talking about this on like the grander scale, just showing what's all moving through our state, because we want to make sure everybody tuning in is aware, even if you're not in North Mississippi. Maybe you're seeing some of those storms out there in Huntsville. You can kind of see a line of showers move on through in Alabama, but also seeing those icy conditions into Arkansas, Louisiana, moving out of Texas. We'd rather this be a snowfall event, but we've made it very clear we're not really going to see much snow here. This is an ice event. This is why we got those ice storm warnings at the end of our week heading into the weekend. So that is definitely our biggest threat. What's coming next for Pontotoc and Oxford? I mean, as of right now, y'all are just going to continue with what's been going on up there. There's not anything different heading your way. It's just kind of a continuation. Thankfully, y'all are getting closer to being done. It's just going to be more ice continuing to build on up there. I know we were just talking to Bo out there in Lafayette County, and he was giving y'all an excellent update on just showing kind of how hard y'all have gotten hit so far. So definitely continue to monitor that, stay indoors. Matt, looks like we're back trying to go and see kind of what's occurring across North Mississippi. Some people were asking for specific places in case you wanted to check in on that, but kind of showing what's going on the grander scale and moving in North Mississippi.
Ice. That was
Yeah.
easy. Some people asking for specific places. Here at the Law Pond House, encouraging children to stay inside and stop opening doors. Same thing you don't do, in a power outage during summer. You don't just keep looking in the refrigerator over and over again. I did put my coat on. Because it's a little cold here, and it's going to get a little chillier. And we're not alone in that. Anyway, appreciate that, Caleb. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to switch your mic back off. I'll let you continue to do some of your screen grabs that you were doing. And let's go ahead and try to kind of answer some of this stuff. Penny, do you want to help out? Or do you want to, what you doing? You're just standing? Okay. To kind of give you some frame of reference, if you don't typically watch us here, I am broadcasting from home because I knew I'd be set up some. We have lost power at the Law Pond household. The main, just for your information, we have some backup batteries that we have. There's a finite amount of time that those will work. So I've taken as much of my operation and what we're doing here in the house offline, though it does look like we're still pulling about 700 watts, which I'm interested in. I'm going to have to go around and make sure everything is off. Do we have all lights and everything off? Are you sure?
Except for battery power, yes.
Okay, just want to double check. 700 watts is a pretty good draw, considering I have all of this powered by something else. I mean, that's going to be a refrigerator is going to be part of that. That's not whole 700 watts. Okay. Okay, it is what it is. We do have solar, so maybe, we have a sheet of ice on that, so that's not going to necessarily help our situation out a whole lot. So we're out of power. Luckily, we have internet in place here. And we're going to try to talk to some folks here across North Mississippi. Caleb, you probably saw the list of emergency managers and things that we put together in preparation for this. I'd like to talk, if we could, to the folks in Grenada County and Yalobusha County. I do know somebody who might talk to me in Yalobusha County. Give me a moment here to kind of reach out to them real quick. Actually, I'm going to put your mic back on for this for a second. I'm going to reach out to this person, then we're going to talk some specifics. So, Caleb, one of the interesting things about this, I'm gonna go ahead and play this through. I'll see if I can do two things at once, but the temperatures, they're going to drop, right?
Yes, no, they are definitely going to continue to drop. That is one thing I've been looking at, especially with that freezing line. We can already see that moving through as we get ready for the afternoon hours, that lighter blue starting to move on in. And then once we see that dark blue move out, it's going to be a while until we see it again, just due to how below freezing we're going to get and how long we're going to stay there. Even starting to see another color shade move its way in, that pink, dropping us to the single digits for our Monday morning. This is why we're still seeing that ice move in today, but travel not even going to get better for tomorrow. That ice going to stick around. We're going to still see those temperatures well below freezing. The good news as of right now is that sun should start to come back for your Monday and into your Tuesday, and ice doesn't stick around as long as snow does. So that is some good news that we can see as we get ready for the work week ahead. But these temperatures are going to continue to drop. So if we're cold right now, get ready to bundle up, because it's going to continue to get even cooler as we go about our Monday. Thankfully, as we go throughout the day, it'll warm up just a little bit. But notice, not a single person here in North Mississippi above freezing. The highest we can see is 30 out there in Aliceville. So definitely some cold conditions for your Monday, as that ice will continue moving on in for the rest of today, continue to build on up for those out in Northwest Mississippi, and will continue to have an impact on us, because those temperatures not going to get any warmer as we get ready for the work week ahead. So still a threat as we wrap up this weekend, but heading into the work week as well. Whether that power will come back on later on tonight into the next few days ahead, that travel is still going to be pretty rough, especially the further northwest you get into our viewing area. But take a look at those temperatures. I mean, they're more single digits than double digits across North Mississippi. And that is insane to try to comprehend, especially just for us out here in the South. Hard to imagine experiencing those temperatures. And I'd be curious to see even what those feels like temperatures are going to start to feel like later on throughout the work week. So definitely going to feel a lot cooler than how it is reading outdoors, due to that northerly wind blowing across North Mississippi, bringing in more of that Arctic air. It's going to be a little bit rough, but I know we're going to get through it together. We're going to keep you updated as much as we can, especially with these backup generators, and whatever setup Matt has now, he is making sure that y'all are going to get the absolute latest and the very best from him as these power outages continue to spread throughout North Mississippi. But now we're taking a look at that future cast. And Matt, I don't know if you wanted to take this or if you still needed to make your call. Moving on through, yeah, we can still see that ice affecting us here across North Mississippi. And notice that freezing line continuing to kind of affect us here in North Mississippi. Starkville dropping below freezing around 31, Amory down to 30, Red Bay at 30 as well. So for those receiving rain in those areas, we could start seeing that freezing rain or potentially, hopefully, sleet move on through. Most likely going to be freezing rain, but conditions are going to continue to worsen as we continue throughout our Sunday.
Absolutely. We don't expect things to get better anytime soon. They will continue to erode as we go through the day. Talking some specifics about what some folks are dealing with here. I want to go to Yalobusha County. And was that you? I thought a tree limb just hit over my head. Please, okay? If you want to silently sit there, please, okay? Sorry about that. My heart jumped, but I'm not alone there. We have former Northern District Public Service Commissioner Brandon Presley with us here on Mississippi Live Weather this morning. Brandon, I know, and I'm gonna try to pop the chat up real quick. I'm gonna see if I can multitask. Give me just a second, see if this is gonna, not that. Sorry, give me a moment to pop this up so we can kind of still get some feedback from folks. I don't think I can do that at the same time I have you. So I'm gonna just go with you. Okay. We're going to make it, Brandon, but Water Valley's in rough shape nonetheless, right?
Yeah, we're in pretty rough shape. I chair the electric commission here, which is over our small electric utility, 2,100 customers, and we have the entire system out except for just a few down at Yalobusha Hospital. But the problem, Matt, is exactly what you've been saying for days. You can hear limbs crashing behind me right now. It literally sounds like a war zone throughout the county. We've got crews dispatched in. The issue is we can't really make a good assessment right now of the system simply because of the so many trees in the roadway. So everybody here is trying to take their time, be careful, but this is going to be a multi-day event of power outages here.
Now, you come from a background where you understand all different levels of how this whole process works. And you were around in 1994. And clearly, 94 was different in Water Valley than it was where you were at, in Nettleton. Just provide some thoughts on, how this compares, doesn't compare, and the kind of response that's going to happen with this.
Yeah, I think that, I was a junior in high school in 94, and Nettleton only got rain, so it's hard to compare. I'll just say this. We have almost every street in the city is non-passable. Crews are stretched. This is a serious, very serious situation, and so right now what we're trying to do are all the things that warn the public. Warming shelters will be opened up in Water Valley here at the Civic, and hopefully we're going to make it through it. But I think that this is it's hard to compare. As I think one of the guys you had on yesterday talked about right-of-way trimming that went on after 94 that maybe wasn't done before then has helped, but nobody claps for planes that land safely. And so right now we've just got we've got a problem, and we're going to be working through it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, patience, I'm sure, is what you're preaching on this there. What is the general mood of people there in the Water Valley area? I know you're not talking necessarily everybody, and you have people that have been very absorbed in this. Is it optimistic, or is this kind of what you kind of feared might happen?
I think it's we had our fears are becoming real. Number one, this is as bad, if not worse, than what we thought. Secondly, though, is people have been fairly optimistic. I mean, I can't say enough good things about our response of our electric department, the city as a whole. We've been meeting for a week about this. So, as far as the planning, we got that out of the way. Right now, we're dealing with a lot of different facts on the ground that are different than you could have planned for. And so we're taking it one step at a time.
Absolutely. Anything else you'd like to add related to this, Brandon?
No, just thank you and your team. Everybody I know has been watching. I want to thank the citizens of Water Valley for their patience. and their prayers, and we're going to get out here and get this work done.
Okay, that's Brandon Presley with the Water Valley, Electric. We'll probably check back in with you as things progress over the next couple of days. I appreciate you so much for joining us here on Mississippi Live this morning. Be safe, and
Thanks,
we'll talk to you soon, all right?
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Brandon Presley there again, former Northern District's Public Service Commissioner. We probably talked about the current one probably at some point as well. I have a feeling my phone number is probably going to circulate a little bit today, and that's just part of it. You're watching Mississippi Live. Weather current time is 8:21 a.m. Power outages continue to become more significant here across parts of North Mississippi. That is not a shock. That is largely to be expected because of the wintry weather that we do have in play today. I'm looking at some pictures specifically there near the Water Valley area. We're going to pop on camera here in just a moment once we double check some spots there. That would be 24th was yesterday. Okay, so those are yesterday's pictures, and it is interesting. I will pop this up. How opinions change. Chloe sent this shot here. The kids, great shot, happy, smiling, and hopefully still smiling as well. This sent in using the Mississippi Live Weather app. But everybody's going to be at some point saying, well, why can't I watch Netflix? Why can't I do this? Why can't I do that? I know my kids. We're an hour into this, and one of them, when I was trying to hook stuff up a second ago, was like, I need to check this out. Let's see if it works. We plug in this little video game thing. I'm like, that's not how it's going to work, unfortunately. So blessings to y'all, and hopefully patience as well as we kind of get through what is unfortunately an ice storm in every descriptive value. Now, if you still have power, please count your blessings, because you are in. Honestly, we're almost at that point that you're in the minority. Did it work?
It worked. She got it.
So our gas fireplace, was working in there, but the blower for it, so it could actually move the heat around, was not. So, success. She brought the heat. So here's one thing that I notice on this. Obviously, we still, again, have some lightning indicating these are convective. We don't have as much of that lightning as what we had a couple of hours ago. So that is a difference that I do note on this, and maybe we're past the worst of that thunder, whatever, that occurred with this system. But heavy rainfall, especially on the east side there, is something that it is producing. I'm going to look at our camera there in Columbus, because, I understand how if I were in Columbus or Starkville watching all this and all these power outages, I would certainly be nervous. We do still have a few folks getting out there on the roadway, according to our Mississippi Department of Transportation cameras there. Continuing again to show what are primarily wet roadways. We see law enforcement on the roads, but that temperature at 34, you have won the weather lottery there in the Caledonia area. I'd say a little warmer as well, and you also have won the weather lottery. We'll see if I can get my side monitor back on, because if I'm going off the truck, I should have a little bit more power for a little bit longer. I think it's probably important to be able to see what I'm talking about. Give me a moment to get that back up. Again, Caledonia 36, and you are one of the fortunate ones on this. Now, let's be clear. Those two places I just showed, Caledonia, Columbus, and West Point, we've had more icing on the camera in West Point from time to time. Looks like our camera there might potentially be a little more wet than icy, but certainly looks like it is rather saturated for sure. I'm getting a couple pictures here from Calhoun County. Hold on a moment. Let me double check and see if Randy Skinner, who talked with us yesterday, can talk with us again. Let me just a moment. Hey, can you talk with us again? Is that all right? Okay, it'd be the same link as yesterday. Okay, I'll send it again. Okay, I'll see you in a second. Bye. Okay, send him that. Calhoun County been one of the locations that has been very hard hit, and he just texted me a picture of some fairly large trees that have fallen there, so I would like to hear about there. But we are in a position here where we will eventually see a little bit of freezing on the backside of this in West Point and potentially also the Golden Triangle, but it will not be the same kind of widespread heavy icing that a lot of folks have experienced. Give me a second to type this in. You have something, Caleb? Okay, no, you're good. Okay, I think we're all ready for that, and we should be hopefully all spelled correctly as well. Okay, so once Randy gets on and gets ready, we will bring him on and talk to him here live on Mississippi Live Weather. But West Point, it is primarily rainfall. That's what I was going after before this all started, is I was going to try to see if I could see some other stuff going on there. But at this point, it looks like primarily just rainfall there in the West Point area. Joining us as we kind of go around and check in on the situation across North Mississippi is Randy Skinner. He is the emergency manager down there in Calhoun County. I know, I'm sure your radio's on off behind. I saw that picture you sent me a minute ago. Obviously, you've got your fair share of problems. How are things shaping up as of 8:30 in the morning here on Sunday?
Yes, sir. It's starting to get bad here. We're getting more fallen trees than we can handle. Just about it.
I believe that. It's are we at a situation where crews can even go out and really respond, or are we kind of waiting for this to stop so you at least can make an assessment?
We've had fire departments and everybody out rolling all morning. It's still you can still access the roadways. They're not frozen up. We have a few bridges that are iced over. The temperatures hadn't really fallen fast enough to make the roads slick yet.
I think that's one thing that has really thrown some folks off, that we are just below freezing. We've had enough rainfall that the ground has not fully frozen, but we have had, still freezing the trees and stuff like that. And so some people are like, oh, it's not that bad. The grounds are wet. That's not the case, is it?
No, it's not. It's pretty muddy, actually. It's muddy and.
Oh. He's probably getting a phone call, by the way, is probably what happened there. We'll give him a second to see if he comes back. Randy Skinner, the emergency manager there. I'm going to bet that was a phone call, right?
Sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. My phone's been blowing up this morning, as you can imagine.
Hey, if that happens again, don't you worry about it. You have a real job trying to do real things. If that happens again, it happens again. We'll keep you up. We'll be ready to talk to you. So go ahead. I have your pictures.
Right. Yeah. Matter of fact, I'm working this call right here that you're showing on the screen right now. We're trying to get this tree off of the house and get some tarps to keep the rain from doing any further damage to the structure.
Yeah, I mean that's a large tree. Sometimes people think it's in storms, and this in storms a lot of times it's the dead trees. You're actually probably more prone to have live trees fall in this situation because you're going to have more branches. Was anybody hurt in this incident?
No one was hurt. They have been working, trying to keep the water out of the house. They've been toting buckets of water out all morning. We just found out about the call, bless their heart, so we could get them some help. But I don't believe ice was the cause of this one. I believe the root structure of that tree gave way due to you see the water on the ground. I believe the root structure on the oak tree gave way and it just collapsed.
Man, that's unfortunate.
Matt, I hate to cut it short, but just got to call our hospital and nursing homes out of power. I got to go.
Hey, you got to do what you got to do. We'll try to talk to you when we can, and if you can't, you can't. Appreciate it so much for the update there. Randy Skinner with the emergency management there in Calhoun County. Thank you so much for joining us here on Mississippi Live this morning. And at 8:29, again, I'm going to go back to this is a picture that he sent in. And you might have heard as he was going off there a moment ago that the issue there that he had to go for is they've lost power to a nursing home and the hospital there in Calhoun County. That has life and death consequences there because people on oxygen or life support machines, when those start to go down, obviously bad things. So he's got to get with people, coordinate. They have plans in place to handle this sort of stuff, but. Yeah. So that tells you pretty much in a nutshell what's going on there in Calhoun County. We're going to take a brief break here so I can get a couple things kind of figured out behind the scenes. We're going to kind of keep trying to check in on folks out there. You can join the conversation on our chat. We're not showing the chat as much here, but we are going to try to show some of your pictures related to what's going on. You are our eyes, you are our ears, but you are also the first level of response. We should not be going out on the roads right now. It is too dangerous. But you are going to be able to get to your neighbor's house before we are. And so we need to have those connections with our neighbors so that we can get there and we can help them out, because it's possible that we could get there 10, 15 minutes sooner than first responders. And Mississippians take care of one another. And unfortunately, that's what we're going to do. We're going to explain this. Someone's saying cold rain, but the temperature is 27. It's not rain. That's freezing rain. More as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center right after this.
I have been going to Two Play Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Two Play Smiles.
So how can it be freezing while it is raining? I get the question, and it is not a bad one. But this is what we have. Someone was mentioning in the chat a minute ago that it's around 27 degrees and raining. You're watching Mississippi Live here in the Room to Room Weather Center. We're going to have the virtual one up here from time to time. My lighting I have turned down to conserve electricity at my house. We are on battery backup here at our mobile weather center. And many of you are probably burning up some of the batteries there as well. I mean, I see huge pine trees falling in the yard, over 100 feet tall pine trees. We'll show some of those pictures. Send in your pictures using the Mississippi Live Weather app, or we'll put those download links on the bottom of this as well. But we also, before I go any further, need to be conserving battery power. And one of the fastest ways to burn your battery up is to watch our app. And listen, views on our app is obviously what powers our ability to do this. But please shut it down if you don't have power. I'm serious. Please shut it off and save. And don't go scroll on Facebook then. But shut it down and conserve. And I appreciate the reports you're sending in. But at this point, we have a pretty good idea that there's a lot of issues out there. And I would love for those reports to continue coming in. You could send those in with the app. But ultimately, you need to make sure you have enough battery power on your phone that you can make emergency phone calls if and when the time comes. So I appreciate you watching, but please shut it off. So freezing rain. It happens when you have snow that completely melts and it turns into rain. It's above freezing. It might be 38, 40 degrees. Caleb, check a sounding real quick. And we could just use a forecast sounding. And let's check a sounding and see what the temperature looks like it would be above you in Starkville, for example, to see how warm and that warm nose probably isn't as strong as it was earlier, so you might have to go to an older model one. Pick a sounding from Lafayette County or Lee County from yesterday's 18Z NAM for what it was supposed to be overnight. And let's find out how warm that warm nose is. You heard us refer to it from time to time as a snow eater because it takes that snow and melts it completely in the rain. Okay, so how can it be 27 and rain? Well, when you put your water in your ice cube tray and you put it in the freezer, does it immediately freeze? No. It takes some time. And so rain that is falling that has warmed, we're not talking much, we'd say maybe 38, 39 degrees, so it's still cold, at most 39 degrees, probably closer to say 34. It doesn't take long to freeze, but when it hits the ground, it is still liquid, and then it hits something colder, like the roof, like something, and then it instantly, and not instantly, that's not true, but within a matter of seconds to minutes, freezes. So that's how, it looks like rain on the ground. We have been fortunate enough that the ground has not truly dropped. In a lot of cases, roads have stayed okay. I think part of that is the quantity of rainfall we have seen. And there's some other science stuff that goes into that there. But ultimately, the elevated surfaces are getting iced. If you're at 27, if you truly are 27 degrees, those trees are picking up ice. The power lines are picking up ice. But the ground, it's just looking like rainfall. That's what's so backward and weird about it. Okay, Caleb, I'm bringing in our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, here as we are pontificating, doing what we're doing about this. What was that temperature at, just out of curiosity, on that warm nose?
With the 18Z, I went to midnight, and this is for Lee County. It had the temperature at 33 with dew point at 32. So
Okay,
right
so we're
on
only
the
a
cusp.
degree above there. Yeah. I'm curious if you go back and go back to say, well, like 21Z. I want to know what the warmest it was on that warm nose that there was. But I think one of the things that's important about what you said is that this was freezing, like Lee County, for example, and it might have been warmer than that. Models tend to underdo the warm nose just a little bit. I just kind of wanted to get an idea. So not very far above freezing, that close to having something that was a little better shape there.
Mm-hmm.
So unfortunately, the way that ended up working out. Your pictures continue to come in. As you saw from Randy Skinner, who is the emergency manager there in Calhoun County. One of the things that he was talking about a minute ago was that giant tree. If you missed that before the break, I'll go ahead and show you. Large oak tree fell on a house. Now, he thinks it's possible, and we don't know this, but he thinks it's possible that it could have been a wet root system. The last picture here sort of shows that. How, because of this, it just kind of looks like it's almost blown over. So that's a possibility on it. There probably was some icing. I don't see very many branches on this top side of the tree here, right? And so that, disproportionately sides and the downside of this. And so if there was an uneven distribution, uneven trees are going to be the ones that fall the most quickly because they're going to over ice on one side, and then that's going to help them tip and fall over. So that's probably, I think, a combination of the wet roots you see there and that kind of helping that to tip and fall over there in Calhoun County. The residents of that structure are okay. But as you heard right before the commercial break, they're trying to figure out a power situation there at the hospital. You are sending in pictures from all across the area, and we appreciate that. This coming from Kelly in Ecru there, hoping that this tree survives. Again, not one that's going to cause load-bearing issues on a house, but clearly every single bit of it. This looks kind of like a crepe myrtle there. I might be wrong about that. Let's look at the bottom. That might be just a regular tree. But you'll notice how there's more foliage on this tree. It's not just the sticks. There's some kind of leaves or something on it. And so that does a more effective job of, again, collecting all of the ice. I see somebody mentioning that's a hardwood tree too, is what Andy Riley said. You're right. And the thing is that pine trees are our biggest concern because pine trees have all those ice needles, all those needles that get covered in ice. And Sherman, Amanda, with clearly what I'm talking about exactly there, pine needles. See how they're just kind of all over the ground here? Obviously, that's because the branches fell down, but the pine needles, when you start coating each and every one of those individual needles, we talked about that radial icing, and each needle, multiple times over its size, the pine tree's just not designed to hold that, and so they have a tendency to fail. And that's one of the things that, I think, I can't remember, Andy was mentioning a minute ago, you do expect some hardwood failures, but we expect a lot of pine failures in this situation here because of the significant icing. Again, appreciate Amanda for sending in that shot. Let's kind of go back here a minute, kind of check and see. Unfortunately, these are all going to be some ugly pictures. Let's get the location on this here for a moment. This is from Ripley. This is from Jenna, showing the ice. And again, another hardwood here. One thing, okay, let me back up. Pine trees are going to take on a very significant amount of icing, and you're going to have branch failure. But one thing about pine trees is usually they're one stem that goes up, one main trunk of the tree that goes up, and then you have the branches that kind of come off of that. And so when the pine needles picked up, if it's an evenly distributed tree, it's possible that you lose branches before you bring down the whole tree. The thing about oaks and hardwoods is it's like if you're holding something heavy, one of those I don't know what those bells or whatever it is that those CrossFitters and people at the gym use. I think it's kind of a bell, some kind of dumbbell. The one with the handle we're talking about, you can hold it like this for a lot longer than you can hold it like that. So whereas a pine tree has all the extra weight, it sometimes can hold it in the same amount of ice. The overall tree maybe a little bit before it kind of drops the different branches, as opposed to an oak tree is trying to hold out all of that weight out one side. And then naturally what happens, like what happened up here in Ripley, is you see it just fail. I mean, it's kind of like ripping a muscle. All the tendons and stuff that goes on there, it's pretty similar, I think, to ripping a muscle. It doesn't completely end it, but obviously it does a pretty effective job, unfortunately, with that. You can share your weather pictures with us. The best way to do that is going to be using the Mississippi Live Weather app, free and available for all of those different devices, iOS as well as Android. You should be able to scan that QR code so you can send those pictures in right there from the app. I mean, it's just, unfortunately, piles there in Mathiston. We have not shown many from Webster County. In Mathiston, again, there are some of the pine needles, and there's, again, parts of the pine tree. Notice how you don't have the giant trunk of pine tree in this case, like what Fort County had last night, but you do have the branches falling, because the branches give way at the joint point where they, I guess the joint there where they join up with, it's a word for it. I don't know what it is, but where they hit the main trunk of the tree, that point has been their failure point. Mississippi Live Weather Radar, again, we are not done. The reason I'm not spending a lot of time at this moment on this is because if we're honest, the question is does this matter right now? It does, absolutely. But you start looking at, kind of our national radar here. We are watching the backside of this. We are finally south of Little Rock starting to see kind of the end of this wave, and we do expect the dry air will start accelerating toward us. We're approaching 9 in the morning. We have at least till 10, 11, and noon time, probably before this moves in. So, if you're Chickasaw County there, and you're now back over to ice, or Calhoun County, and you're back into ice, we're going to continue to have ice accumulations picking up for you for the next couple of hours. And it's not... this is not a limited amount of ice. Unfortunately, it is a very significant amount of ice that we still have likely coming on associated with this here. So I see somebody trying to get a login code. I'll check that here in a minute. Man, there's no good news on any of the pictures or anything that we're getting set in. Let's look at future icefall accumulations from where we're at here. We will look at Futurecast to show that. So as we look at Futurecast, I'll kind of run this forward as to kind of jump around on us. Pretty accurate on everything here. I do want to check some of those temperatures. I'm going to check a couple camera locations to check those temperatures before we go on that, just to kind of verify where we're at. Pontotoc County, let's see if we even still have power at that camera location. Nope. Let's check Lafayette County. Nope. Let's check Panola County. We do, but kind of iced over, but we've lost the reporting station there. That has iced over. Let's check Montgomery County. We have power there. Yes. And just right there in the foreground, you can see, well, I say that, we at least have a somewhat recent image. I think internet might be sporadic there. Looks like it might still have power, but internet's sporadic. This is probably not a current image there. It might be recent, but not current. You can see the reporting station not even showing up there anymore. Here. But you can see how that is a fairly small. Actually, I can zoom this in even without being able to zoom the camera. It's more of a digital zoom as opposed to an optical zoom. But look how thin whatever wire is in the middle there, right? And look how much ice around it you add. That is a perfect example of what happens to every single little branch on these trees on these trees coated in ice, and then the issues that obviously come from that. So that in Montgomery County, I think like a lot of folks, there's at least some power disruptions there. Check Choctaw County. 32, a lot of ice on the trees there, and camera is working. What is that? 1, 2, 3. Oh no, we got Panola County, so only one of the spots. And look how droopy some of those leaves and some of those trees are here. So we might not have had as many power disruptions there, but certainly we're not exactly in a good situation. I'll see if I can find the power outage situation there for folks. Give me a moment. I think that'd be 4 County Electric. You see if 4 County's outage viewer is working. It is. So we'll look at some of those power outages that we have seen there that unfortunately continue to go up. As we kind of move over here, check out our outage map. That was slow. If we're not going to lose something around here. So on 4 County, I'm over top of it for a second here. This kind of gives a graph over time. A time series would be a way to describe this. And we're looking at 126 different outages. Yes, I know the total number of 6,100 people is significant, but what catches my eye is 126 different outages. That means there's 126 different places right now where crews have to cut through, get there, arrive, figure out what the problem is, and remedy the problem. That takes time. And 4 County was not in as bad a shape as some other folks are with some of those outages. But you can see primarily Choctaw County was where we're seeing the greatest number of these. A lot in and around Ackerman, so a big blessing that we are able to even use this camera at this point here. This is on one of the 4 County Electric towers there as well. But around Choctaw County, thousands of outages. One in particular there, as you can see on the southeast side of town, 1,100 customers there. So there are portions of town. I think that right there. I think that tower might be right about there on the map, if memory serves. So yeah. Quite a few there. All our storm chasers, continuing to put in, their stuff. Talk about all the trees that are knocked down, because of this. I think this is one of those shared events where we all get to say, "Hey, I remember where I was in the nice storm of 2026. Now, was it, 94? I don't know, but it was its own thing, pretty significant. I want to check in with our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut there in the Starkville area. And Caleb, you're watching some things on social media as well. You guys luckily still have power. If folks are looking for, I'll put up the $4 here for a second. If folks are looking for Maggie or for Gabe, they're frozen because both of their sets of power have gone out, and so we've lost the ability to talk with them. So Caleb, it's just you and me. And all the power outages and more ice and stuff and problems ahead, because unfortunately the icing continues.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, exactly right. Thankfully here in Starkville, the rain has died down, so not really seeing too much of that. But like you were saying, I've been checking socials, kind of looking through everything. I wanted to give y'all 2 updates, especially for one is dealing with school closings. Northeast Mississippi Community College posted saying, due to hazardous conditions in the area, all Northeast Mississippi Community College campuses will be closed, in all caps, on Monday, January 26th and Tuesday, the 27th. We will continue to monitor conditions. If power is available, classes will be held virtually. Additional updates will be shared as soon as possible. So there's an update on some school closings occurring across North Mississippi. But I also wanted to read out this post from the city of Tupelo from the mayor's office. He was talking about the weather that was ongoing overnight and into this morning. But then he said the main issue we have at this time is falling trees and limbs in the roadways due to the ice accumulation. This makes very dangerous working conditions for our crews and for the public as they continue to fall. The tree cleanup work was steady most of the night and will continue today. We are working closely with the Tupelo Water and Light and Tom Bigby Electrical Power Association as some of the trees have taken down power lines and will possibly continue to do so. Once they have safely removed power lines from down trees in city rights of way and city streets, we will in most cases be in a cut and toss work plan to get the streets back open for emergency services. Full removal and cleanup of these trees will come later when conditions are safer for our crews. With the current conditions and trees having ice accumulations along the roadways, we do recommend emergency travel only. So there's an update from the mayor's office, Matt, up in the city of Tupelo, just kind of letting you know what's going on and that they are doing their absolute hardest to get that power back on as soon as they can. But not only is this dangerous conditions for us indoors as we're losing our power, but also for them as they go out to bring it back for y'all. So just some patience as they continue working extremely hard. We've already heard a lot of people come into the live stream and show that there is a lot on their plate and a lot to handle. So they're juggling a lot right now, but they are doing their hardest to get it back on for you guys out there. So I wanted to kind of read out those updates just to give you an update here in North Mississippi as we continue pushing further and further into this frigid weekend and honestly a much frigid work week ahead as those temperatures continue to drop and will still have implications on us as we wrap up this weekend, Matt.
Okay, that's our meteorologist, Caleb Belbloot, for some good updates there. Appreciate that, Caleb. Keep an eye on the socials, and we'll go from there. One of the things that Caleb mentioned a moment ago there is he mentioned some of the closings. We do have school closings, and ultimately that's business closings as well at msliveweather.com. I'm going to right now drop that in the chat where people can submit those closings. And I'll be perfectly honest, we're not going to go around and necessarily go try to chase closings here. It's submitted there. We get it on. You can know for sure that if it's on there, it's on. A lot of the school districts have not gone ahead and made those decisions. But go ahead and submit your school closings at MS Live Weather. And I say school closings. Ultimately, we can do business closings as well. But I'll tell you what we said last night and kind of reiterate this here for a second. While we are doing some school closings with this or closings, you have to have a valid your organization.com or .org or .net or .school or .whatever for this to work. I'm not going to be approving any Gmail requests. So that's just for administrators. That's for businesses. I just want to make sure that we have the approved folks that are sending those in. So you can, and who knows, maybe that's the wrong way to do this, but that's the way we're going to do it this time to make sure I don't want to cancel school for somebody that doesn't have canceled school. So go ahead and send those requests in. I put that in the chat there. You can click on that. You can send those requests in. The AI stuff will work to a certain extent to try to filter. And then Caleb and I and the other folks are going to be the final line of defense on that. But the reason I have not been very effective at doing that so far is because you don't need to go anywhere. Consider North Mississippi closed this morning and probably this afternoon. Because the chat that we've been looking at behind the scenes here is pretty straightforward. Power off, power's down. I see Heidi going, is New Albany light gas and water out and clearing? All caps. We get your frustration. The problem is, and Caleb, if you could find that picture that Gabe had last night and email that to me, the one where at the 4 county workers, I would ask just go and send that my way, and I want to share that with folks because while there is frustration and obviously we want the power back on as soon as possible, the reality is that crews can only do that as safely as they can do it. And I think that brings it back here to one of those things that I started to show a minute ago that we need to now walk through, which is Futurecast over the next, this is, I think, set up to do the next 18 hours. And the problem is we continue to have additional icefall accumulations for many folks continuing through the remainder of this morning and into this afternoon in some cases. So we went on that look for where it was icing. As you can see here, the drier air will start to move in by midday. I'll say that I'm still awaiting that transition there. I think this could be a little optimistic on timing. So I'll kind of try to step out of the way again a little bit. I've been covering up the delta. It's where I stand here at home. I need to change my little mark so I'm standing in the right spot. But we'll back it up here. within the next couple of hours, finally shutting it off. Hopefully this shows 10:30 or so there for Greenville, for Cleveland. And we'll look at real radar on this on a minute. Let's just say that this is a maybe. That might be a little fast on how quickly it moves out, with most of it out of here by around noontime. So we still have 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, noontime, maybe 1 o'clock, between 2 and 4 hours, depending on if you're near the Mississippi River or near the Alabama state line, between 2 and 4 hours of this left on the minimum. I want to go back to radar for a moment. I do want to look at that specifically. That might be reasonable. Does look like the dry air, but in the parting fashion, we do have one little heavier band there, kind of a backside of this as well, unfortunately. So we do have, if I kind of kick this over and double check the number of lightning strikes and things like that. Whereas we had lightning earlier, we don't have as much, only 2 strikes on this whole thing. And that's one of the things that we hoped wouldn't happen. I'll be honest, I almost didn't even say it on air because it's so hype-like. But lightning strikes, you go back 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, we had a couple of these ice bands that moved through that had quite a bit of lightning, 80 lightning strikes, 90 lightning strikes over the whole area. And listen, that's not severe thunderstorm territory, but these aren't severe thunderstorms. This is ice. And so clearly that caused additional impacts. As we talked about last night, we weren't over. We are getting closer to over. I'm going to see if this Futurecast radar here kind of does as an effective job looking forward here to kind of showing the timing here. So this shows about 10 o'clock, that heaviest next band there getting to Grenada. We do show it pretty much completely shutting off out here for Cleveland and for Greenville there as we go toward, about 10:30, 11 o'clock or so. But that next kind of heavier band there, we show Oxford, maybe not next heavier band, but a heavier band. We show Oxford, Bruce, Eupora, and back down there, southern Choctaw County. The unfortunate thing is now we have seen the precipitation, I guess, heaviness kind of pick up on some of this here as this has kind of moved through. I do want to get you the icefall accumulations before the top of the hour. We're going to take a break for a moment so I can talk back and forth with Caleb about some things. Caleb, we've talked to a number of people out there so far. We've talked to no one in Union County. And they've had pretty significant issues there in Union County. If you check the list, we'll check. I know the Union County sheriff there might be willing to talk to us, or certainly the Union County, the folks there in New Albany, perhaps the emergency manager there as well. So give them a call. Get a random 662 number. That's who that is here in just a moment. But try checking on the folks there in Union County, and we'll try to talk to them. Come up here in just a minute. But I want to give you a quick look at icefall accumulations, and we're both going to see this live on air at the same time. We show additional icing amounts with these last couple bands. Fairly widespread 2 to 3/10 of an inch of ice. But if I were to go in the middle here, you see this go to a brighter pink there in Lafayette County, where we just, the spots we don't want to see it, and the positioning I think might be a little too far west. I think we might need to slide this a little farther east, but still an additional ½ inch of ice possible. We're getting closer to the end, but a ½ inch of ice would have been a big ice storm in a normal situation. More Mississippi Live weather here from the Room to Room Weather Center right after this.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.
As we move into storm season, here's something most homeowners don't realize after a storm. Roof damage isn't always obvious. Wind can lift shingles, breaking the seal. Hail can bruise them below, and flashing around chimneys and pipes can loosen without you ever knowing. That damage may not show up for months. If your area has strong wind or hail, a professional inspection will help bring you clarity before small damage turns into bigger problems.
Current time is now 9 a.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather, Mississippi's trusted weather experts. We have spent a large portion of the last 36 hours wall-to-wall prepping you for the ice storm of 2026. And I would say that few people are rarely ever disappointed in ice storms, but unfortunately, this one has not disappointed. We have had the thunder, sleet, and snow and rainfall. Most of that snow melting to ice by the time it gets to the surface. We've had heavy icefall accumulations in excess of an inch. We've had widespread power disruptions. The only thing that honestly has gone our way is in some cases we have not had widespread travel disruptions because we're so close to the freezing point. In some cases, the roads have stayed okay, but we've had elevated surfaces coated in significant amounts of ice. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. I'm meteorologist Caleb Edelblut behind the scenes. We'll talk to. It's going to be a few minutes before we talk to him. But we are monitoring an ice storm situation that has still about 3 to 4 hours of additional ice fall on the way, and that means additional probably power outages, trees falling, all the things, and we're not done. And this in a scenario here again where we have ice storm warnings. These have been posted for days. I'm not going to say if you didn't know it was coming, it's up to you, but we've been talking about this since Monday of last week, and it's Sunday. Ice, and again, we were talking about winter weather. We weren't as specific then, but by midweek, we were honed in that this was ice. And so as you can see here, a lot of folks, most folks, still under ice storm warnings. Now, one thing we need to mention on that, notice how it says 6 p.m. on there. The reason these say 6 p.m. for some locations, in fact, most locations, is because it's not impossible to have a little bit of winter precipitation on the backside of this system. But mostly, I think mostly, it comes down to the fact that we're going to have some wind on the backside, and in ice storms, you have what falls, and then you have the consequences. And the consequences of what falls, meaning more trees coming down, more power lines coming down, that, if wind picks up a little bit on the backside, becomes an elevated risk. And this is the exact same graphic that we have shown you for pretty much since early Thursday morning. And now we're early Sunday morning. Friday morning, Saturday morning, Sunday morning. By 9 a.m., Maggie and I made this graphic, 72 hours, and unfortunately, it has been extremely accurate. This is, of course, what to expect through today. Peak impacts in the same zone where we still have icefall accumulations occurring at this point in time here. Caleb, who do we have here behind the scenes so I can get them up as we're trying to talk to some folks here? I'm going to bring our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut in here for a second as we've been trying to talk to a number of officials around North Mississippi who are trying to react to what's going on. Who do we have?
Yes, this will be Kurt Clayton calling in from Union County to give us the very latest on what's been occurring up there with that winter storm moving on through and especially affecting those up northwest, a lot heavier than those down in the southeastern portion, but still on the way, of course.
Okay. Anything else that you've seen on social for a moment while I'm getting his lower third ready here?
So far, I just had those two updates working on. East Union posted 3 minutes ago. East Union will be closed tomorrow as the safety of our students and staff is top priority. District officials are closely monitoring the weather situation and will notify of any further changes to the schedule this week. Everyone, please stay safe. So East Union also closed for tomorrow.
Okay, so Union County Emergency Manager here. We'll go ahead and bring him on for a second. Give me a moment for it to kind of pop him up. Apologize, takes me run about 6 jobs here, but again, appreciate you, Kurt, for joining us here on Mississippi Live this morning. Obviously things are not great there in Union County. Can you give us an assessment as of 9 a.m.?
Yeah, Matt, as of right now, we've got just about every county road that is closed due to the power lines or trees down on them. We're probably 3/4 of our counties out of power, maybe a little more than that. Power folks is out working the best they can. Road departments are out trying to clear the debris out. It's done got so bad we're having trouble with emergency personnel getting to houses. They can't get the apparatuses in and out in the city or in the county because of low lines and power lines and trees that's already fallen.
Man, that's rough. I mean, you guys, yeah, I'm sorry, let me pop myself back up. You guys prep and plan for this. I mean, you kind of knew this was going to be rough. Um, so that's, I mean, that's hard news for people here. And I know people in Union County, I saw somebody talk about New Albany Power and light water and gas. I'm sorry, I can't remember the abbreviations on it. But, patience is obviously something that people are going to have when you're talking about so many outages, right?
Yes, Matt. We're asking for the citizens just to give the road crews and our light, gas, and water folks time. They are out working. They're having to work it as a safety because trees are still falling, lines are still falling, so they're having to work in extreme dangerous condition. Had a county vehicle last night to get trapped in between trees while they was trying to clean out one of the roads. It took some damage to the vehicle. I'm not for sure exactly how much on it. But back to what you was talking about planning, we started meeting Wednesday afternoon with the city and county officials, the New Albany City Fire, New Albany City Chief, Sheriff, myself, Mayor, the Board of Aldermen was there. We had supervisors there and started planning all this of what we needed to do and how we was going to handle it.
I mean, we're talking, and I don't know, folks, this is kind of hard to wrap your brain around. The percentage of folks that are out of power in some of these counties like Union County. And one of the things we noticed early this morning is some of the websites that show outage information for these different electric power associations were probably collapsing. And I'm betting that's just because of people looking at it going, where's that? Where's that? Where's that? And so these numbers are actually, I think, a little low in some cases, but I mean, you're talking best case scenario, 62% of your county without power. Were you here in 94? I'm just going to keep asking that question of folks. And, what is the icing situation this time like versus last time? And how do you think, I mean, again, I prognosticate for a living. I'm not going to hold you to anything, but are we thinking days or are we thinking weeks for complete restoration?
Matt, I'm going to say it'll probably take weeks here. And I think that's going to be one difference between now and back in 94. The equipment is different. We have more light, gas and water people. They pulling in different crews to help now, where back then we didn't have that option. But far as the devastation that we've got, from what I've seen this morning, it's not going to be much different than 94. I'm just hoping that we can get everything back on prior to quicker than what we did then. I mean, you look at the water associations back then, didn't have generators and backup power. Now they do. So we're going to should keep running water. And that was a big thing back in 94. They nobody have no water. They didn't have no power. They didn't have anything.
Man. So another thing with that, I feel like there's been this coordinated effort over the years to bring in folks from other places. Was that something that happened in 94? Do you remember, did you end up seeing trucks from other states in here trying to put it back on, or was it just kind of the local folks at that point?
Matt, I think it was just the local folks back then. I wouldn't want to bet on it, but I don't remember seeing it. Myself, I was 20-year-old, I think, when that come through.
Yeah.
I had just got on the volunteer fire department. Yeah, I just had just joined the volunteer fire department, right along in that time, and we were out giving folks water out of the fire truck just so they could have it to flush their commodes and stuff in their house.
Man, and so I'm hopeful that with the disaster response that the federal government's put in and the other assets in place, I really do feel like that we should be sooner than 94. Man, I'm hoping that's the case. Certainly without power here at the house, but lucky enough, blessed enough that we have backup electricity through a number of different sources. So I'm going to count our blessings there. Just out of curiosity, you got power at your house?
I got a generator.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Most of the emergency managers we talk to have that because you understand the importance of being prepared. Anything else you want to add?
No, Matt, I'm just asking everybody to give our 911 folks, if they call in, just be patient with them, that we're trying to get the help that they need out there. But it's just going to take us a little while to get there.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it's not an instantaneous thing, especially with so many individual outages. Again, Kirk Clayton, Union County Emergency Manager, thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us this morning. Our prayers, our thoughts are with you guys as you try to, recover and hopefully for the safety of all the folks there in Union County over the next couple of days.
Thank you, Matt.
Okay, bring it back in here again. Power outages, significant and unfortunately widespread across North Mississippi due to this winter weather event. I mean, look at this. We're talking 75% of people up there in Tippah County, 89% of people in Benton County, 35% in Marshall County, 48% in Tishomingo County. Just significant power outages that do extend across the Tennessee state line as well for some folks. I'm keeping on this map here because I can also change it over to the number of power outages. And something to consider here, I have this rounds. So if you're 20,000 and 20,000, between 20 and 30,000, it rounds to 20,000. So yeah, we're looking at that number there in Lafayette County. It's actually probably a lot higher. We show 12,000 in Lee County. I know for a fact some of these numbers are wrong. And I'm going to check that one up. And some of these outage sites, though, unfortunately, are down. Looks like Tom Bigby's is back up. 8,000 just Tom Bigby customers. That's Northeast. Northeast has kind of struggled. Pontotoc. I know I have the folks up there in Prentice County. Tishomingo County is bad. Yeah, Prentice County. Yeah, no. That number is so wrong. These numbers are absolutely wrong. Look at this. These are the real numbers in Prentice County. I'll step out of the way. Instead, it's actually 7,700. I need to turn on a little more light here. Give me a second. I'm going to turn this up. But 77. Okay. It's like look at me burning this money. I'm going to turn my light up a little higher and get people that don't have any electricity. And I'm using the backup light there. I wasn't trying to rub that in, I promise. But yeah, I mean, you're talking about, hundreds of people, and this shows the map. It completely covers up the largest city in Prentice County. You heard the folks at Northeast saying, hey, no classes on Monday there, and we'll see what happens next week if they can even do virtual, because it's going to take a lot of time before things are recovered there. I mean, 7,700 folks there in Prentice County out of power. We're looking at Tippah Electric Power Association here. We show of their 13,000 customers served in different counties there, they have 10,000 people without power. I mean, and of course, major locations there around Walnut, Tipperville, north of Tipperville. Honestly, Faulkner there, a few, and honestly, there's probably more. It just might not be the individual customers, because that one red dot there represents 500 folks there. But yeah, throughout their kind of an entire area there, a lot of power outages with this, and that just takes crews a while. And unfortunately, the heavy ice accumulations do continue. Outage map here. Let's see. This is going to be which one do we have here? Tallahatchie Electric Power. They're kind of southwest of Oxford. The thing on all these maps that it's hard for you to wrestle with, and this is what takes the time. Boy, that got choppy. And I wonder if that got choppy because my internet is choppy here. We're going to do this until we can't do this, and certainly until the precipitation is gone. But you can see there all the ones. That's each individual customers that are going to have their power on. So it's not like, hey, a main line went down. You see 551 customers right there. That's some kind of main line that went down there. That'd be Panola County, I think. Right over top of Batesville. So 500 customers in Batesville, that might be one line serving a lot of customers. It's all of these ones. That's just what's going to take forever. Not forever. It's just going to take weeks to get the power back in some of those locations there. We did Tippah County, we did Prentice County. Tishomingo County has been hit just so super hard by this. Hold on. I need to find out this location. Give me a second. Where's that at? Question mark. The North Mississippi Storm Chasers talking about a wind gust at 17, almost 18 miles per hour. That's the thing where this gets worse, is if we get those wind gusts to pick up. And unfortunately, the numbers up in Tishomingo County have continued to go up there. So, I mean, it's basically most of the county at this point here. I say that, again, most of the customers that they serve. See, that's the thing. The percentages on that map aren't fully accurate. I mean, this is the entire county, for the most part, out of power. We're talking about 12,000 customers, not people, customers in Tishomingo County out of power, and that that graph there shows them the time series. Unfortunately, that number has continued to go up. I would honestly say, and I am on the side of these power cooperatives that have chosen to wait until this ends to go out and try to do something, because this could be a life or death situation. Caleb, did you end up sending that picture by email? I'm bringing our Caleb Edelblut there for a second. Yeah, you did? Okay,
Yes,
I'm
they
gonna
should
look
be
for
sent to
it
your
here.
email. There should
Okay.
be 2 of
Give
them.
me okay, give me just a moment here
And
to
then,
look.
while you have me, is there someone you would like me to get in touch with next to try to bring in?
Tishomingo County. We want to go
Tishomingo,
Tishomingo and then
okay.
Alcorn and then Prentice. I don't think we've talked to any of those. So I'd say Tishomingo County next. We'll kind of work our way through the northeast part of the state there. Appreciate that, Caleb. I'm looking for your email. There it is. Okay, give me a moment. I'll pop that up. This is why I am on the side of the folks. If the power cooperatives have chosen to go ahead and wait until this this goes a little farther before they go out, this is why. And I'll pop back up there. This could have been death, period. What you're looking at here is a large chunk of a pine tree that fell last night. We were looking at this, and then it fell directly on top of one of the electric trucks trying to go out there and put the power back on. If it doesn't hit the truck, if it's a few feet away, somebody's dead. So I see any MPA, any updates. We'll try to look at some of those here for a minute, but let's be clear. I want power back on as much as you have. And yes, I have a little battery backup, but this is the only thing in my house that's working right now. But this could have killed somebody's husband. And as you heard, I think the Union County Emergency Manager, talked to a lot of folks, it's all blending together in my head, but I think the Union County Emergency Manager mentioned this a minute ago, where they had, trees that fell on either side of a truck. That could have been somebody that died. God has spared some people. People have been fortunate. And so, I mean, that could have been a death, and it wasn't, by the grace of God. So these electric power cooperatives, many of them are still working in what capacities they can do it safely. But you can't fault the ones that are waiting if this is the reason why, because that is the wise decision. So prayers with those folks that are, having to go out there. They are in many ways first responders in a day like this. As we come back here and kind of look at some of those power outages on our map, again, like we said, I think some of these are low. You get a sense of the percentages there, but as we showed you again, these aren't necessarily accurate and necessarily up to date. I think these amounts are probably a little bit low there. I'm going to check with the chasers there. So Starkville was a 17 mile per hour wind gust. So it could that if I was going to have a 17 mile per hour wind gust someplace, that's the place I'd want it, because there's less ice there. But let's check those wind gusts kind of on the backside of this system. So looking at wind gusts, I'm going to look at one of the behind the scenes things. I think because we are in a significant, and you could argue pretty effectively, life and death sort of situation for some, I want to make sure that we have the latest and most accurate information on wind gusts and stuff like that. So give me a moment to kind of populate this in. This is not going to be the prettiest thing I can show, but I think it is probably good for me to show this. In a second, I'm going to have to change this to make it zoom in. So this is kind of one of my behind-the-scenes sites we've used often this week. And as you zoom this in, I'm looking at the different reporting stations here across North Mississippi and the temperature, but also the wind gusts. So what we're looking at with this is you see the lines kind of behind these, right? With the lines, those are the wind gusts as measured by official reporting stations. Most of them are 5 to 10 miles per hour. I show a 15 out there for Greenville. I show fairly calm for up around Clarksdale, but back behind this into Arkansas, where you see these where it has the little flags, that tells us how fast those are. And so when it has the 1.5 flag, that's 15 mile per hour winds. So 15 is not good, really. Any wind is not good. But the reason that happens, I think we talked about this last couple of days. That's the equivalent of, we talked about the differences, right? Holding the barbell down here. And then you have it holding it out here. And what 15 mile per hour winds is the equivalent of doing this with the barbell, right? It's going to put even more stress on it. So while it's difficult to hold it like this, you put wind on it, add stress, and that's where we have additional failures that occur. Caleb Edelblut, our other meteorologist this morning down in the Starkville area, additional information. Caleb, what are you seeing?
Yes, well, I know we wanted to reach out to Tishomingo County because they're experiencing harsh power outages right now. She was able to pick up the phone, but let me know that they're immediately going out right now. The whole county is basically out of power. Every road is blocked and impossible to drive on. And she's even said that the gas stations are pretty much out of fuel or don't have the power to pump that fuel. So they have a loaded plate right now. They are all driving out as we speak, but I wanted to make sure to give you that latest update. Told them to do their job. They are doing an excellent job. Do not worry about hopping on this, but wanted to give the very latest as they continue to have a pretty big plate in front of them.
Absolutely. So we're at the point where gas stations aren't able to pump gasoline if they don't have, if they don't have power. So I think probably more than running out of gasoline, that's probably the issue in a lot of places. That happens after hurricanes, after ice storms. That's why, again, for the last 5 days, 6 days, since, well, honestly, the beginning of last week, we've been saying fairly loudly that a winter weather situation was on the way. And unfortunately, that has materialized. Let's go ahead and reach out to Alcorn County if we can next, and then we'll go.
I reached out to Alcorn, couldn't get them, and I'm working on Prentice right now.
Okay. I appreciate that. Meteorologist Caleb Edelblut again. We're trying to get you, we're trying to work for you to get the latest updates on what's going on. But as you heard, we're also not going to dominate the emergency managers whose job it is to try to coordinate emergency response. We're not going to dominate their time if they don't have it available here. I'm going to show the winds on the back side of this, kind of moving in from the north and west. This is the thing. On the back side, we have cold winds that are coming in. And this shows estimations, peak wind gusts potentially up around 20 to 23 miles per hour. Wind speeds are not as bad, right? So this is the wind speed, the general kind of consistent wind speed. But you look at what the peak gusts are with the current situation, and up to 27 miles per hour. So that's like showing, for example, where we show south of Birmingham, just for kind of some perspective here, where it shows this big line where, it has, 40 miles per hour. That's not everywhere in that line. That's where that line peaks out as far as wind gusts are concerned. But then the other factor, and we've talked a lot about this other days, not as much today, is this. Now comes the cold. And that was one of our headlines that you probably largely ignored because we had ice, we had freezing rain, we had all this stuff. And unfortunately here, now the cold air is starting to push in, and it is very unfriendly. Single digits, teens on the way in behind this system, and wind chill temperatures in the neighborhood of 0 to 10 degrees below zero, looking to the north and west. This is that dense cold air that we've talked about over and over. And the fact, by the way, that there's any wind chill temperature tells you the wind speeds are going to pick up. And so when those wind speeds pick up, we're going to see additional power failures. We're going to see additional tree failures. And it's not going to be a pleasant situation. So going back to the temperatures here, this is an integral part of our forecast because this is going to be a drop overnight for people that already don't have power. So what should you do in that situation? Well, I know of a power source that's 98.6 degrees in my house, and that would be my wife. You don't think me and my kids and my wife are going to cuddle up in this cold? Absolutely. And when we teach survival, that's one of the things that we do. We're going to take a brief break here so I can line up somebody else to kind of talk with us perhaps a little bit about that and how that can help out. I'm a Boy Scout. I'll see if I can talk to a Boy Scout as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room Groom Weather Center right after this.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
Out with the old and in with the new. It's time to save big at Room to Room's New Year's sale. Store-wide markdowns 50 to 70% off. No tax. 48-month special financing. It's a new year at Room to Room Furniture in Tupelo. There's no place like home.
March 24th, 2023 was a normal Friday. You know, we knew the weather was not good, but we needed to take shelter, and we didn't have shelter. My husband and almost 2-year-old daughter, Ethan and Riley, they did lose their lives in the storm. We're still recovering from it. We'll always be recovering from it. Matt Lawpon cares about the community. He's not just there to collect a paycheck. I feel like Matt Lawpon has proven himself trustworthy.
Hey there, Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon alongside of Meteorologist Caleb Edelblut. The Ice Storm 2026 still ongoing. That is one of the things that has made this a tricky forecast from minute zero, is the fact that this was going to be such a long fuse event. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here at now about 9:26. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. And we are monitoring, obviously, an ice storm that continues to be ongoing, and unfortunately, ice that will continue falling for the next couple of hours. As I show you Futurecast radar here, and I think that might be the best way to kind of show the end of this event and where things go from here. And Caleb, I will talk to you about some of the things that you're learning on social media here in a moment. But let's track kind of the back side of this. This won't get us all the way to the end of the event. This will get us to about 11:30. And we'll continue to show, again, folks clearing and getting past the worst of it, hopefully, in Greenville and Cleveland within the next hour or so. For locations such as Greenwood and Grenada, I mean, it's still for you. Could be ongoing at around 11 o'clock. And one thing you will note on this versus the Futurecast I showed you a moment ago, this is kind of indicating the thing I've sort of talked about. I'm concerned this might still be going on a little bit longer. And there are still some heavier bands out there. If we're looking at the next big heavy band, moving into Greenwood about 9:47 there, getting there closer to Grenada by about 10:30. Oxford, where we've just had all these power outages. You've heard from Water Valley, you've heard from Oxford, from so many people today, and unfortunately additional power outages could continue to be possible as these additional bands move in. As I kind of re-rack this, go back again. If you're looking at this one there for Kosciuszko, heavier icing again, moving back toward Clay County, Monroe County, eventually up toward Itawamba County, and back out into Marion and Franklin counties as we go again through the latter part of this morning. So the unfortunate thing is it does look like we could continue to see this for a while longer. We're hoping the dry air starts eating this. It will eventually here, but I think early afternoon when we are done. The other member of our broadcast team, I'm going to go to a 4-box here for a second, and this is going to show me, Caleb, and the last time we were able to get a hold of both Gabe, which would have been last night when his power went out, and then Maggie this morning where we talked about that long. Both of them have lost power. I've lost power at my house. We have backup batteries. We have solar, but that's not going to do me a good today. And I have an electric F-150 that I'm running this whole operation right now off of. Luckily, fiber internet tends to be separate than the power. So because of good infrastructure planning by the folks at Todd Bigby, as long as I keep that stuff all powered, we can still talk. But Caleb's sitting better than most down there in Oktibbeha County. And if you don't mind grabbing that phone and walking out of the house, I would like to see what kind of precipitation is falling there as well. That sound good?
I can do that.
Okay. So our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, again, there in Oktibbeha County, one of the fortunate ones there who still has power. And Caleb, you were also one of the first reports of, tree branches and stuff coming down that we had last night in a place that hasn't had maybe as much icing. That might just be, it took a while for those reports to come in. But certainly it has been kind of a rough day or so. And this is kind of the time period on the last end here where you might see some additional icing, right?
Yes, sir. No, that's exactly right. I've been sitting in the laundry room, helping out behind the scenes, and I can hear tree limbs falling in the backyard. And what I thought to be the backyard, it took me a while to find it, but as we walked out front, we can see a huge limb all the way out in my neighbor's yard, all the way out there, kind of right behind the car. You can see kind of tricky balancing that. But just hearing those snaps as we continue into these morning hours, even for those out here in Starkville, where we really feel like we're not getting the blunt of this, we're still feeling those effects. And this is something else I want to point out. We're receiving a lot of rainfall. We can see it just kind of puddling up, continuing to accumulate as we continue into these morning hours, eventually lunchtime hours. But as those temperatures drop, I mean, all of this could glaze over. And then with us not really seeing as much ice as our neighbors up to the northwest, I mean, that could show some black ice potential problems in the future. So showing that traffic and travel really improbable, impossible even. And I've stayed put all weekend long. And I know some people, even on South Montgomery, still driving here in Starkville. Just do your best. There we go. There's a fire truck. Totally acceptable. We get why you're out there. And that's why we want to stay off the roads. Let them do their job. Let them continue helping us out here, restore power. I know we've had some power outages. Luckily for me so far, haven't quite seen that. So hoping to keep it that way, but still rainy conditions, and I'm tracking even cooler conditions, showing that maybe some freezing rain, some sleet, hopefully, rather than that freezing rain will move on into our area. But starting to see these conditions and very saturated as I continue to want to show you all those puddles again. I mean, just overflowing with how much that we've gotten all day. So those limbs continuing to fall, even though we're not really getting the blunt of it, but wanted to give you all an update out here. Still have my cars out here in the front. So those trees and those limbs out in the backyard, they're not falling on the cars. And thankfully that limb out there, not really falling on a house or any car. So just in the middle of the yard, but still showing how dangerous, these conditions can be, Matt. So right here in Oktibbeha County, thankfully, not a worst case situation. Still seeing that drip coming off the roof and those shingles. So definitely some good news as we continue. But I do know those temperatures are going to continue to drop as we get ready for the afternoon hours. We're usually used to those temperatures warming up by then, but unfortunately going to be the opposite case later on today, Matt.
It is. Our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, giving us an update there from the Golden Triangle and the fortunate situation. Thank you so much for joining us here on Mississippi Live Weather and all the hard work that you have put in through the day. The picture here coming from Prentiss County, Jade sending us a shot here of again, the tree limb completely weighed down by ice, probably weighing multiple times of what it would typically weigh, and that's what brings it down. You know, and I have about a zillion group chats. We did an assessment at church last week. I typically teach at church. About a week ago at church, we did a digital assessment. One of the questions it asks is, how many alerts do you get per day? And trying to figure out, how that then assessed, what your digital, addiction factor, what you want to say is. There's no way I've gotten under 3,000 alerts so far this morning. So I apologize if I get a little distracted from time to time there as I'm trying to kind of go through some of what you are sending in here. But like every single second, it is bing, 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 bing. I'm getting multiple per second. So we're trying to get as much information for you as quickly as we can, but it obviously takes time. And as you can see back here, you can get the Mississippi Live Weather app. We do stream live on it. When we're live, we're live. You can see us right at the top of that app. It's the easiest way to find out about the weather situation. One thing that we had talked about that we have not discussed a lot this morning is the severe weather risk. Because believe it or not, there is a severe weather risk today. That has been down closer to the coast. Our friends down at Panhandle Weather covering that. Chris Smith, Dan Nyman down there doing an excellent job in Panama City. If you are a person who travels down there during tourist season, check them out. Panhandle Weather. They do what we do up here, and they do a spectacular job with it. We're part of a group of meteorologists around the country that are doing this because we understand weather deserves more than 3 minutes a couple of times a day, because sometimes the weather deserves a long-form conversation, which is what we're having with you today. Tornado, wind threat, that has luckily all stayed to our south, but unfortunately we have continued to have, again, this heavy precipitation move through, and still a significant icing event underway here across North Mississippi. So download the app, stay ahead of things, and obviously we'll keep watching things closely for you as we go throughout the morning. And we'll bring it back in here a little closer. We have behind the scenes, I see that he's up, and it's going to take me just a second here to type in his name and kind of bring up all the information of that. I think I can bring him on before that's the case. This is Rick Wise. He's a friend of mine, but And I've got to click back in here. He's also a Boy Scout, works for the Boy Scouts of America. You might say, why are we pulling on a Boy Scout? Why does that matter? Wilderness survival, understanding how to kind of make it through tough situations, developing character in both men and women. That's what Boy Scouts are about. And Rick, when we were talking, I think, with the emergency manager in Union County, I think it was Union County a few minutes ago there, it occurred to me, many people don't have any kind of real concept about, okay, now the power's out. What do we do next? How do we stay warm? What are some suggestions for folks that are going to get between cold and very cold? Very cold, we have to find someplace, a safe shelter. But, cold, to try to stay warm the next couple of days.
Yeah, and forgive me, there's a lot of information out there about staying warm in the house, and some of this information that I have really is about staying warm in the outdoors, but it applies just the same. And we've in Scouts, we spend many nights out in the cold, nights that are going to get down to 12. I think the coldest I've spent a night in a tent was somewhere between 5 and 8 degrees. But it all has to do with keeping your body temperature up, which has to do with layering. If you're going to be out and about, especially with the wetness, do not wear cotton. Wear wool, wear a synthetic fiber. The saying in the woods is cotton kills. And so if cotton gets wet, it tends to wick body heat away from the body rather than keeping it in. So, if you're going to be out and about, especially in your car, have a sleeping bag in your car, have a blanket in your car. Don't wear cotton, wear wool and synthetic fibers. Inside the house, you can do a lot of the things that Scouts do. If you have sleeping bags, get it. If your house gets really cold, get in the sleeping bag and then get in your bed. The sleeping bag will help to insulate. You can set up a tent inside your house. Especially if it's a dome style tent, set it up in a smaller room, get your family in there, put some blankets inside for insulation around the walls, throw a couple blankets over the top. That will help retain the body heat inside the tent. Body heat is really what it's about.
That's a great idea. I never would have thought of that.
Eating food, making sure that you are well fed so that the body is generating its own heat, and then creating layers around your body so that you keep that heat inside.
Okay, so I never would have thought about the tent idea. It's the idea of encapsulating the heat in kind of an interior sort of area there. That's a great idea, because that's kind of, you retain the heat with layers, and so even inside the house, extra layers is probably one of the things we're going to go. I know my wife hates sleeping in socks. How about yours, Rick? But that's going to happen tonight. It's for a lot of folks.
Yeah, if you're without power, setting up a tent inside the house, again, retaining that body heat in a small space. And tents are not great for retaining heat, but you can insulate it by putting blankets over the top of the tent, several layers, and lining the inside of the tent with blankets. And that, again, if you have several people in a tent and you have several layers of blankets over the top, several blankets inside, get in there with your sleeping bags, you can withstand very, very low temperatures.
You're right, because, again, if I told you that you could have a heater that was 98 degrees inside your tent, you'd say absolutely yes. And that's what another person can be. And if you put multiple people in there and you can find the space, then you can absolutely generate enough heat. And you're right, stay well fed, stay well hydrated. Water heats slowly and it cools slowly. And so I'm not saying overwater yourself, but ultimately, if you stay hydrated and you stay fed, you're going to continue generating heat at the proper rate.
Absolutely. There's I know a lot of people are talking about propane heaters. You got to be very careful about propane heaters in a enclosed space. And if you're in a tent, it can be very, very dangerous. That's not something, that I recommend unless you know how to do that safely, and you are doing it safely. But body heat, being healthy, being well fed, being hydrated, as you said, and then getting layers and getting in a small space so that again, several people. We have 4 people that live at my house, and plenty of tents, being with the scouts. So if we all get in a tent together, we'll stay perfectly warm.
I think we solved the riddle. The question has always been, why milk and bread? Well, milk's fatty,
Right.
especially when we get whole milk, and bread is carbs. The
Yeah.
milk and bread was to keep you warm the whole time and add layers of weight. It was sitting right in front of us the whole time.
Sometimes that old wisdom is good, I guess.
I don't know if I call it wisdom, but at least we found an excuse. That will become our prevailing and what we described there.
And again, being a scout, I've got all my camping gear, so we take that milk and bread and some eggs, and we'll be out on the cook stove, the camp cook stove, making it into French toast, which is even better.
Another thing, and this is not a commercial for scouting, but this is a thought process here as well in building, better communities and more resilient community members, is about one of the scout, terms is do a good turn daily. And I think that we have an opportunity here to help out our friends and neighbors, because let's be clear, when you're talking about, I think it was, I can't remember which county it was, it's multiple counties where we're almost 90% of people without power, with hundreds and hundreds of power outages. It's going to take a long time to get that back on. We're talking weeks in many cases. And so you and I are closest to our neighbors. It's time that we leave the walls, and again, not in the middle of the night when it's super cold, but before that, checking, leave the walls of our little cage here that we live in and engage with neighbors and help each other out.
100%. That's the message that we sent out on our Facebook post. The scout motto is be prepared, and it's something that we truly believe in. And one of the messages that we sent out on our Facebook post just before this storm hit, we sent a graphic that you had posted and said, be prepared, and be prepared to do a good turn by helping your neighbors that may not be prepared. And that's the message that we tried to send. The Red Cross, which is another great organization, has a shelter set up at Cadence Bank Arena. Well, the scouts, we had some scouts go down yesterday to help set that up, and it was great because one of the Red Cross volunteers said, "Yeah, we're not sure how to set these cots up," and I said, "No problem, we got this. That's something we know how to do and are well prepared to do." So we were happy to help out there. The Red Cross has my number if they need more assistance. We've had scouts volunteering to go and go down there and help out when and where needed. Talking about the cold and talking about scouts and being prepared, we just had a troop. We've got several high adventure bases around the country. And we have one that's in Minnesota and then up in Canada. It's got a couple locations called Northern Tier. Well, at Northern Tier, the scouts go out and do at winter treks where they snowshoe or cross-country ski or dog sled and build ice shelters and stay in that. So if you think about that compared to this, those scouts are well prepared to handle something like this. They've spent multiple nights building and sleeping in ice shelters and dog sledding or snowshoeing. It's about being prepared when you know something bad is potential to happen, and then being willing to do a good turn and help others who may not be as fortunately prepared as you are.
Yeah, and that's doing a good turn, taking care of one another, because clearly we're going to have a lot of folks, a lot of trees down. There's going to be opportunity for service hours, one of the things you need for rank advancement in Scouts, and just one of the things that we need to do just to be kind citizens. Rick Wise, thank you so much for joining us here on Mississippi Live Weather this morning. Great insight. I think I'm trying to think of weakness points that people are going to have, because number one, these phones are going to start running out of power. Some folks, I've seen a few folks in the chat that are getting power back, and you are one of the incredibly lucky ones if that is the case for you. But these are going to go out of power, and so people are going to lose their ability to kind of connect with us here pretty soon. So ultimately, sorry, I got distracted by something else. What are some other sorts of situations people could run into? I know in the past there have been situations where water was more limited. I'm just trying to think of some other situations people might run into if this is the last time we could talk to them for a few days.
Yeah, absolutely. We didn't go out and buy water, but what we did do is we took all of our pots and pans, and I've got tons of water bottles, and we filled all that up and kept that in the kitchen. Our bathtubs are filled with water. I've got both water purification tablets, which you can get at Walmart in the camping section, and also pump water filters, hand pump water filters. So, just making sure that you have a good, clean source of water, making sure that if it's not a clean source of water, you have a way of purifying that. You can either boil it for several minutes. If you boil it and then run it through something like a sock to get the particulates out, a clean sock, or pantyhose or something like that, that'll get the particulates out, and then you can boil that water and let it cool, and that'll be safe to drink. Or if you have a water filter or iodine tablets, there's various different ways that you can purify water and be safe.
Okay, that's Rick Wise with the Boy Scouts Scouting America. We're going to Scouting America. I know there's been a name change there. Scouting America, right?
Right. Yes, that's
I
correct.
still say, as an Eagle Scout, I still say Boy Scouts. But
Yeah,
I have a
I
girl
catch myself
who's a
doing the
Boy
same
Scout.
thing.
Yeah. One thing you mentioned there a moment ago before we wrap up, that's something we did last night as well. We filled up pots, we filled up water bottles just in case, because we did not go out and buy water. I hate nothing more than disposable water bottles, because they're just, they're
Right.
one of the major plastic pollutants in the world. So I just couldn't bring myself to do that. But we have a zillion other water bottles. We filled those all up. So something people can do to try to, if you're still fortunate enough to have power, to do that at this time. Rick Wise, thank you so much for joining us and the insight you gave. Again, something as simple as, hey, we could layer up, and we could also, put a tent in the living room. And it's not just that. What that does, that encapsulates, that holds in the heat, which is a necessary thing. When you look at some of these temperatures I've shown behind me, and these are wind chill temperatures, that will affect you outside. That's what it will feel like. And obviously, these are current wind chill temperatures up to our north. The reason I'm up here is I want to show the actual temperatures that direction. I mean, this is negative 24 below 0 Fahrenheit up there near the Canadian border. And so this is just really cold air that is sliding in from the north. The dense cold air, one of the things, again, that has sat there and helped us to have this unfortunately significant freezing precipitation sort of event that we find ourselves under here at this point in time here in North Mississippi. And so our temperatures will drop substantially going into tonight and into the overnight hours. We expect the temperatures by tomorrow morning could be down into the not just low teens, maybe some single digits possibility with that there. Our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut, I can see behind the scenes here, he's been trying to coordinate with emergency managers. I know the folks down there in Monroe County are fairly busy. You talked to the emergency manager there. Any information?
Yeah, so I just spoke with our Prentice County emergency manager, and he wanted to apologize. They said that their power is out and the internet is down. So I wanted to make sure to give his apologies to you, Matt, on not being able to join. But we also had our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, working behind the scenes, even though her power is out. She sent us this sent by Jimmy for our Benton County EMA. She said, Benton County, or this is what Jimmy said, Benton County identifies with most of the other counties in North Mississippi with loss of electrical power this morning around 2 a.m. Rain coming down, freezing on everything. Trees are down on houses. Tree limbs are breaking and falling to the ground. 2 warming shelters are open in Ashland. Electrical power has not been restored, and 911 is the only line or phone line operable at this time. So there's an update from the Benton County emergency manager out there. And I also wanted to give another update. This was sent in by the Tom Bigby Electrical Power Association. It's a video out on Facebook showing a downed line, like on the ground on your roads. This was at 9:32, a live update. This line on the ground was reported to be arching by law enforcement. It had stopped by the time we arrived, so we do not have the video of it arching. Law enforcement stayed to keep people safe until we arrived, and we thank them. Our area was off and out of service when it was arching and electrified. Generators are in the area. This is a real life example of a generator backfeeding, a real reminder that downed lines are always dangerous. So just wanted to put that out there as well. Seeing those kind of fall to the ground can still be super, super dangerous. Very fortunate that law enforcement found it, kept people out of the area, and allowed the Tom Bigby EPA to get out there and help fix it. So I wanted to kind of bring that to our attention as well. Those are some of the updates I have going on, and we'll continue to keep my eyes out as we continue pushing into our Sunday ahead.
Okay, so meteorologist Caleb Edelblut here. Been working very hard behind the scenes, continuing to get you the information you need as the ice storm comes into and through the area. So temperatures dropping tonight. We're talking dangerously cold conditions. But I want to highlight something that Rick with the Boy Scouts Scouting America said a minute ago, and he said, that their power is out, our power is out. In many cases, your power is out. What do you do? First off, I need to stop that fan because it gets warm in this room here I'm in. I say our power's out. We have a limited battery backup for a few locations in our house, but the reserves on that are going pretty quickly. And so we will see how long it is that we still have that. I'm curious to just check, just to give you kind of an update on where the LaPon household is here. I have 56% of our battery power left, and at this kind of drain rate, this will be dead before late this evening. Here at our location as well. So we're kind of in it with you. It's going to be a while, unfortunately, that we're kind of contending with this. So tonight is going to be cold. The number one thing you can do, and this is dead simple, is layer up in your houses. You're going to want not just like big coats and stuff like that, but you want to think a bunch of little layers will help you out. So short sleeve t-shirt, long sleeve t-shirt, sweatshirt, and if it comes to it, and it will in some cases, a coat over top of that. My wife isn't going to like this, but she's going to have to wear socks tonight, or her toes are going to be extremely cold, as will yours. An extra blanket. But layers insulate, and you are the best heater that you have in your house. You or your husband or your wife or significant other, maybe snuggling with your kids, you're all 98.6 degrees. And if you huddle together and you can hold and encapsulate that heat together, you're going to be in better shape. And so, I would also say, keeping everybody in a smaller room. I'm not saying go try to sleep on the bathroom floor. You'll kill each other. Again, you want to keep punch and kill each other. Not anyway. You want to try to, though, contain that heat. Rick mentioned a tent. And even if you're by yourself and you need your kids in one and you're in another, the tent helps to hold in the heat as well. So we need to be thinking about those ways to stay warm as power outages increase, because, by the way, they will continue to increase. We haven't seen the peak of power outages yet because the ice is still falling. And I know we've spent a lot of time talking about these other things, and that is intentional because it's pretty clear the ice is still falling and will continue to fall with this for a little while longer. Now, we have seen some improvement, and back here in Greenville, things are looking a little better. So we are looking at the back edge of this starting to move into the state. So we are getting close to over as we get closer to the 10 o'clock hour here again. We expect it'll be early afternoon, but as you'll note here, there's basically no visibility out of our camera there in Greenville because it's iced over. What little bit you can kind of see at the bottom of the screen there, obviously the ground's completely covered in white from the sleet and ice combination that they have had. We'll see if Rolling Fork, we can see some pull up there. Every hour, I got to come in here and I mute my alerts for another hour. Penny, quit asking. It needs to quit coming across my phone. Do you understand? So there's a benefit to still having internet because we still have internet because fiber internet is independent from the electric power cooperative. So if you can get power to that router and you can get power to the what they call ONT or basically the modem, then you're going to still have internet despite the fact you don't have power. Helps for this. Apparently, kid with a device with still enough power. Bing, 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 bing. Sorry, your time's up. Let's play cards. Let's get along with one another. There's plenty of ways you can play the old-fashioned way. But looking outside in Rolling Fork, we do have just enough visibility of a tree there that certainly looks like it is kind of bent back a little bit, and lines that are drooping a long ways there Unfortunately, again, power outages, a lot of spots. I'm very fortunate to be able to have a shot from there at all. As we go up to Greenville, again, that camera iced over. But we're looking, again, this is getting lighter as whatever precipitation is falling is getting a little bit lighter as well. Sliding up there to Cleveland, just the one spot at the top of the screen where you can kind of see something. I'll zoom this in there. Yeah, if you note there, only thing traveling on the road there is an ATV trying to get around in downtown. Luckily not, but look at the plants. I think there's a bank there. I'm going to zoom this in. We'll go too far in because this is not using the optical, but the digital zoom. I know those crepe myrtles, don't know what that is, but you can see how they're just kind of split flat. The significant ice in Cleveland. But this is one of the most important things. I know I'm zoomed in a long ways on this, but this is the thing that's concerning right there above me. 16 mile per hour winds means we're now taking that ice and we're stressing it. The last two phases of the ice storm portion of this are the ice occurring now, and then the wind component trying to then break limbs, break poles, break whatever out there. Those are the two last portions of the ice component of this before we then look at the other weather component, which is those extremely cold temperatures. And at this point here, the two ways in which you and your family get hurt is if you're going out there and a limb falls on you, and I want to look down the driveway, it's never the one you expect that falls. But I think we lost that pine tree there. So it's a limb falling on you, or it's, well, there's a couple ways. You could also, step on a power line that isn't fully dead. So never, never, never approach power lines, even if they look dead. But then it's the cold and not respecting the extreme cold. So make sure to check in with your people. Make sure your pets are inside. Single digit low temperatures are on the way. I'm going to show you that 7-day forecast here in a minute. It's been a little while since we've shown that this morning. Give me a second to populate that in here. Nope, that's not the one I want. I want this one here. So here's a look at that 7-day forecast. I know it's keep flashing there. We're going 11 for tomorrow morning. We're going 6 for Tuesday morning. We're going 15 for Wednesday, 16 for Thursday. And yes, this is the part that gets me. The ice has come in, the power's gone out. But we're going to need to cozy up for a few days here because this is a very cold forecast going forward. When your highest temperature is 38, we're going to see some thawing. But it's not impossible. Again, we could have something wintry with next Saturday. Caleb, look behind the scenes at this a little bit. See the positioning of that low. Check where Euro has it. We'll talk about that here in a couple minutes. I have looked very little at that next winter precipitation event because we had to get through what, in my opinion, was and what certainly has become the highest ice storm impact since I've been here. And unfortunately, a mass power outage situation here across North Mississippi. Let's check the latest here on our freezing rain accumulations. Again, new data comes in on this hour by hour. We will roll through this, and then we're going to take an organizational break. We'll kind of refresh things at the top of the hour. But this is the best sign I've seen in a while. This shows additional ice accumulations, about a 1/4 inch or less. Now, that is still, this is how historic this ice storm is. A 1/4 inch of ice would be a very high-end ice event here in the South. Not extreme, but a high-end, like the biggest of the year, the biggest of a couple of years. And this is just the leftover stuff in the next 2 hours. We'll see you in 60 seconds as we get some things organized. Thank you for supporting us here on Mississippi Live Weather.
Frozen pipes can cause serious damage. That's why Absolute Restoration is giving away free faucet covers to our community while supplies last. Installing them is easy. Just slide the foam sleeve over your outdoor faucet and secure it snugly. Also remember to disconnect hoses, open cabinet doors under sinks, and let faucets drip during extreme cold. Call or text to check availability, and from our family to yours, please stay warm and protected.
When you've been injured, you're who doesn't even know where you live. Call Langston and Lott. Local lawyers, personal service, real results.
Out with the old and in with the new. It's time to save big at Room to Room's New Year's sale. Store-wide markdowns 50 to 70% off. No tax, 48-month special financing. It's a new year at Room to Room Furniture in Tupelo. There's no place like home.
Current time is clicking over to 10 a.m. right now. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. We are a local to North Mississippi, locally owned Weather First broadcast group, and we appreciate your support. If you're watching us from outside the area, and I do know we have a fairly large group of folks that are watching us from outside the area, people in Mississippi are going to need your prayers. In some cases, they might need your dollars. But it is going to take time to get things better. Mama Justice Doppler radar here showing the fairly widespread ice and rainfall that we have here across parts of North Mississippi. We typically have a team that's stretched out all across the north part of the state, but because of power outages, most of them can't connect with us. I want to give you an update from our meteorologist, Gabe Mater. I'll show you what a 2-box with Gabe would look like. This is where we kind of put both of us in here at the same time. If you were watching us here in the Room to Room Weather Center last night, this was the last image we had of Gabe when his power went out. His power went out twice. It came back on and then went out for good. Update from Gabe. We're still without power. Woke up at 6 a.m. and saw it wasn't back and the outages were spreading. I was going to call back because I called to check and see if he was going to be able to come with us this morning. But you were live. You know, we're doing good. It's just freezing in the house already. And that is, I think, a lived experience for many of you as well. Our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley, also up there in the Tate County area. You know, Maggie, I know you might be watching behind the scenes here. I don't want to burn up your battery on this, but we might try to see if we can touch base with Maggie. Hey, Maggie, would you be willing to come on for just a very short, like 2-minute little blurb about how things are up there, question mark? If not, comma, that's fine, comma. You need to make sure to reserve as much battery power as you can, comma, either way, period. Let me click send on that. Okay, we'll see if we can hear from Maggie. I'll watch where her shot is over here to see if she comes up on that. We've spoken to numerous emergency managers across the region over the course of today. There is almost a complete and unified, agreement among all of them. We probably need to try to touch base with Grenada County, Montgomery County, and also Alcorn County, Caleb, if we can, or Maggie behind the scenes. But it's no matter who we talk to, we're trying to show you these different people because we know you all want to know. It's great that there's all of this, but what about Coffeyville? What about Houston? What about my street? And the answer you want to hear from your local officials. So we're trying to get you that. But the answer they're all going to tell you is this is going to take time. You are going to see your power outages be restored slowly. We're trying to keep crews safe, and the cold could be very bad on the backside. So we will try to get you those folks in front of you when we can, but the reality is there might not be a whole lot of time for that because this is quickly becoming. So there's two parts to this. Obviously, we have the winter weather. We have some more dry air moving in. This is the beginning of the end, but additional icefall accumulations in excess of 1/10 to 2/10 of an inch are possible. Now, that doesn't sound like much when you've seen more than an inch of ice, but that would typically be a pretty stout little ice storm either way. We look at the kind of composite, and you can see the back edge of this. The dry air is cutting in. And that's a good sign. Well, I'm sorry, I still have Gabe up there and myself next to Gabe. Let's bring this back full screen here. And so here's our shield of precipitation. But watch on the backside, watch the width over the last hour or so starting to come in. I'm going to make this a slightly longer loop here. Let's make this a 3-hour loop, and I think you'll see it more pronounced. So go to the last part here. We'll kind of mark where the front end of the ice is, the whole precipitation band here. So I'm going to mark it back over there toward Birmingham. And we're going 3 hours ago. So the front end over that time has moved, what, about 80 miles over the last 3 hours. The back end has moved, over the last 3 hours, a little farther, right? That has moved about 120 miles. So it's a sign that our band is starting to shrink a little bit more. And that is the dry air kind of cutting in the backside. So we are close to the end of what has been basically a 36-hour plus icing event here across parts of North Mississippi. And I know there's some people out there that are over here in Amory and Louisville and Columbus, and you have been blessed enough that you have not seen much ice, and that has helped. Columbus, you guys have won the lottery on this one. You really, really have. Power outage percentages speak volumes, and I need to tell you that these are often low. The percent of people without power is higher than what I'm showing you here, because I know for a fact, looking behind the scenes, that it's not 0.8% of people there in Boonville that are out. It's a lot more. Maggie's up and going. I'm going to pull her up so she can conserve that battery power, because I don't want to waste any of that, because I know she's got that it's cold outside face on right now. Oh, Maggie. How much colder is it outside than inside?
It's well, now listen, our house is cold right now, and we're trying to also conserve power in keeping it a little bit cooler than I would prefer, I would say.
Hold on, we'll see. She might be getting the edge of Wi-Fi. There's a lot of data disruptions we have out there.
Ongoing.
There we are. Is it?
If you can hear me, I'm gonna try to stay closer.
Are you holding it, or is the gizmo kind of bouncing all over like that?
It's kind of bouncing. I'm sorry. I'm trying to keep it.
Okay, go ahead
correct.
and make sure to power it back on. It might flip on you, but make sure to power it back on.
There we go. Now it's working.
Okay.
Either way, though, we are still seeing sleet. I know you've been tracking that. And a lot of us waking up without power. We're still dealing with on and off power. So I'm trying to overall prep where I can when we are having good conditions in the household, right? Meal prepping. I know a lot of people have kiddos and things like that. I know I have a little baby in the house that you kind of have to think beyond yourself. And that makes things a little bit hard sometimes on what do they need? What are we going to need for, depending on if the power goes completely out for how many days. So definitely still, thinking through those things this morning. I know we've been thinking through them all week, but it's different when it's here. It's different when it's real, right? So continuing to just make sure everything is going good. And I'll just keep showing you our yard and our neighborhood's just complete whiteout kind of situation behind me. And sleet still just continuing to fall. I know we talked to a few of our church members as well, as their power has kind of been on and off too. So that just kind of seems to be the situation here in Tate County. And I know there's some power outages across the area. I was going to look at that with Energy as well, as who has power completely out this morning instead of just that on and off situation. But still, Matt, I mean, on and off and this continuing to fall, it doesn't give me great hope about the situation, maybe tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah, the cold is concerning. If you lift that thing up and flip it, there's a way in which it bends at the front, like right underneath it. There's a place where it kind of bends, and it'll point it more toward you. If you notice, like a physical bend on it, like where you can bend like the whole. There's a pivot point there.
Pivot point. Let me try.
That's okay.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I'm messing it up more than helping.
So if you flip it up in the air,
Sorry.
it'll follow you. Like if you go up in the air with it, it'll kind of follow you down. So that way, there you go.
Like this? Oh.
Yeah.
I'm learning on the fly. I promise I messed with this earlier, but I just couldn't. I couldn't figure it all the way out.
Yeah. Well, hey, looks like thankfully a lot of what you got was sleep.
But you can probably hear that sleep bouncing off my hood.
Yeah, absolutely, we can. Well, I don't want to take up too much of your time. I'd like to maybe briefly check in with you again a little later on. But I think, and you can see the map behind me as we kind of talk. I'll go to the regular, I guess, 2-box with us. Looking at the totals there. I mean, 900 folks there in Senatobia and in Tate County out. You don't have to go far away where you are just surrounded by a lot larger numbers. 2,000, way more than 20,000 in Lafayette County. More than 5,000 down south. You guys, we talked about it would be between you and me that really got it, and unfortunately that has been the case.
And that was exactly the case, which I hate. I know you said this. We didn't want to be right about this, but worst case scenario, this was what was going to happen, and what it was looking like. And now we're waking up to that exactly being true, right? Between me and you, a ton of ice and a ton of power outages out here um, on your Sunday. It seems like maybe the outskirts of Tate County is who's seeing power completely out. So I just got a text from a church member, and she lives a little bit further out in the county. So maybe those county roads and that situation seeing more of a power outage than those closer to town as of late. Anyway, but hey, whenever you want to update, just text. I'm going to go put my phone though back on the charger,
I know. In the
and
moment
do
you've got
the
it, you
things
have
that I
to.
can do.
Is
Yep.
Maya okay?
Yep. Maya's good. She's chilling. She's looking out the door thinking, what in the world's going on to my yard? But she's good right now. Yep. We're making her food while we can, heating it up, giving her some warm stuff.
I appreciate that. That's our meteorologist, Maggie McCauley. Of course, our Caleb Edelblut down there in the Golden Triangle. We'll talk a little bit more to Caleb coming up here in a couple minutes. Appreciate you both for helping us, everyone at home, for going alongside us here as we go. So what does blue mean? So as you look at the top here, this is basically the percent of people in each county out of power. And this is right and wrong. For a lot of these counties, I mean, it gives you kind of a bullseye. Where has the greatest impact been? Because if I show you just the number of power outages on there, it doesn't, New Albany doesn't pop up. Some of these places don't, but that's because this goes just based on the number of people. And you can have counties where there's a greater overall impact, but a lower overall population. So it makes it look like it's not as bad as it is in some. So I particularly look at the percentage here, because then that helps us to see the greatest impact. But even that, someone was asking a moment ago about Prentiss County. And let's look at Prentiss County, because that one there is one that is worse than what this shows. So I'll kind of pop that up here behind the scenes on my behind the scenes computer. This is Prentiss County, and I believe that number's higher than last time. We do expect these numbers to keep going up. We're not, I think, to complete outage here. We're getting closer up there in Prentiss County. The Prentiss County Electric Power Association now with 7,700 power outages, a number that keeps going up, and that is not shocking. We are still accumulating ice. Trees are still coming down. We expect more of those to probably continue to come down as we go forward here, because unfortunately, it's just a bad setup, and we're going to have some wind on the backside, and that's not going to make things any better. We'll go around at some of the power cooperatives that we do have access to some of these. I know there are more out there. I've just got 10 million tabs on my computer, and I don't need to slow it down any more than I probably should. But this is from the Pontotoc Electric Power Association. Again, the pink on here is just widespread outages. It shows 12,000 in that connected area there, and a lot of individual outages as well. Total outages, I'm going to step this way. A lot of these power cooperatives use a similar service for this. So the data is on similar spots. If I can position myself here, you can see both the data and that at the same time. But we show 15,800 of their customers out of power. And looking at the map, that's pretty much everybody. A catastrophic ice storm 2026 that has taken shape here. This particular website does a great job of crashing my computer because it's so precise with all of these. But the Northeast Mississippi Electric Power Cooperative there, as you can see beside me, out of a possible 30,500 members, about 6,000 members still have power. And that's not necessarily people or population, that's just meters, I believe, typically is the way that works. Another way to look at that is kind of graphing it by county and showing you that 100% of their folks in Benton County, again, a large number of people are out of power. 99.2% of people that they cover in Marshall County, and that is about 1,000 folks. Pontotoc County, 98% of people without a power. Union County, 98.4%. And then Lafayette, where again, they have them the majority, but you have 77.6% of people, over 3/4, 3 out of 4 households without power there that they serve with the Northeast Mississippi Electric Power Association. I spoke to them a few years ago, and I will say this now as I said it then. My grandpa on my dad's side was a lineman. Put up the lines all around the county of Russell County, Kansas, growing up. If he wasn't safe, I wouldn't be here. So we need to make sure that these men and women that work to get the power on can be safe. And the reason why the numbers continue to go up, number one, the icing impact continues, but also the fact that the wind could pick up, and that combination means that there is significant danger out there in this icing situation. Now, for those of you who wanted snow, and you saw on that impact graphic, it shows snow on the very back side of this for about that long. You might see snow, not accumulating snow, but you might see just a little bit of snow or a little bit of sleet. But this is kind of the back side of the activity starting to finally sort of move into our area at this time. I'm going to check some other electric power cooperatives as we're continuing to kind of assess where things stand at this point here. Tom Bigby Electric Power Association, about 7,500 of their members without power, including, again, substantial outages on the north side here. This is the same outage that took out our Gabe Maynard, that's taken out the Law Pond residents here, and a lot of other folks in the northern part of Lee County. The individual outages that you see on this map, there's just a lot of those there, and you know, that's one of the things. If it was in a storm, a lot of times it's one spot, one weak point gets hit hard, and to get the power back on, you just have to get that one area isolated and then fixed and then back on. In this, it might be at the end of your driveway and in the driveway of 2 blocks down, and there. You know, that really starts to obviously add up. We're getting quite a few email photos here coming in as well. I'll tell you the easiest way to get your photographs to us, and I'm going to go through some of these here in a minute. We're just trying to walk people through the end of this. But the best way to do that is using the Mississippi Live Weather app. I complete with these power cooperatives. We'll go over that. 4 County Electric, again, their numbers are coming down somewhat. They're in a more fortunate situation in that they've had some icing, but they've also had points where it was a little bit warmer. The folks over there at 4 County Electric Power Cooperative, we're looking at 5,200. I got to step a little farther this way on their map. 5,200 customers affected, but 194 total individual outages. That means 194 places on here where it's 1, 3 people, 2 customers, 1 person, 1. That's what takes days and in some cases weeks to fix, is those individual outages. Because it's not just one line that needs to be fixed, it's individual crews figuring out how to do it and having the manpower to get there and cut their way in and do it. Natchez Trace Power Association, we show 4,900 of their customers out. This would be some parts of Chickasaw County, Calhoun County, back into Webster County. I mean, the pinks on here, each one of those 300 plus, we're talking large outages for large swaths of our friends and neighbors here in North Mississippi. It looks like Entergy has decided to do what big companies do on this. We'll see if we can get their map back up and going here in a moment. And again, they have a larger footprint, but as you can see, extending back there into Louisiana, pretty significant power outages. We have a friend up, might try to see if we can get him on here eventually, Jared Floyd. Let's see here. Okay, we'll look at that as well. Maggie talking about, you know, the other end of this event, which is a severe weather and tornado chance. Thankfully not for us, but not that far removed as well. But again, significant widespread outages for one of the other people in the National Weather Network. That'd be Jared Floyd out there in, I think it's Digital Weather Desk is his platform back in Monroe, Louisiana. But you can clearly see where the ice was most significant. And while this is not the most populated area in between there, we definitely continue to still have a lot of power outages. You know, and that's what you're dealing with out here in Yazoo City or Rolling Fork or up there in Hollandale. Greenville largely missed out on the worst of it, and I think that's because you ended up with a little more sleet. I'm looking for something very, very important here. If I check this Greenville camera, I'm going to start checking it a little bit more, because what I would like to see is I'd like to see it getting a little lighter. So I'll see if that's going to come in. We'll check our camera there in Greenville. See it getting a little brighter. Even though it's iced over, when it gets brighter, and is it moving? I think that's still updating. Yeah. That'll be a sign that we've kind of put it to an end. But unfortunately, the temperature continued to drop there in Greenville down to, at this time, 21 degrees. Join the conversation ongoing at MS on all of our different social media platforms there, Facebook, YouTube, and X, the main ones in which you can talk with us on there. As we look back again, when it's this widespread, it's not just it's power lines, it's poles, Grenada. Again, a large portion of Grenada County there, Winona, locations around Winona, all out of power. We've checked these various cameras over and over again just to kind of see which ones are still in play because there's just so many power outages. Greenwood kind of all around the outsides of town there, some power outages as well. And I think this camera remains still, I think this is our final image we have there in Winona, as I'll kind of bring it back over there to that camera. Yeah, reporting station not going, and I think that's the same image we had before. So power loss there at our camera location in Winona. And a lot of these cameras, I don't think that one was necessarily on a 4-county tower, but because I think that's just outside of their area, because it's clearly Entergy. But luckily, a lot of those that have been on the towers for 4-county have been pretty resilient out there as well. But yeah, some significant power outages. Grenada up to Charleston. Speaking of Charleston, former TV station alum Joel Young, sent me. I need to look at the video and get it on here. I might be able to get it out there, but it's power meter, ripped off, some issues that they had at his house, his parents' house there in the Delta. So this affects a lot of folks and everybody. Batesville, our camera there, just right on the edge of that power outage on the north side of the Entergy coverage area here. And that, again, you can even there, looking into the hole, or yes, Penny. Okay. But yeah, they need to email. Actually, they need to go to the website. But yeah, some of these trees, again, kind of split open a little more. We're going to take a brief break here. I have to take care of that for a second. I'll be back with more Mississippi Live weather here in just a moment. Talking about those temperatures dropping again tonight. We are expecting temperatures to go down into the teens. It's going to be rough. More after this as Mississippi Live weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center.
I have been going to Two Place Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Two Place Smiles.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Loppon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather, a 24/7 streaming service based out of Tupelo, Mississippi, covering local weather in North Mississippi. Power outages continue to plague locations. We have wintry precipitation still falling, and it's been doing so for more than 36 hours in some spots. Temperature shows up 34 degrees. We're hopeful that maybe that's rainfall and not freezing, something else that's going there. And ultimately, it is rain that is falling. The question is whether or not it's rain that is freezing. You're looking out of our Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling Skycam on the south side of Tupelo, and it is just kind of a sea of glazed trees, basically as far as the eye can see. Those trees stressed, in some cases snapping, in some cases causing significant power outages. We're hopeful that if you abide by what we should do, that we stay at a location inside, at a safe place, and try to stay warm, and don't go out, and don't let tree limbs fall on us, and don't go looky-looing. There will be time to go and help people. And obviously, if there's an immediate emergency need, you do what you need to do. But we need to largely be sheltering where we're at for a little while longer. And in the time I've been sitting up here talking about this in the Room to Room Weather Center 32 degrees, that temperature. In Tupelo, it was 34 at the beginning, 32. That is that fluctuation back and forth as that reporting station at Tupelo Regional Airport going back and forth on that side. So I think at this camera location, which is on the south side of Tupelo, we might be just a smidge above the freezing point. But out at the airport and locations north of that, which is where I would be, this latest band to come through is ice. And it is really the less fortunate and the more fortunate in this situation, because if you're down here in Columbus and you tend to watch us here in Mississippi Live, you're probably saying, what is the big deal? Because you have been blessed. Now, that temperature is dropping, and those roadways are wet. So it remains possible that we could have a few iced over and slick roadways before this is said and done, as temperatures go into the 20s and maybe even teens for some spots tonight. But Caledonia kind of been one of those spots as well that's been a little bit more fortunate than other locations. We're looking off the water tower there. We're looking down toward some power lines yesterday. That's why we had this aesthetically pleasing shot off of that. But ultimately, we're looking for power lines, and when they are iced, and you have been very fortunate, at least near this location, near the school, that we have not had those issues there. Macon, our camera, again, cloudy, and one of our warmest spots, largely avoiding the worst of this, one of the few counties that was never included in that ice storm warning. But as we kind of check out conditions there around the Golden Triangle, and we are seeing, again, some drier air starting to push in, and more dry air will mix in, and that will be the end of this event. So Columbus, you might miss out on all of it. It's just whether or not those roads end up freezing for you as well. We go over toward Louisville, and you're kind of at that freezing line. Kosciuszko on the iced over side there, at least according to Mama Justice Doppler radar. But if we kind of check out our camera there in Kosciuszko, get a real-time analysis on what things look like. And again, that's the purpose of these cameras. That looks wet. And I don't have that same kind of sort of gray hue to the trees there. So just wet. Kosciuszko, things have worked out. Now, that's not to say that this couldn't cause some icing at the tail end. You know, we would typically be highly concerned with 2 or 3 or 4 hours of icing. And we have probably 2 hours left of that potential here in Kosciuszko. But just considering the massive ice storm that we are in the midst of here, 2 hours doesn't sound like much. Deborah on the Books of Face over there. No, she's on YouTube. She mentions that, hey, it looks like a winter wonderland. It does, but for folks where those trees are popping out there, and I get that might be you and looking for a positive, and I like that positive. But some folks out there, I heard my first gunshot trees popping last night. That was an experience for sure. I want to bring Caleb Edelblut, who is one of the other members of our team here. He is in the Golden Triangle. And Caleb, you have largely avoided some of the worst of it, but you've also been able to keep power on as well. So some things lining up well for you, thankfully. The only one of us that actually has real power. I'm on a little backup battery here. My question for you is, anything you're seeing on social media of great importance you need to pass along? Because I know you're kind of monitoring that while I'm trying to watch all this.
Yes, no, I actually wanted to mention two things. Update for Starkville region. I think our biggest issue hasn't really been power outages. It's been more of these really cold temperatures that are making pipes burst. I've heard more feedback and news from my friends on talking about apartment complexes losing water. And so that's kind of a big deal here in Oktibbeha County with those pipes bursting, and especially for apartment complexes. This isn't just maybe a house or a room. This is just entire apartments losing water and the ability for that to run. So news coming out of Starkville for that, but also I've been checking social media, and I wanted to give an update. This is from the Pontotoc EPA update. We've been trying to get a video of General Manager Frankie Moorman online, but have not been able. We apologize for not being able to get the video up, but here is the synopsis of his comments. We had a rough night last night. We called in all line crews, right-of-way crews, and engineers when we started having a few outages. We knew we would have a battle ahead of us. We were gaining ground, getting things back on. Within a 30-minute time frame, we had so many lines and limbs down, we lost everything we had worked for last night. We worked until 5:30 a.m. Conditions were getting too dangerous to continue. Currently, we have 19,000 outages. We are surveying conditions as freezing rain continues to fall, bringing lines and limbs to the ground. We plan to work until dark tonight. After that, our duty crew will be on standby for emergency calls only. We will start back Monday at daylight. Please let us know about down power lines. It will take several days to get power back to everyone. We would greatly appreciate your patience. We will do our very best, and I will do another update this evening. So that was posted by the Pontotoc EPA, just letting you know kind of what's going on, what those current conditions have been, and quite frankly, they've been pretty harsh for us here in North Mississippi.
They have been. Our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, continue watching things there behind the scenes. Thank you so much. Appreciate that information. We're going to look again at some of those power outages as well. This is, like he said, that is a large geographic area to just think about driving, having to drive to and around every back road in your county. And that's not even taking the time to try to fix things there, all these individual spots, and get the equipment it takes there. So massive number of power outages there, showing up with almost 16,000 in their coverage area power outages at this time. One of the first counties to start experiencing just mass power outages was Tishomingo County, and unfortunately things are not better there this morning. I'm a step, wrong way. I'm trying between there, but as you can see on this graph, kind of right next to me there, the number of power outages kind of has leveled off some, but of the people served, we have 12,625 affected people, and affected customers, and 15,638 served. So you're talking less than 2,000 right there, almost 2,000 customers with power, as opposed to all of them that are without. And it's the same issue you had in Pontotoc County. It is this ice. They started experiencing some of the issues first, and it is widespread. The thing you see next to me here, if you want to just look at there, I'm going fast. This is how precise these systems are, that they can, they know that. So calling them nonstop is not going to fix it. It's not going to move you up the priority list. They're going to do best they can as quickly as they can. But clearly, as you can see there, the list is very, very long. And that is something shared by a lot of these other folks as well. Again, we talked about the Prentiss County Electric Power Association earlier. I'll try to step to this side here. Nope, putting it behind me. There, they show about 7,700 outages as of the latest update. In Tippah County, we're looking at around 10,000 for Tippah Electric Power Association. It does go a little bit into Benton County there as well. The majority of those, again, we're looking at Blue Mountain along Highway 8 there. I think that's Highway 15. Gosh. Ashland there, back toward Ashland, obviously east of that on Ashland Road in Tippah County. But yeah, so quite a few large numbers of outages there in Tippah County as well. You might say, oh, well, it's up north, it's up south. That Faulkner outage is one of their biggest ones, where that says 783. I think that might mean they might not have the new meters in there where they can look at the point by point on that there. But ultimately, yeah, what they've done is they bundled all the calls on that. So it makes it look like it's bad north, bad south. The reality is bad everywhere that they cover with that. And then we have not talked recently about, I think this Tallahatchie Electric. And this is, and again, these maps, they get real slow on my system because all of these are pulling a ton of data because it's all a bunch of point data. Let's see if I can make this go update every 5 minutes. But they have 2,200 members affected in their area. But the thing that just catches my attention is all the ones. One person here, one person there. That's where the real significant, substantial time to try to put this back together comes in. A lot of those in Panola County, some of those in Lafayette County. Looks like there's probably some there, Yalobusha County as well. So I think also Tallahatchie County. That map has decided that it is taking the rest of the afternoon off or morning off. It's still morning, right? So we'll move on from that. Okay, speaking of Panola County, we do have a camera there with our network going on with North Mississippi Storm Chasers, our camera up there in Batesville. No reporting station there. That is down, but it does look like the camera. I'm not sure that might be updating. I can't really tell. 50-50, that's still updating there. Of course, you can join the conversation, join our chat. people asking, do certain places have power? If you've got power, Guntown Hills, you're doing great. Union County, obviously, we are still adding a little bit of ice. And I know if you're one of those folks, dude, kicking that phone on for just a moment here, there is still some icing out there. But if I pull up, the cameras I have access to in Union County, we're going to look there along Interstate near the Toyota plant. It's not still night. That's just the moment in time in which things froze at that Department of Transportation camera. It looks toward the Toyota plant. I'm sure they have some kind of generator system there, but I doubt they're probably full-on generator. But again, I don't know that for sure. This is one of those things that causes these power disruptions. It causes work disruptions as well. Speaking of disruptions, as you can see there, Pontotoc, kind of same story. Most locations, same issues there as well. Lots of ice, again, continuing to still fall from this, but we're starting to see the backside of this now move through Indianola, Cleveland there. I have not checked the Cleveland cam in a minute. Let's see if we can pull that one up. Oops, I think I might click Clarksdale instead. Yeah, that one's still working there in Clarksdale and looking toward the trees. Those are much better than some other locations, so very fortunate. I think this is Shelby, still iced in 21. And if you look at some of these temperatures, like say over in Tupelo or Fulton, and you're sitting here a lot warmer, where it's been in Fulton in particular, it's been largely water as opposed to ice. I mean, you can see those trees kind of at the top of the screen there. They don't have that same sort of white gray hue that some of the other trees have had. And then Tupelo coming in around 32 degrees. That is a pretty substantial difference between what we have out in the Delta. So again, another band of this kind of mix of freezing rain. It's rain. It's just attempting to freeze when it gets to the surface. That's kind of the contrast there. And we'll slide back again and look out there toward Cleveland. One of my favorite cameras is, I think, the Cleveland camera. We've got a good shot there in downtown. Have a good shot of the flag. Can't see that today, iced over, but we're going to get things figured out and get things figured out soon. I've read this a few times today. I'm going to look it up again, so give me just a moment to try to get this out because, a lot of what I'm saying, hold on. I can do a lot of things, but I can't type and think at the same time. A lot of things we're saying probably are the kinds of things that don't bring up a lot of positive thoughts and hope and bring up anxiety. Do want to let you know something that came down last night that you may have missed. FEMA has approval and has announced as of yesterday that the federal disaster assistance is going to be available to the state of Mississippi to supplement response efforts due to the emergency conditions resulting from the severe winter storm that began on Friday and is continuing. The president, Donald Trump's actions authorized FEMA to coordinate all disaster relief efforts to alleviate the hardship and suffering caused by the emergency on the local population, to provide appropriate assistance to save lives, protect property, public health, safety, and to lessen and avert the threat of catastrophe in all of the 82 counties, the Mississippi Band and Choctaw Indians as well. Specifically, FEMA is authorized to identify, mobilize, and provide at its direction equipment and resources necessary to alleviate the impacts of this emergency. Emergency protective measures limited to direct federal assistance under the Public Assistance Funding Program will be provided at 75% federal funding. In talking to emergency managers today, what that means is they've got the green light to do everything they can, because one of the struggles sometimes in a disaster is there are things that they can do, but if they don't get reimbursed, tax money doesn't come out of nowhere. So this says that they don't have a blank check, but for things that are reasonable, they're going to be able to get reimbursed. And so they can get the people and the resources in place to try to alleviate the issues that we are dealing with due to this weather situation that has come in. So I'm thankful that the government is coming. Some people might not like that statement there, but fortunately, there's going to be assistance needed. And luckily, there have been resources from other states that has been staged in our region or around our region, preparing for this event, so that as soon as the ice stops falling and the wind and the potential for branches to immediately start dropping subsides, that the folks are going to be out there doing the best that they can to put things back. But we've still got a little bit longer that we are contending with this, unfortunately. as we look at the threats, and again, this has been one of the things we've talked quite a bit about over the last couple of days. We've shown this, that ice storm warning still in effect. Double check, make sure my battery and stuff is all good. Real good here. That was weird. Because it's not like we can take a power hit unless that was my truck. Hold on, give me just a second here. Caleb, you might have new information. I'll pop you up for a second while I am going to check and see whatever that was, because my screen's all kind of freaked out a moment ago there. Caleb, what you got?
Okay. Well, right now, still kind of skimming through everything. I've seen some posts that our meteorologist, Gabe Maynor, is posting, which actually we could probably just go to his account and see the latest. He's really good at finding a lot of stuff happening across North Mississippi. He's been finding a lot of pictures of, unfortunately, a lot of kind of destruction and just fallen trees across our area. This one is debris cluttered on a car in Rhinesey from the falling limbs. So that is one of the things that first thing I did here at my house, even though we were kind of on the line of where those peak threats were, but moved that over, took our cars over to the front of our house, put those wipers up, trying to remove them from trees. But that is one of the risks that have come with this. There's another one. I love people that send in pictures like this. About a 1/2 inch in diameter of ice wrapped around the limbs. That's significantly weighing down those limbs with how much weight is added. So even though we only talk about
Hey,
a
Caleb?
1/4 of an inch, in this case 1/2 inch. Yes, sir.
What,
Can you hear me?
are you looking at a computer where you're showing that picture?
Yes.
Go ahead and just take your phone and point it at it if you want to.
Okay.
Just to kind of show people what you're looking at there. I know that's not the prettiest way to do this, but it works.
Let's see if I can. I'm gonna see if I can. The only bad thing is I won't be able to see. We'll see if we can do
you're not
this.
gonna be able to see. So
There
you
we
do
go.
that. That's good. That's framed up. Okay, go for it.
Perfect. So yeah, here are some pictures that our meteorologist Gabe Maynor has been posting, kind of showing the ice literally wrapped around the tree branch. So just added weight, and that's what's responsible for hearing those loud cracks across your backyard, front yard, anywhere within the neighborhood. We keep scrolling. Here's some damage that was on a trampoline out there in Pontotoc. So damage to swing set and trampoline. You can already kind of see some of those big limbs. Let's click this to enlarge it just so we can see. I mean, huge limbs. I mean, those are probably those gunshot sounds you're hearing outdoors of those trees quite literally snapping and falling to the ground. Here's another clean snap that you can see out there. So we appreciate you guys sitting in these pictures, and we hate that this is occurring, but y'all are also our eyes and ears out there. We can kind of see what's going on. Here's another one, which actually, let's see where this was at before I click on it. This is in Walnut as tree limbs continue to fall along the freezing rain. So here's some good examples of all those limbs that have snapped in their yard. You can even see all the ice protruding off of those branches. And I mean, look at that, how much they're bending and curving with all this added weight. So those could, I mean, snap at any moment. And this is why not only do you want to stay at your house, but stay indoors as well, because you could walk outside, and if you're walking along those trees, could definitely, those could fall at any moment. So dangerous conditions still here across North Mississippi. You can see all that ice forming. And I mean, we prefer to see something like this on the shrubs, on the ground, not really affecting us, but still kind of showing that those conditions are still very evident all across North Mississippi. Here's another example of those trees sagging, is how he described it. This was off of West Jackson and Tupelo, so out in Lee County, photo by Maddie, and you can already see kind of that curving that is taking place here with all that added weight. So imagine that still on the power lines as well. That's kind of what those updates I sent earlier or read out from our local EPAs, just talking about how makes those power lines start to bend down. Eventually they can snap, and they'll still be live at times. So definitely want to be very careful with that. Here's an awesome video that I got sent earlier as well. It's showing these limbs actually snapping and falling, and you can hear them, especially with the sound turned on, which actually, let me do that real quick, because I can just press this. Oh, well, you can hear me. We'll turn that off. There you go. And let's watch this again. Watch the tree snap.
Hey, Caleb, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to maintain some power situations here at the house for a minute.
Okay.
So if you want to keep talking for a second, you can. I can Yeah, I would say, if you have some other stuff to talk about. If you don't, that's fine. I need about 2 minutes if you can give me that.
Okay. Yeah. No, I can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Which let me see if I can. I'm going to refresh this Facebook page, see if we have any more updates. Perfect. Here we go. This is the Tom Bigby EPA. They posted this 9 minutes ago. This is an outage update. Real footage of a live wire on the ground. Beware of down lines. They aren't always this obvious. This is what we were just talking about with having that weight get added. And they added this video, which I can turn around so y'all can see it. And they mentioned it's not always this obvious. Of course, this one very obvious, but showing that downed line affecting those out there. The Tom Bigby Electrical Power Association posted this. So very dangerous conditions out there across North Mississippi. And so just want to keep emphasizing that this ice, although it can be pretty at times and fun to look at, the weight of it figuratively and literally is rough on any power lines or trees. So definitely want to make sure that you continue taking this very seriously as that ice continues to move on out of North Mississippi. We're getting closer towards the end. I know this started Friday night for some of us, and thankfully getting closer towards it finishing. But we're closer to the end. And then there's more updates kind of along North Mississippi, just kind of showing more of the damage that's occurring across our area. I've already read out all the school closings that I've seen along North Mississippi, and then also those EPAs kind of giving their updates as well, which actually on my end, let me see if I can pull up current radar, which I can do that on this real quick. Bear with me, just because usually I can do this up in the studio, and we're doing a little makeshift at home situation. So looking at this, definitely still seeing some icy conditions move across North Mississippi. You kind of see what I'm looking at. This won't be your standard that you're seeing on Matt's screen, where it shows kind of where that freezing precipitation is occurring. This is kind of showing where that rainfall is and where it's a lot heavier, but we can definitely tell where it's going to be a lot more of that freezing rain, and that's up there in Oxford and Lafayette County, up in Union as well, up in Lee County. So just showing kind of still seeing these conditions move across North Mississippi. And if I were to pull up the Jackson radar, there's still stuff happening towards the south. So that's going to eventually make its way towards us. I can even put this in loop just to see as that continues to make its way through. So not the best visualization, of course. I wish I was in the studio to give y'all that, but want to make sure that we are staying home and staying safe, especially if I'm going to keep preaching about it. I want to do that for you guys as well, to show y'all that we really mean it and we care about y'all's safety here in North Mississippi. But let me go back to Facebook real quick, continue scrolling to see if there's any updates while Matt gets the last little bit of power back up, which I think I'm starting to hear him just a little bit. North Mississippi Storm Chasers, they posted this 35 minutes ago. It's that updated power outage map as of 10:05. So around 35 minutes ago, Matt still facing those power outages here. And also, I believe we have Evan Gibbons here from Alcorn. Wanted to give us the very
gosh,
latest.
I'm so sorry.
Just wanted to
go
let
ahead.
you know.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to keep him waiting because I know he's busy. Let me get that up there. Thank you, Caleb. Okay. Who do we have here? I'm so sorry. I was my power situation. It's kind of down at the house, and so I'm trying to get as much off of the thing that we're doing here as possible. So okay, go ahead. Who do we have? It looks like he might have left us here, so we might have to try to get him back again. I don't know how. I'll bring Caleb back here for just a moment. So I find out how long he was waiting, and that might be the issue because he's a busy man. So I apologize for that. This should still come up here in a moment. See if I can bring Caleb back. Hey, Caleb, I feel bad about that. How long was he waiting?
He popped up the last few minutes. I just couldn't bring him up myself. Probably last 5-ish minutes. I just sent him a text because he told me he was on there. But it'll be Evan Gibbons for Alcorn. But hopefully he'll be back. I just sent him a text that you were trying to bring him back up. But I know he's also extremely busy.
Evan Gibbons. I'm sorry.
Evan Gibbons. Gibbens.
Gibbens. Thank you. Well, I feel real bad about that. And I can't, unfortunately, the box where I can see it, I can't really see it very well based on all my monitors. So let me kind of reorganize some things here.
Good.
See that better.
Me.
Oh, man. Well, Alcorn County is in a rough shape as far as that concerned, unfortunately, there. So that's, okay. So, no, hey, Emily. Yeah, I know the power's going to be out for a little bit. Let's just wait. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Okay. Trying to figure out, so again, get some things done. What I did a second ago is I was moving as much as I could onto the truck and off of the backup battery at the house. So, yeah, I think we've kind of got that figured out. Okay. I apologize for kind of cratering, things. Of course, you had great information there, Caleb, and I appreciate you for kind of keeping people up to date as we're trying to kind of balance about 5 or 6 things here as well. So meteorologist Caleb Edelblut there in the Oktibbeha County area this morning. Again, these are our threats at this time. We still have ice ongoing and will continue to fall for a little bit. And unfortunately, this has proven to be accurate prognostication of kind of the peak impacts where we have seen, because this lines up almost perfectly with where we've had the maximum issues. And so I would still say for you in Columbus, maybe just a hint of ice the last second. I don't think it's going to be maybe a ton of travel disruptions, but there still will continue to be a few issues as that kind of pushes into and through the area and the last side of this event moves through. But unfortunately, icing still occurring, and we have the potential for some wind to possibly kick up on the back side of this system to a certain extent here. I need to double check. I'm not sure if our Facebook Live is still up. Nope, that is. Huh. My computer here has done something weird. So hard to say what that was doing there. Okay, hold on. I got Alcorn County EMA with me now. Apologize that we left you hanging there. Hey, Evan, I really feel bad about. Yeah, but we were trying to. So we do have backup batteries in the house, but they were going when we started this morning. They were about 75%, and we dropped below 50. And I knew that we weren't going to make it tonight at that, so I had to pull basically everything and put it on the truck that I could. I think we're good now. So, but obviously we are fortunate, and we know you guys up in Alcorn County. It's been a rough go for sure.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It has. So just to give you a little update on what we've got going on here, 100% of all meters are out in Alcorn County. Our facility here at my office is on generator power. TVA transmission lines have also been down for all of our substations per ACE Power. We do have reports of trees on houses. We have trees in roadways, power lines in roadways. Travel is very much treacherous at this time countywide. We have severe widespread damage to roadway infrastructures from those trees and such, as well as some houses have reported damage as well. Right now, we are assisting in getting individuals who have been displaced to our shelter. We do have a shelter up and running at Gospel Tabernacle. And if for any of our local people that's needing that address is 1624 Glover Drive, Corinth, Mississippi. They are on a generator power. We can house you if you call us. We will arrange transport as best we can. It may take us a while to get to you based on the road conditions, but we are doing everything that we possibly can to assist everyone that calls us. We are calling on our community right now. We need all hands. So please check on your neighbors. Do anything that you possibly can to assist them and giving them adequate shelter. If you don't mind, and you know your neighbors, you can bring them into the fold. That would be great. We also ask that you limit travel, as again, as I mentioned, roads are very treacherous at this time, and our emergency crews and linemen are out doing everything they possibly can. But extra traffic can add to the hazards for them as well. So please, if it is not necessary, please stay off the roadways. And for right now, that's about all the update that I have to give. We are still very much in the initial response phase of this.
Yeah, I mean, it's still sad to say it's still an ongoing event, right? And so about how many, you said 100% of customers there on ACE, Alcorn County Electric out of power at this point. Was that correct? Oh, we might have lost him. He might have got a phone call. That happens from time to time there with that app. I'm going to give him a minute. I'm going to leave that up there. But that was a statistic that just, again, as we've talked about, I think these numbers on the percentage of power outages are underdone on here. But if he's got to move on, he's got the, life and property, comes back to what they're doing there. I will say that Evan, that this does continue in a browser, so you do have to kind of swipe up to make it go away. Otherwise, he'll just kind of keep on going when he puts it in his pocket. That's why I think if I say, "Hey, Loudy," now I did get a little feedback there for a moment, so I thought maybe that was the case. But yeah, a large portion of folks without power over a large swath of the area. You start again, and this is an underestimate on the percentages of people out of power in many of the counties that you're looking at here. Hey, Evan, sorry about that. I know
that's okay. I got a phone call. We got disconnected.
No, I absolutely, and you are doing your job, and I am 100% okay with that, and I really appreciate you taking the time to talk with us. But I just wanted to clarify one thing that you said, because I know my system's underdoing it, and you proved by a lot. You said 100% of customers with Alcorn County Electric are out of power.
That is what Ace Power has reported to me, that 100% of our county is out.
Man, that's crazy. It's crazy to think, so obviously stay home, stay safe. And I guess, patience, as we said over and over again, probably the most important word over the next week.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, like I said, we are working diligently. Police, fire, EMS, we are doing everything we possibly can to assist everyone and get them what they need. But it is a very slow response at this time.
Okay, that's Evan Givens, Alcorn County Emergency Manager. Thank you so much for speaking with us. I know you had a billion things to do, but we appreciate you giving us your time this morning. Thank you so much. And
yes, sir. Thank you.
I'm sure we'll be talking to you in the upcoming days.
Yes, sir.
Okay, as we kind of bring it back here and take a look at all of those power outages, I mean, clearly they are widespread, they are significant, and they are still ongoing and will be ongoing for, let's be clear, for weeks. And unfortunately, we are not alone. When you kind of look at this, you can clearly see where the ice is and was. There's a large ice storm, and unfortunately, as we talked about for a few days there, we were really in the bullseye for what it had the potential to produce, and these power outages are largely what that has been. We look at our national perspective here. We look at the national surface map over the last 6 hours here. See the lightning? That's the crazy thing about this. This has a severe weather component for locations down there in Florida. Our friends at Panhandle Weather. See that blue box that pops up at the end? That is a tornado watch, because that's what this event is doing, a tornado watch for Santa Rosa County. That's one of the places they cover down there, our friends at Panhandle Weather on that. Remarkable to think, tornado watch in this, but that's kind of the way this system has worked out. As we look at the radar kind of on a national scale here, we are seeing again signs that things are improving. That backside, that dry air has accelerated. And now it's just about Grenada to Greenwood there. So the precipitation has largely ended in Senatobia. You can say precipitation, you can say prayers, one way or another. We are almost at the tail end of this. You can see on our 6-hour loop here. And yeah, we did have some lightning. That was a compounding factor. That's thunder, freezing rain that we had overnight. But the dry air is moving in, and the system is going to begin to moving out. But I see Stormy there. Again, a lot of folks, been commenting on our social media, different accounts that we have with this, talking about 2 inches of water running down the driveway. It's a lot of rainfall there that Andy's speaking about. It's still raining cats and dogs in Greenwood Springs. There's a lot of heavy rainfall with this system as it's moving through. We've talked just a ton about power outages, and I'm just going to show you kind of a selection of the pictures that you sent in. We had some of these behind the scenes for us a minute ago, so I'm when we were talking to one of the other emergency managers, but just these trees doubled over from the weight of all of the ice. Unfortunately, very significant. Yeah, confirmation again from the North Mississippi Storm Chasers, 100% of the county in Alcorn County is out of power. It's incredible. It looks like we've lost a couple of these here. Oh, I shouldn't have clicked off it. But yeah, bent over trees, significant icing, things on roofs. Ice storms are unforgiving. I mean, that's a pine tree kind of half knocked over a fence. Wet roadways, and I mean, whoever this was and wherever that was, one of the luckiest people out there today, just going, what's the deal? Because snap trees, whether it's my house, whether it's your house, there are a lot of those locations out there. The grass completely covered in ice. We're going to remember the ice storm 2026, and we're going to remember it for a while. We check out some of your latest pictures coming in. Again, just a complete gallery here of just miserable looking roads. So this coming here from County Road 306 in Glen, speaking of Alcorn County, and a shot there of just the drooped over tops of the pine trees, each and every one of those needles picking up the ice, and again, significant damage showing up to those. The only benefit to a pine tree is you don't always lose the whole tree. A lot of times you lose the limbs. Sometimes you lose the whole tree, but the limbs fall off. You know, when you get that same kind of coating of ice on most deciduous trees, an oak tree, the way in which the branches tend to go out a little bit more, then makes them more likely that the whole tree splits in two. We've just had a ton of those going on. So I see Kendra there asking the question. So can all of the water freeze overnight? Yes. Now, one of the compounding factors that we have is that, how many times I said that phrase? I feel like that's my overused phrase of the day. Gabe says his car's battery is dead. Well, that's not good. We'll have to go over there and give him a jump when it's safe to do that. But I'm going to say this. Thank you for everything you have done, but you need to shut your phone off and conserve power on that, period. We really do appreciate everything, ... And we will talk a little later, period. If you need us to come by when it becomes a little safer, we will absolutely do that, ... Is there something that you need? ? That could become a common occurrence. And if you sit there, and we talked about this last night, if you're sitting in your car and you're trying to keep your phone charged using your car, number one, it's an inefficient generator, but I get it if that's all you've got. But the car needs to be running, because if you just have it in that accessory mode, you're going to drain the battery. So when the time comes to start it, it's not going to turn over. But luckily, we're almost at the end of what we have here. And unfortunately, we do have just a little bit of wind that's coming in on the back side of this, and hopefully it's just a little bit of wind. But looking at peak wind gusts on this, we have not had a lot of the wind gusts showing up what this has showed. So I think it might be overestimating just a little bit, and I really hope it is. But on the back side of this, there's some gusty winds, and that could then enhance the possibility that some of these trees get knocked down. This is really the next big bogey. Once we get the ice to finally stop, it's the wind possibly trying to bring down tree branches, and then it's these actual temperatures in the single digits and teens that's going to flow in back behind the system. And that's why, talking about these warming shelters, you heard the emergency manager in Alcorn County talking about how they will come and get you if necessary. They don't want anybody to die. Now, we've also talked about staying in your home, wearing layers, cuddle up together, and, just trying to get through this that way as well. But let's be clear. If you think that you could be in a situation that this is a life-threatening cold, you just don't have nearly enough insulation. I don't think any of us are going to have enough insulation. But you just trust your gut on that, and, talk to authorities, because we are talking about temperatures that will get down to near zero for tonight. Let's look at those temperatures, and I'll show some more of your pictures. So we're going temperatures, pictures. So this was threats. Let's see here. I want TEMP. There we go. Now we'll do 18-hour temperatures. You know what? I'm sitting there right next to it. We're going to have two versions of this to look at. So this shows expected current temperatures as of an hour from now at 12 o'clock. We're in the teens. We're in the 20s, maybe a few spots into the low 30s. But most locations that we're watching, obviously the cold on the back side of this here. Got to change the color table in this one. That's how often I've used this particular graphic. So tonight, how far does it drop? We show, we're teens late this evening, and by early tomorrow morning, this runs out of data just in time we don't get there. Stops at 2:30 in the morning. The coldest there is still moving in. Let me update this to where it'll have enough data to go to the end. So I'd need 12Z surface temperature. Good. I'm going to need to change the individual temperatures to, I think it's latest, so that should work, hopefully. Okay, take this, and we want to go as far out as we can go on that, which would be 48 hours. That should get us through early morning on Tuesday as well. So click off of that. There we go. So you can actually see it. Okay, I'll step this side a little bit more. Make room for that. So as you'll note here, tonight, 2:33, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning, 5:30. Now, do I believe that the coldest is just going to stop there? Actually, it might. And you might look at that and go, why such a sharp boundary? And that's because this is where we've had more sleet and snowpack. And we've talked often this week about that refrigeration effect. It's kind of like air passing over that. It's going to be colder because of the snow. And so 3 there, Clarksdale, 0, Tunica, 1 in Senatobia. Those might actually legitimately have a big contrast there between that and Water Valley at 12. I wouldn't feel great about any of these temperatures. On a regular cold night, this would be bad. We'd be having, folks are like, oh, it's chilly. But this is where we need to make a real assessment. We need to talk to authorities before we go anywhere, because roads are going to be treacherous. That's what's stopping road crews. I think to a large extent, we kind of have to shelter in place tonight, but you have to make your own best decision on how to handle this. I can't make that for you, but I can tell you that it will be very cold, and that you probably, if you're going to be staying home or going to be cuddling with some folks, using a lot of blankets and doing layers. Layers in that you need maybe a short sleeve t-shirt, a long sleeve t-shirt, a sweater, and then a jacket. Maybe not to sleep in the jacket, but depends on it. That's pretty cold there. And you want to get under blankets and just kind of nestle yourself in the same way that, if you think of an animal, they nestle in their young down deep into hay or straw or something like that. Definitely something we're going to have to watch. And you need to be careful of, because it could be a life-threatening cold situation. The problem also becomes, as we go into tomorrow, and we look at those temperatures, look at peak temperature time period, we're going maybe 20 in Tupelo. Down here, Golden Triangle, that hasn't been this cold the whole event. It's going to be only mid-20s out there. But teens, perhaps, for highs. Your warmest temperature could potentially be in the teens for your Monday afternoon. And then as we go into Monday night and early Tuesday morning, some indications that could be the coldest for many other spots. We show it down there. As you can see, 4 New Albany, 12 in Houston, 11 there in Bruce, 9 in Tupelo, and 7 there in Boonville. So single-digit cold. And then the fact that obviously there's massive power outages. Y'all say some prayers, because this is a scenario here where it might be homebound, it might be elderly, but this is almost certainly going to end in some loss of life because of the cold. Starts with the ice knocking out power, and it goes to the cold. So check on your people. That's my biggest piece of advice. Check on your people. I can't guarantee you're going to be able to get through, but for those of you that's like, I see Ingomar is still out of power. Well, if you're watching me, Janine, and Ingomar, you need to be not. Because unfortunately, that battery power on your phone is not going to last, and that battery power on your phone might need to make it a couple of days. So you've got to keep a reserve on there. I know it's so hard to give up the information, but you need to make sure that you still have battery power when you need to, if you need to call authorities at some point here in the future, which is certainly a possibility. Okay, we're going to take a quick break here. I'm going to get some of your pictures ready. We're going to show those coming up right after this as we look at Mississippi Live with Mama Justice Doppler radar, as Mississippi Live weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center right after this.
Look at Wanda, ready to rock her big presentation. But first, lunch. Sweet Pepper's Deli. Delicious, celebratory, but is it quick? The Cobb salad. Tender oven roasted chicken, topped with cheese. Prepared, plated, and served in 6 minutes? Is this for real? Well, of course. Well done, Wanda. Sweet Pepper's Deli. Yes, ma'am. Life is sweet.
Growing up, Gabe was naturally curious. When he began to discover weather, Gabe just didn't want to know what was happening, but he wanted to know why it was happening. Gabe became fascinated with tornadoes, and it impacted his life. He wanted to pursue a career in meteorology. Even though Gabe grew up in Alabama, Mississippi has now become his home and his family. And one thing about Gabe is he keeps his family safe.
You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here in the Room to Room Weather Center all week. We've talked about ice. It is still ongoing, but for you in Water Valley and in Oxford and Grenada, and I say this like any of you are probably watching, considering all the power outages and disruptions that you have, but it is finished. Now, you might see a rogue flake falling down on the backside of this, but the icing and all the problems associated with it are finished. I'm on Justice Doppler radar. I do want to go to base velocity mode here, a way we kind of check to see if there's some wind. There's sometimes at the back edge of one of these is a little bit of gusty wind, and any wind gusts are bad wind gusts today. It doesn't have to be 50, 60 to cause major troubles. We get 20, 25 mile per hour wind gusts. We've got problems on our hands. But the dry air is starting to eat in, continuing to eat in on the backside. And so after more than 30 and I think actually more than 40 hours of winter precipitation there in Oxford, you are done. And so that's moving quickly toward New Albany and Ecru, the backside of this, into Bruce, into Grenada. Winona, we still have just this little fetch of moisture still overhead that's kind of been reinforced there. There are also a few more ripples in this down here toward Kosciuszko, a sign, again, of the strong winds aloft, kind of eating, helping to mix this on the backside. But Houston, we're watching this for you. Still a little bit of ice at the very tail end of this. Algoma, moving toward Ecru, same story up here toward New Albany. And again, a lot of these pokes I've just mentioned, there's no power. I mean, this is the heart of No Power Alley. Tupelo, we've been fortunate enough that a lot of folks have been just barely on the east side and have had less power disruptions. Fulton has been kind of much better off than that, but this has been a rough period of time for some folks, and luckily we are near the end. I'm going to check our Futurecast radar here. So here's the current composite as it stands as of now 11:11 a.m. on this Sunday morning, the 25th of January. And so Futurecast radar, again, shows that's continuing to mix through. I think it's going to be a little slow on that mix out. Again, shows the edge there to the Tupelo area by around 11:44. And then that last kind of batch there out of Monroe County, about 12:25. And it all gone there as we head toward around 1 o'clock. So for some locations, we are at the end. For others, we are very rapidly approaching the end of this winter storm system that is moving through North Mississippi. I'm going to bring this in closer. We're going to then also look at your pictures, and just so many pictures. We're talking thousands of pictures because this is a shared experience that many of us will talk about for quite a while. Just looking at some of these here, let's check where we're at here. So these are some pictures there from, I believe that is Prentiss County near the Boonville area, kind of on the east side of town. Appreciate these shots here coming in. I believe Lance, again, with trees knocked down. Again, that's the top of a pine tree peeled off and knocked down, and then another section of it as well. Obviously, some major issues with that. I'll bring up our gallery where the newest stuff kind of comes in first here. Again, some trees blocking roadways. Get the location on this. Apologize, it kind of pops back and forth. This is Boonville. This is also Lance. We'll bring his picture back up again. And again, that's a tree, of course, blocking the roadway there. Not a big one, but it's the cumulative impact of it. If it were one tree, move it, be done. But it's tree after tree after tree. That's part of the problem with this. It's pretty rough, and it's going to be for a while. And that's how, power line after power line, individual outages continue to come in. And we're looking at, in some cases, half a tree. This one from Martintown Road in New Albany, Union County area. I mean, big part of a tree right there. And you look just kind of ahead in the image there. And again, another tree down. You look just beyond that, perhaps another one. It's all over the place. And it's just, I actually lied when I said that. It's not a tree. It's halves of trees. I mean, look at this. just peeled and broken. Now listen, there's a decent chance, there's a chance that tree might make it. I don't know if it has quite enough, but you'll note even the power lines there in Union County. I don't know if that was even necessarily tree branches that put that one sideways, but just so many reports, so many instances again of this damaged trees. Again, this is another pine tree. This is kind of the double whammy on the pine tree. So you notice how you have all the pine needles coated in that ice, but you also have this one had a longer reach, and so that pulls them down, weighs them down until the tree can't take it anymore, and they snap. So, man, crazy how that's going. Want to speak about crazy here for a second? Crazy? I was crazy once. If you go down in South Alabama, we have severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing there. That is crazy, but that shows you the impact of this storm system all the way down there. So, man, incredible, incredible stuff. But, that's just the intensity of big winter system. We had that thunder sleet, thunder snow, and luckily on this 2-hour loop, you'll notice we are almost done with that. Let's go back and look at some additional pictures here that you are sending in as we're kind of telling your story. And I will pop up our chat where you can interact with us. Again, here, Mississippi Live Weather, a fully digital weather solution that hopefully is proving useful. If you value what we do here, please consider downloading our app. I'm going to take down the chat for a second so I can show you that. But if you support, you want us to keep doing this. It's going to second. There we go, and there we're there. Want us to continue to be able to do this. Support our sponsors, support us. And one of the easiest ways to do that is using the Mississippi Live Weather app. It's free and available for all the different devices. We have it for Roku, that does good in ice storm. We have it for your smartphones. Consider downloading it, consider liking and subscribing, and we'll deal with it. Man, it's nonstop in the comments. I think everybody, this is an unfortunate shared experience that a lot of us are contending with here today. But we appreciate you guys for supporting us here. I was at a local TV station here in town for a long, long period of time. Never had an ice storm like this. And I wouldn't have imagined that the first winter weather event we had was something this impactful. There's a good chance, just for some understanding on the significance of this, there's a good chance that at most I have 2 events in my career like this. I've never had an ice storm like this before, and I'm hoping I never have one like this again. So massive amounts of power outages across the region. In fact, we're going to do state power outage total here, give you an idea on that. When we look at that state by state, we'll kind of stop this on the latest moment here. Well, go ahead and stop, please. Thank you. We're talking about 1.4, I get that? No, 104,000 people in the state of Mississippi reported out, and the actual outages are likely much more significant than that. Tennessee showing 290,000 people without power. Alabama, 12,500. And Arkansas, 5,000. Again, this is the difference between where they had snow and lots of it and the ice. And none of us said we wanted ice, but that's just unfortunately what we got stuck with in this case. Again, your pictures tell the story. Send your pictures in. As you send them in, they pretty much come in here, and unfortunately, none of these are very pretty. Again, this is a shot here. You can use the app, the link below. This is in Coffeyville. We talked to folks in Water Valley earlier, but that is a big, big tree right across the roadway there. Fence like that, I don't know for sure. A lot of those chain link fences like that near schools, I hope that's not the case, but that's a big, big tree down there. In some cases, split right in two. This is Pontotoc, their roof. Jennifer sending in this picture here, trampoline in the background, but that's a problem because now you have water intrusion. You have all the other problems go with that. Appreciate Jennifer for sharing her situation with us. Again, the complete icing. I'm going to put this to where I have a few more items here on my page. And as we do that, I do want to bring in our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut. He is outside kind of experiencing what's going on there in Oktibbeha County. And, you had some stuff break earlier yesterday, have not had many issues since. What are you seeing as of 11/19?
Well, like I kept mentioning, I've been in the laundry room helping you out in the background, and I've always kind of been hearing some of those limbs crack and fall. And I came out to kind of see what it is that's falling out of these trees. Thankfully, we're not seeing huge limbs. These are kind of just some smaller chunks and branches. The biggest limb we saw fall was actually last night, still lying here just off of this tree right here. That is the biggest limb we've seen in our yard. But we also, I heard it earlier this morning, a huge limb fell in my neighbor's yard. I don't know if you'll be able to see all the way from over here, but at the base of that tree, just a huge kind of crash and snap of it. But for us here, we're staying above freezing. So some of this is the ice from yesterday added some weight, allowed these trees to get a little bit weaker, and some have fallen. But we're not really seeing trees as a whole fall as compared to those pictures you were just showing. Our biggest threat right now is just all this rainfall. And it continues to just pile on up outside my front yard and even just going across the driveway. So just showing that it's some running water overflowing. And my concern is just once this rain moves on out and those temps drop within the next few hours, if that can potentially kind of freeze over, glaze over, and those road conditions get a little bit impossible to drive on, and we start talking about black ice where it's not that prominent as compared to Northwest Mississippi and those peak impacts. But if we get somewhat of a glaze, you're not going to be able to tell it's there until you're already on it and you're already sliding. So very dangerous conditions still to be felt here in Oktibbeha County. Thankfully, not really in the blunt of it, but still something that we need to take seriously as this winter storm is closer to moving on out of North Mississippi this evening.
Okay. Caleb, I want you to look. Can you show up close that branch that got messed up last night?
Yes. Let's see if I can rotate this. Put it down just a little bit. This is the limb that fell last night. Trying to get it to where you can kind of see all of it. But this is what fell last night. So nothing that's kind of occurred this morning or overnight. We've had a lot of rain here in North Mississippi. But this is the biggest limb that we've seen. There's a lot of standing water. Actually, I'll come to this side. That way you can kind of see the snap. That is where it tore and fell off here outside in our side yard. So just kind of showing that even though we're not really receiving all that ice as compared to our neighbors up northwest, I mean, there's still an effect having or to be felt here. So even the smallest ice can add just the biggest weight to these trees, especially if they're weaker, they're older, they've been around longer. They're not built like that, especially in the South. So just to show you that anything and that we want to take it seriously. So.
Absolutely. It's our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut. It's just a reminder that, this is such a historic ice storm. If we talk about, a couple tenths of an inch of ice like what you have down there, we'd have been like, this is a big deal. It's going to bring down branches. And then as it turns out, that is the not big deal. That just casts an idea of how incredible the ice totals have been that we have seen from this historic ice event. Current time is 11:22 a.m. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. That was our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here, totally streaming digital live weather source here for North Mississippi, Oktibbeha County. As you'll note there, the precipitation beginning to end as we speak and kind of moving in kind of on the backside of the storm system there. We are hopeful that, again, the dry air start to move in. As this moves out, we are hopeful that the winds don't kick up too much. And there's a possibility that could end up happening somewhat as well. But certainly not the case there in Oktibbeha County because we had, of course, the umbrella going and we were in good shape there. But unfortunately, there are other reports there. I see someone mentioning a tree on a house trailer in Iuka, some problems with that. We can say that this is a killer storm system. Unfortunately, reports coming in now of 2 fatalities in the Louisiana area, I think near Shreveport, those due to the cold weather component of this. And that really is our biggest concern now. Power outages, when it's electronics, when it's food, those are important, a big deal. But the heat component, with everybody, with so many people having electric heat now, power outages can be deadly. And so we are hopefully trying to prepare you so that you can be as safe as possible. And so we talked to Rick Wise with the Scouting America, formerly Boy Scouts of America. And, we talked about how do you make it through these cold temperatures? You bundle up. I mean, that might sound silly, might sound obvious, might sound what my 12-year-old in there refuses to do, but you layer up. Layers, in this case, we say save lives in severe weather coverage. When we're talking about, how are we talking, do we have, enough ways to find out if we're alerted, all that kind of information. But when we're talking about something like this, layers, the more that you put on, it insulates you and increases the odds that you're going to be in okay shape. We're going to take a brief break here. There's one thing I have to take care of, again, behind the scenes here. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather, and we'll be back with more on the ice storm of 2026.
I have been going to Two Place Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Two Place Smiles.
Just before 11:30, I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You are watching Mississippi Live as we are tracking ice that has moved through North Mississippi and caused crippling power outages, disruptions to traffic to a certain extent, but largely it has been the trees falling that have been the story, and it's taken out power in what is frankly a crippling way across this state. More people are without power that typically would watch us than with power. Think about that for a second. That's incredible to think about, unfortunately. We are looking out of our camera in Tupelo. We're looking back toward the west, and what we are looking at is the end of the precipitation just back to the west. All those trees you see in the foreground there, the glaze that we see, we still unfortunately have that ice on, and it's not going to melt. Temperatures are going down, and life-threatening cold is following in behind this system to the extent that it's reasonable. We could have low temperatures down, not just in the single digits, but below zero. We've been talking about these threats, and I haven't updated hardly anything. I've looked at radar this morning, haven't done hardly anything. So I can show you the exact graphic I showed you last night, and this is mostly the same what we showed most of the week. And we have had this. We have had accumulating ice and sleet. We have had thunderstorms that have then produced accumulating ice and sleet. We have had some travel impacts. That's about the only thing that may be somewhat of a miss. But the travel impacts are also significant, is you can't get down the road without running into a tree and another and another. That's why first responders are out there trying to work to get things in place. We've had very limited amounts of accumulating snowfall. Again, that was never this event, but now we are to this. And I got to tell you, that is a bit of a miss looking at the latest information there, because this is compounded by the fact that we have all of these power outages. This cold, I don't know that we've had people die to this point, but this cold could be the thing that goes over the list, unfortunately. I mean, think of this would be THREAT, as I'm trying to adjust this for you so that we now have it accurate on bottom there. But that cold, now, that is what we need to be. So let me refresh that graphic. because we have officially underdone that. We've talked about it. We've spent a lot of time talking about all the other factors with this, but I got to go up to level 5 on that. And actually, I can probably take the rest of these down. So next time I show it, I'm going to take the rest of these down because these, well, the ice and from thunderstorms, that's in the past. Accumulating ice and sleet, we're at the end. No snowfall, really left out in a couple of flakes, but this becomes the story. Possibly deadly cold air. Because it would be cold anyway, because pipes would burst anyway. One of the things our meteorologist, Caleb Edelblut, was putting in our discussion, our kind of behind the scenes chat related to this earlier, was about some pipe bursts up there in the area in Starkville at some apartment complexes, things like that. And that is at the front end of this, or at least some water issues going on there. A lot of school districts are going to be canceling on Monday. I'm getting text messages from some of the usual folks. You can do your submissions as far as schools are concerned. I'm going to kind of bring it down here for a moment, and we'll go over to that browser over there. You can submit the school closings yourself using our submission page. I'm going to put it in the chat right there. Give me a moment. I have not had the chance to go in and approve any of them while we've been on the air, but we'll get to that here in a minute, if and when that time comes. But looking at like Greg Ellis with the Tupelo schools, and so trying to get everything confirmed on everything. So we will see on exactly what's going to happen with them. And I think we're going to have a lot of folks out of school, and there might be people out of school for a good chunk of next week because of the cleanup with this. But you can submit your closings there. I'm only approving closings with a with an at your organization dot whatever. So basically, if it is Tupelo Schools I think it's tupeloschools.org or .com. I can't remember which one it is. But your domain there. We're not doing Gmails. We're not doing Yahoos. We're not doing any of that kind of stuff. Just because we've got enough things that we're worried about on top of trying to make sure that. So use your official email address, and we'll put it through there. We're doing also some businesses, but only with those at domain, that matches email addresses. Okay, so let's also go back. And again, this has been one of the things that we've done. Man, it's just these pictures are heartbreaking. Luckily, this not more damage than it was, but this is the part of a pine tree there. So many pine trees with parts of them, knocked off. That picture coming in from Tupelo, the Sharon Hills neighborhood. That was the 2014 tornado, hit that neighborhood pretty hard. There weren't a ton of trees still left there. Appreciate Ryan for sharing that. A couple of shots there from Sharon Hills. Another tree bent over here. This from Rachel White. Again, tree just, completely draped over there with all the ice. Hopefully, the problem is if we add in any wind on the backside of this storm system, we're going to have some bigger problems, as that kind of could enhance some of the tug and pull going on the limbs of those trees. So we're hoping that's not the case. As we talked about, there could be some gusty winds on the backside of this. Look at just how sad that tree is, completely draped down. Other limbs on the ground related to that. Just those kind of cedar trees as well as pine trees are the most vulnerable. That one coming in from Hope in Ecru. These kind of bent opposite directions. I got to get in the habit of clicking the name first. So apologize for that. Ben in Takapola. Ben in Takapola here, again, showing some, that went away. Let's see if I can get it to come up this time. There we are. Again, just kind of split. I don't know that was a single tree. No, that's two just trees right next to each other. Split opposite directions. Split opposite directions because they probably grew very close. But you see how they were kind of overweighted on one side or the other with the amount of foliage they had. And so that makes it easier to kind of split one of those like that. You can join the conversation, our chat ongoing on Facebook, on YouTube. And submit your pictures. We appreciate all of you that have done that so far. And they just, this is what you guys have sent us when I will one day remember. Click info, Blue Mountain, Lakin. Appreciate that, Lakin. We'll come up here and just show a mess. I mean, you got power lines in that. You've got parts of not just pine trees, but, you know, deciduous trees there. And you're not getting through that road for a number of reasons. If you are watching me still, do not assume any power line is dead. Even if your power is out, that might just mean that for one reason or another, the power is not getting to your house. You can still have massive power issues despite your power being out. There can still be power potentially running to the line there. So assume every line is hot and producing electricity, or you know, we could have issues. We could have fatalities with that. And this is a reminder that just because the precipitation has stopped doesn't mean the kids can go outside and play anywhere near trees because the limbs could fall. Was that what you were about to ask me? Okay, good. My daughter, all of a sudden, I looked her in the eye right when I was about to say it there, but tree limbs will continue to fall, you know, because it's just the stress. We kept using I don't know if it's kettlebell, you know, description of how this works. But again, you know, if you're holding that straight up and down, you can hold it sometimes longer than if you're holding it to the side. And then you can hold it, when you're talking about holding it to the side, longer doing that than you can when you're spinning. And the spinning is like adding the extra force, maybe not to the same extent to which the wind impacts what we have here. Man, storm chasers, they're in the same boat. We don't have any power at my house. Give me a moment here to kind of check and see where my power levels are to make sure that that is all what we're looking at. And I want to see at the back end here, it is possible we could have a few snowflakes. I'm getting some reports of snowflakes on the back end for about that long. Let's look at Mama Justice Doppler radar. That's probably what this is. I'm going to go into clear air mode here, so give me a second. That last little bit here in Pontotoc, and I wish I had a camera that was working, but our camera in Pontotoc, I think, is probably still down because of the massive power outages there. I mean, just a huge percentage of folks in Pontotoc County out of power. Yep, that one's down. Means our Tupelo camera, or maybe the Sherman. Let's see if Sherman's available. Is Sherman down? Sherman went iced over and went down as well, unfortunately. Tupelo's kind of our best bet to kind of get a look at this as it moves in. But iced over trees and maybe some snowflakes on the backside of the system as it moves out. Before then, hopefully the winds don't kick up bad, and then then things change. I apologize, I showed a bunch of stuff I didn't show you there. Apologize that. You didn't really have anything to see until this. So let's go over back to Mama Justice Doppler radar, because that was actually something to see. And here is kind of the backside of our winter precipitation, and possibly a brief changeover for just a few minutes to snowfall as a parting goodbye from this storm system that a lot of us will remember the rest of our lives. Obviously, Golden Triangle, you'll probably forget this. You know, where Caleb's at, maybe. But I guarantee you, folks in Grenada, Water Valley, the cold showers that are ahead, assuming you still have water, and the cold nights that are ahead will be something that you'll take away with you for a long, long time. I'll bring one other thing up on the cold that Rick Wise, who's with Scouting America, mentioned that just kind of stuck with me. You know, he mentioned the fact that, you know, you could consider, you know, possibly pitching a tent inside your house. Why on earth would you do that? Well, the reason is because you want to have a smaller area where you're heating, right? It's the reason your car cools down and heats up more quickly than your house does. If your house is cold, it takes a while to heat it up because you're heating a larger space. And if your car, well, that's not the case. It's a smaller space. And so if you put a tent in your house, you can conceivably heat that up with your own body heat. You and the members of your family all have a temperature around 98.6 degrees. And so those little heaters gathered together will heat you guys up. Now, I want to see what this long one is there. Let's not make a debate on which one was worse. One hasn't yet taken. Well, no, that's not true. This one has taken lives back in Louisiana, and hopefully it will not take them here. But again, 94 is the benchmark, and you don't know if you hit the benchmark until looking back after the fact, right? Some of the biggest moments of your life, you might not have realized were big moments until you look in the rearview mirror. And that's possibly the way this one is here as well. Now, we will remember it like 94, but that doesn't mean it will be more than 94. Because the thing about 94, and we talked about this with a number of folks the last couple of days, is that the infrastructure was not as well trimmed when it comes to trees. And so trees, the power cooperatives have been extremely aggressive about going out and clearing the right-of-ways for power lines. And because of that aggressive trimming, we've had power outages, but they would have been even worse. So that to say that the impacts on this versus the impacts from 94, I mean, I really hope we're not talking about 2 or 3 weeks with people without power. That's, I mean, you know, that was 94. And hopefully that's not what we're talking about here. Clearly, I'm not cheering for this to be the biggest. I'm cheering for everything to get straightened out here as quickly as possible. And hopefully that'll be the case. As we go wide, again, our headlines at this hour, as of 11:40, come back to this: power outages and wind gusts. The precipitation is leaving. We've almost made it to the end. And if I make this a longer loop, instead of a 24-hour loop, I'm going to set this to where it does a shorter period of time. You can watch those power outages growing and growing and growing. And the only reason any power outages have gone down here in the north part of Mississippi is because the systems to monitor them have gone down from time to time, or at least the way in which they put it to where we can get it in our system here. Chase Camp says 94 is nothing compared to this. Depends on where you're at, because this has been extremely impactful. Lafayette County, Union County, Pontotoc County, Tippah County, up into Prentiss County, Alcorn County, Tishomingo County. Those folks have been some of the hardest hit this time around, and some of those folks were the hardest hit in 94 as well. But again, these graphics, I mean, it's laughable what it shows for Boonville. That is way, way under on the number of power outages there. Even back to Greenwood, back to Greenville, there's almost no place untouched where we were under that ice storm warning from the significant power outages that we have seen. Again, prayers for the linemen and women that'll go out and try to restore power, and for the people around here that are trying to come back in. But I would say as much prayers for each and every one of you as we go not just through recovery from this, but also attempt to stay warm with what would normally be busting pipe sort of weather. That's where we're at again with this. I need to think about this for a moment here. I need to probably talk to a plumber. Take a quick break here. I'm going to see if I can get a plumber that I can talk to about some best practices, because I'm worried about pipe bursts next. Is there something you can do about that? That's a question. I'm going to see if I can get somebody to answer coming up after this, as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center.
As a bankruptcy firm, Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling realizes many people are worried about their finances. We're here to guide you through the next steps to restart your life with easy video appointments. New clients don't have to leave home to get information about becoming debt-free. Also, convenient in-office appointments are available at the low cost of $340 upfront for a Chapter 13. You can be on your way to being debt-free. Contact Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling today or visit our website at mcdebtfree.com. We are here to help you.
As we move into storm season, here's something most homeowners don't realize after a storm. Roof damage isn't always obvious. Wind can lift shingles, breaking the seal. Hail can bruise them below, and flashing around chimneys and pipes can loosen without you ever knowing. That damage may not show up for months. If your area has strong wind or hail, a professional inspection will help bring you clarity before small damage turns into bigger problems.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's really the only thing you can do if you don't have heat.
Okay. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no problem.
Friend didn't want to be on camera, didn't want to, have his voice on there, but does know enough about how to handle this. When we're talking about these temperatures dropping into the teens to single digits behind this, his recommendation, and again, I'm not going to give his name so no one's suing him or whatever, but I think that ultimately it's probably a good recommendation is you need to shut your water off down at the road. If you think the house is going to drop below freezing on the inside, not an impossibility in some cases. Hopefully you have an internal thermometer that you can kind of figure that out inside the house, some kind of thermometer there. But if you think that the house is going to drop below freezing, you want to probably cut the water off down at the meter down by the street, so that you don't have pipe bursts that cause. I mean, we might have just ran a commercial to talk about pipe bursts actually. But anyway, Absolute Cleaning and Restoration, one of those sponsors, our very first sponsor here in Mississippi Live Weather. I'm sure we help you out after the fact, but they've been giving away these. We've talked for probably 2-3 weeks about these faucet covers here. Yeah. Anyway, they'll help you out after the fact. But I think they and us, we would all like to probably help you out before. My stuff's got real choppy here. Penny, would you check and see if the video's choppy on that end? Because it's gotten real choppy on my end here. I'm hoping we're not losing something. Computer looks good. That looks fine. Okay. Well, hopefully we're all right. Even if it's choppy, we'll keep going as long as we can, right? So what about people who use wells? Well, the issue isn't the supply coming from the road. It's you're trying to cut off the supply line. So if you're on well water, there's probably a cutoff so you can cut the house off from the supply line. The idea is that water damage is significant not just in the initial burst, which is significant, but it's in the gushing that occurs after the fact, right? And the quantity of water, and that's going to then drain water towers, and that's a whole different thing. But so you want to probably cut your water off, turn your water off down at the meter if you think your house is going to go below the freezing point. Because then if you have, or honestly, approach it. I would say if your house is going to get down into the 30s or low 40s, we probably need to cut that water off during the overnight time periods, just in case. Because the problem is that, even with those spigots on the outside, the fact your house is warmer inside helps to kind of maintain the interior of the walls and keep pipes from bursting there to a certain extent. Well, now if you turn, the power goes off, you didn't turn it off, no one's turned off power, but the power goes off, now your temperature in your house is dropping. Now you don't have the heat coming from inside your house. Now the pipes in the walls freeze at a different level, and it's even colder outside. So again, we have a lot of layers there to where my recommendation and what I will probably do here in the Law Pond house is I'm going to walk out to that meter. I'm going to use the little key. I'm going to turn it off at night. And if everything goes well, we'll turn it back on tomorrow when it warms up a little bit more. It's not going to warm up. We'll be 20s and low 30s. We're not going to even think 30s. We'll be 20s out there for highs tomorrow. Maybe very low 30s. Either way, it's not going to warm up much tomorrow. And that's a problem for a large chunk of this week. So we might need to be trying to do something to make sure that those that the pipes don't burst, and cutting off that water if they burst kind of limits the impact and the effect related to that. Again, one of the main things again is appreciate you guys in the conversation here. Talking about this here. In Peppertown, did nothing but rain. Got prepared for power outage, but glad I didn't have to use it. Hey, if you in Peppertown, that is what we were talking about. I'm going to go back to Mississippi Live, Mama Justice Doppler radar here for a moment. As we bring it in nice and close again, we talked over and over again about the cutoff, right? We said that there would be a line. And I lost connection there. Let's find out. Oh, no. It's still trying to query it. We're good. But there would kind of be a cutoff between, you would have icing here, pretty likely. Tupelo, we mentioned Tupelo 10 zillion times this week because we knew that was kind of where the dividing line was on where the cold air was going to go. And then Tupelo, you get the icing. North of Tupelo is more significant. South of Tupelo, less significant. And then you're lucky up out here in Peppertown, near Dorsey, that you don't get hardly anything. It's just mainly rainfall. Extreme. We talked about it was going to be a low confidence, high impact forecast. Unfortunately, that is the way this has played out. And I meant to have the camera on this when the final hurrah came through the Tupelo area. And as we look outside of our camera there, our Mitchell, Cunningham, and Bowling camera on South Tupelo, we show the trees, again, iced over. Oh, we broke it loose. It can move. Some of our cameras haven't been able to move because they've got frozen as well. I'm trying to look kind of back there. We're looking back toward the east. Clearly that tower there, solidly iced over. And you want one other thing I'll say, if for one reason or another you have to go near a tower with guy wires, those wires that hold it up, the ice will start falling off of this later this week, and it might not be above freezing when that happens. When that happens, though, that ice falls, it can kill you like that. I was at a TV station in Texas, and the tower was right there above the TV station. Well, that happened here. You know, we had one here as well. But I remember one time a piece of ice came off that tower, fell down, and completely busted out a windshield. So beware of falling ice once things finally do start to thaw out just a little bit more. But looking out kind of northeast out of our camera there, the little, you might be able to see it. Let's show you snow, shall we? The bottoms of these clouds, you see how it kind of has a little whoop, whoop, whoop in the light gray there? That's all the snow. So for my daughter in there that somehow heard at school that we'd have a ½ inch of snow and never once asked her dad if it was going to snow, and then was disappointed yesterday when there wasn't snow. Did you see your flakes? She's not going to answer. Hopefully you saw your flakes. Unfortunately, we've got a lot more than that. A lot more than a lot of us bargained for. Again, you can find our app, submit your pictures there. We're going to be going through pictures for days, and unfortunately, a lot of them are going to look pretty similar with icing and damage from a lot of power poles and trees. This coming from Boonville, a picture here of, again, it's just a tree just completely split all the way down the middle, different sections. This was a healthy tree. Largely looks like it was a fairly healthy tree, maybe not perfectly healthy, but because there's a little black there in the middle on that, and sometimes that's a sign of that they're not in perfect shape. But a relatively healthy tree, and just broken to pieces there, unfortunately. Power lines. This is from Enville. Again, some of those power lines completely coated there, and then of course the ice hanging down below that. Appreciate that shot there. Trees really kind of dangling back and forth. These are going to be Brittany. Let's see where Brittany is at. I'm going to pop up her picture. If I got to click info, pop that, and then let's map it there. Brittany, those cluster of pictures from actually near Starkville. Interesting. That's west side of Starkville. Okay. That wasn't what I expected. But clearly the ice significant enough there. So I take it back, Caleb. Things not as good where you were at as what it looked, or maybe just to the west of Starkville there. Pretty rough. And again, the big winner on this, or loser on this event, has been the pine trees in North Mississippi. Well, and all of us for losing power. But be patient, it'll come back. Let's see what else we have here. So many, this is the unfortunate thing. It's not just trees down. In many cases, it's into things. This is in the altitude community. That'd be up there, up north, Prentice County-ish. Yeah, you can see there's the power meter. It looks like pulled off of the house. This is a bad thing waiting to happen. Unfortunately, just keep that in there, Penny. Okay. That's a bad. That is a problem waiting to happen. And you can see it looks like there's some kind of something falling on, I guess, the ice from where whatever that tree was happened, peeled back the guttering, and there's going to be a lot of damage, a lot of insurance claims. I saw somebody in the comments saying the insurance companies are so excited about this. That is not the case. Paying money out is not what makes them money. Take pictures of everything right now. That's another thing I would say. Take pictures of everything right now. Because you want to see it in this state. It helps with great documentation to get that to eventually to your agent to be able to make sure that the claim is paid in the way that it should be. So, yeah, definitely make sure to take tons and tons of pictures. Now, that's not what I want to see over here in Tupelo for a moment. This is that camera that's really kind of going back and forth in the wind, jostling that thing back and forth. As the kind of wind on the backside of this kicks up. I'm hoping that doesn't mean that we're going to start having some significant power issues. I am zoomed in a little bit, so sometimes that enhances that just a little bit. Yeah, we could talk to him. Let me think about that. But yeah, I think clearly that shows that the wind is kicking up, and that could cause additional failures of trees and things of that nature. Let's do a power outage checkup here. Current time is now 11:54. We'll kind of do around the horn on the different power cooperatives, check out the numbers. These have been some of the more accurate numbers if we go right to the source. This is the Tallahatchie EPA there. Again, a lot of single outages there. And we're looking at, again, 510 active outages. Why is that important? That's 510 different customers, or sorry, different locations where they're going to have to go back and fix things. That's a lot of footwork on the ground. Tippah County EPA, we're looking at about 10,000, almost 11,000 of the possible almost 14,000. So only 3,000 of their customers with power at this moment. Up in Prentiss County, we're now up to 7,600. As we look here for Tishomingo County, we're still looking, we're kind of leveled off, I think probably about as much as we're going to get there at about 12,757. Yeah, I wonder if the reason why that number hasn't gone all the way to the top is, you know, so we have these spots down here close to Belmont. I think we might be able to see where the freezing rain stopped, or at least it wasn't as significant. You might have been just warm enough down here in Belmont. I think that's why our number, you know, went out. Everywhere where we had freezing rain, or just about everywhere there was freezing rain up there in Tishomingo County, it knocked out the power. So it's going to take them a while to be up and going and get things back up and working on that there in Tishomingo County. As we check out, let's see here. This would be Natchez Trace. They're sitting at 5,300 outages as of now, just after 11:50. This would be Fork County. Fork County has making some progress on getting these down. They had not been hit as hard as some other locations, but clearly there have been plenty of outages there. Choctaw County, Oktibbeha County, Western Clay County, even close to the West Point area, a few outages at this time. Tom Bigby Electric Power Association. This big pink one up here is my power outage. We are lucky enough to have an electric F-150, and it has done a great job keeping the lights on here at the house. 6,200 outages. By far, one of the most impacted power cooperatives have been the folks over there at Northeast Mississippi Electric Power Association. We're going to try to get a hold. I have a contact there. I'm going to see if we can try to get a hold of someone talking about what they have going on there. But obviously, massive numbers of power outages. It's going to take a lot of time, and with all the hills and trees and everything being there, we haven't. I'll have to check here in a minute and see if we can get some pictures there out of Lafayette County, and then Pontotoc EPA. 16,000 customers, all of Pontotoc, most of Pontotoc County, Algoma. Up there, it looks like the Ingomar area as well. Just lots and lots and lots of power outages still at this time. And yes, I probably missed some of those, but wanted to at least get most of that list out there for you. So as we approach the noontime period, we can say that we are almost done. Mama Justice Doppler radar, the last of the flakes, the last of the whatever. Well, in saying that, I could probably argue for a couple of rogue flakes with what we have right there. That's probably a couple of picturesque flakes if I go to clear air mode on this, but not more than that. Just a couple little, is that what I think it is, sort of flakes on the backside of this storm system as it moves out. So we're about there out of Itawamba and Tishomingo County as we show you here looking at our future. This would be Futurecast radar. You can time out. Oh, I did it again. Sorry about that. Let's go back to the radar for a second. So we're almost done. As you can see there, this last little burst here is maybe a couple picturesque flakes. That's about it. And then as we head and watch this go east on Futurecast radar, we are all but done. I'll go a little wider on this. We'll clear it all out. As you can see, within the next probably 30 minutes to an hour, we're all done. We're all done. Cleanup will continue with those folks at the power cooperatives. We're going to take a brief break here. I'm going to call somebody about trying to get with Northeast Power and try to get you more information. We're going to do a forecast overview, Coming up here in 60 seconds from the Room to Room Weather Center, you're watching Mississippi Live Weather. Support the sponsors that support us. It's the only way we can keep doing this. Back right after this.
At First Choice Bank, we know you can't always make it before the bank closes. With our integrated teller, you can talk to a live person as late as 7 p.m. on weekdays and noon on Saturdays. It's not just an ATM, it's an ITM. First Choice Bank, your choice for banking.
Out with the old and in with the new. It's time to save big at Room to Room's New Year's sale. Store-wide markdowns 50 to 70% off. No tax, 48-month special financing. It's a new year at Room to Room Furniture in Tupelo. There's no place like home.
March 24th, 2023 was a normal Friday. You know, we knew the weather was not good, but we needed to take shelter, and we didn't have shelter. My husband and almost 2-year-old daughter, Ethan and Riley, they did lose their lives in the storm. We're still recovering from it. We'll always be recovering from it. Matt Lawpon cares about the community. He's not just there to collect a paycheck. I feel like Matt Lawpon has proven himself trustworthy.
I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather. You're watching our continuous coverage of the ice storm of 2026. I am broadcasting live from my home. I'm stuck here. You're stuck at your home. And we're going to do our best to give you the information to keep you ahead of what is coming next. And what is next is very significant and could be life-threatening. So power outages are dangerous. But let's be honest, in and of themselves, they're an inconvenience. The danger in this situation comes from the cold weather that follows. And we've talked about this here in the Room to Room Weather Center all week long. And that has been, there's a lot of cold air behind this, and that cold air is dangerous. Look how quickly temperatures drop. We're 29 by 4 p.m., we're 22 by 7 p.m., we're 19 by 10 p.m., we're 16 by 1 a.m., and we're down in some cases into either the high single digits, nothing high about that, or low teens. Actual temperature, not wind chill temperature, as we look toward the early morning hours of tomorrow morning. And I think we're once again doing that just as cold for Tuesday morning. And I think every morning this week, the best we can hope for is 20 degrees. But more likely, it's going to be in the teens. That's dangerous. That's going to lead to pipe bursts. We're hoping that doesn't lead to hypothermia and other issues related to that as well. I got to tell you, I am shocked that we have been able to broadcast as cleanly as we have this morning based off of my electric power coming from extension cords from a truck in the garage that is not running because it's electric, so I'm not worried about that. But the fact we've been able to even bring you anything has been incredible because power outages are the story. Now, I will say that our big, as we kind of re-rack that there for a second, our big push for wintry precipitation is almost through. It's right there at the Mississippi-Alabama state line in Belmont and Red Bay. And after this, if you see a picturesque flake, that's it. We are finally done after the better part of 40 hours of a winter storm that will be remembered for a long time. So in Aberdeen there, the worst is over. We are done in West Point in about 10 minutes. Starkville, a little bit with this last little bit of icing. Louisville, not impossible to see maybe a little bit of a wintry mix. I'd say that just for about that long in making. But this is the last band. This is a 1 hour loop. And once this is gone, everything is, all the ice is gone. But there's no question, though the icing, there's no additional icing, but the ice is not gone. Unfortunately, this has been the issue. It's been power outages. Obviously, I don't have to tell you, you probably don't have power right now. But if I make this a loop that goes back over the last 24 hours, you can just see how quickly this ratcheted up. I'll make this a 30-minute, time step on here. And you can see how it's not just here, but it's across. Just watch this fill in as the ice gets heavier through midday, afternoon, and last night, and then the massive power outages, the cumulative nature of it just coming and coming and coming has certainly been dangerous to this point. We've had a report of at least one fatality in the Shreveport area in Louisiana due to the cold, and our concern is that the cold is our next biggest threat that we run into now that the precipitation is moving on out of here. So we have shown this threat confidence graphic a number of times over the course of the last couple of days. The accumulating snowfall is gone. The accumulating ice and sleet is just about gone. So I'm going to go back here and take this to level 1, that to level 1. The travel impacts will remain issues from time to time, and the sub-freezing temperatures. That is where the biggest concerns are going forward. So give me a second while I change this graphic so that the next time we go to it, that it doesn't come up with anything terribly suspicious on some of these. So I will re-rack and re-show you here for just a moment. But I would say that we largely have done better on travel impacts than I ever could have imagined we would have. So here's our updated graphic on that. Because you might be asking, you got a team of 4. Well, we do. We're blessed to have a team of 4, and I'll give you my 4 box. You've got me, you got Gabe that locked up like that last night, Maggie that's out of power up in Northwest Mississippi, Caleb where they've had some issues in and out with some tree branches, stuff like that. He's offline with us at the moment. So you've got me for a little while longer as we try to kind of sort through what is going on here. But the main impacts, again, going forward, still some travel impacts as roads attempt to refreeze, and then sub-freezing temperatures for more than a couple of days. In fact, low temperatures this week could struggle to make it out of the teens. That presents a life-threatening situation because of that. Look at our 7-day forecast as we show it here. I'm going to hop right to that. Do they? Okay. We're trying to get some things, make sure we have our discussion with our insurance agent potentially on trying to figure this out. So we'll see if we can do that. But yeah, we're looking at teens to single digits the next week for lows. It's going to be very cold, and each of these nights, I'll tell you this right now, somebody not watching this because their power's been out longer is probably still going to be facing some power outage issues by next weekend, maybe beyond. I mean, you start talking about the hardest hit locations, and there are a lot of very, very hard hit locations. It would not at all be a shock for that to be the case. Okay, let's dig in here on a couple of things. Again, we had that thunder, ice overnight, something that we hoped wouldn't happen, that doesn't happen. I've never seen before, but did unfortunately happen with this. And now we have that dropping temperature. Look at how low it goes tonight, and so we can show you city by city. While I show some teens out there, best case scenario, there are going to be spots up in Northwest Mississippi where we're down here into the low 20s. Those are locations where we've had the most significant snowpack. We'll come back to that here in a second. Looking at the snow cover, it's most significant back out there for locations out into Arkansas. This does show some snow cover up here in the Northwest Mississippi, up in Lafayette County. I would say that is sleet that's probably misinterpreting as snowfall. We look kind of the snowfall, more official snowfall accumulations. And yeah, this is, I think, something I agree with a little bit more on snowfall totals over the past 2 days. And they've been pretty hefty out there in Arkansas. And those are, I'll move out of the way, those are some big numbers. And we were close, but unfortunately, we got the bad part. We got the mix. Estimations here on Mississippi Live Weather Radar on how much icing we saw, because I would say that we can put that past tense. This is just about out of here. And this has been extremely significant amounts of ice. In some cases, estimation over 2 to 3 inches of ice. That is debilitating. It's easy to bring down trees and power lines in that situation there. It can be very, very troublesome. And maybe that's the kindest way I can put it. So let's look again at those temperatures for tonight. I'll slide it over a little bit so we can see more folks in the Delta, and I keep my arm in. But those temperatures down into the single digits in some spots. Very cold, mid-20s, maybe a few locations, and actually below 0 in a couple of spots, a possibility as well. And that's tonight. Tomorrow, it doesn't get a whole lot better because temperatures, best case scenario, I zoomed ahead a little too quickly, but we're looking at some teens out there for afternoon temperatures on your Monday. That means things are going to not get above freezing. Roads that freeze overnight will continue to be frozen into tomorrow. And again, teens and 20s, it's going to be cold. And there's going to be some issues there. I appreciate Tommy saying didn't think he's turned on his TV once without one of us being on. Thanks for all we do. We appreciate you for your support, Tommy, and all the folks who are supporting us here on Mississippi Live Weather. Yeah, reports of some snow flurries on the backside of this. Might have to let my daughter know this is the thing that she's been hoping for. You get about that much in the way of snow flurry activity. Sometimes that happens in the backside of one of these systems. And then overnight, you can see in the pre-dawn hours of early Monday morning, there are points overnight where we show below zero temperatures, Tunica, Senatobia, Holly Springs, and that continues to spread eastward and involve more people. With the lowest temperatures early Tuesday morning, our model runs out of data at about 4:35 in the morning. Single digits, this could be very detrimental and could be troublesome. How long will it last? That's a great question, and I think the answer we can both kind of infer looking at the 7-day forecast. Now, I'm going to need a drink of water. Okay, that wasn't for dramatic effect. I just had to drink. Single-digit lows, barely reaching the freezing point, and I'll be honest, I have not massaged this forecast much. I did not spend a lot of time on these numbers here. But generally, I don't think, if this were sitting at 36 or 38 degrees, that would make a huge bit of difference. I think if we get some sunshine, we'll get some melting. And luckily, ice tends to not last as long as snow does. But the cold temperatures with this system linger as well. So if it melts quickly, hopefully, but the effects of the power outages and everything that goes with that will be sticking around for probably the next week, and that cold air that could be killer will as well. I'm making another phone call here, trying to get someone on with you, and we're going to look right at your pictures coming up here at Mississippi Live Weather from the Room to Room Weather Center in 60 seconds. Join the conversation. We'll show some of those pictures right after this.
Frozen pipes can cause serious damage. That's why Absolute Restoration is giving away free faucet covers to our community while supplies last. Installing them is easy. Just slide the foam sleeve over your outdoor faucet and secure it snugly. Also remember to disconnect hoses, open cabinet doors under sinks, and let faucets drip during extreme cold. Call or text to check availability, and from our family to yours, please stay warm and protected.
When you've been injured, don't settle for a lawyer who doesn't even know where you live. Call Langston and Lott. Local lawyers, personal service, real results.
Out with the old and in with the new. It's time to save big at Room to Room's New Year's sale. Store-wide markdowns 50 to 70% off. No tax, 48-month special financing. It's a new year at Room to Room Furniture in Tupelo. There's no place like home.
Current time is now we're at about 12:12. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lawpon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here in the Room to Room Weather Center. And again, power outages and all of the reports related to, I'm going to have to click this here and go like that. All the reports related to the, again, tree damage, they're just everywhere, substantial, and it's been a rough go of it. Brittany Presley sending this storm, ice storm of 2026. I'm going to pop up the shot so we still have it, and I'm going to pop it up on a map here to get an idea of where she is at. Again, this could be any number of locations, but that one closer to the Blue Springs area. Picture you sent in. You guys have sent in thousands of pictures. Looks like that one was very near the edge of, nope, it wasn't near the edge. It looks like it busted out that window there, potentially on that house near her location there. Big trees, in some cases healthy trees, falling because of the ice that we have had. Again, join the conversation in our chat on Facebook, on YouTube. We've been on live for a large chunk of this event, and we'll continue, for the next little bit here until all the precipitation is left. I can tell you that once the precipitation is left, we're going to make some assessments as to how we handle things from there. But just the sheer number of pictures, and you'll notice that this kind of groups pictures based on how many we have and where we have them. But we're just talking about thousands of pictures here that you guys have sent in across North Mississippi. Have not looked at a lot of those back out here for the Delta. Let's go out here toward Greenville. This earlier this morning, and Greenville has been spared some of the more significant power outages because you didn't have as much ice, but that's still a pretty good size, one of those, I think, live oak trees. As you can see with what they did with the garden there, that's one of those trees you build around, and unfortunately pulled down there a bit. That's a sad one to see. All these tree damage reports, sad to see as well. Back up there, between Shaw and Boyle, again, some of the ice that they had on the trees coating all of the various surfaces there. Significant icing throughout much of the Delta. We're looking at Charleston out here. Again, looked at some of these at the hospital earlier on. We'll see if we can kind of catch. A lot of these were from yesterday. I don't know if we can necessarily have those. Yeah, this is, again, some of the ice kind of peeling that down. That's this morning. So Mandy's here showing again the trees broken, and it's a reminder again at the hospital, essential workers that have had to go in and help out are truly some heroes in this situation, and we're so thankful for them and all of the work that they do, and hoping that things can get better. I want to check in with our meteorologist Caleb Edelblut. He is down in the Oktibbeha County area. There has been, again, some tree damage and things back in that area there. Caleb, I know, you're sheltering at home as opposed to at the studio because we wanted everybody where they could be for a little while. How are things down there? What are you looking at this time?
So far, so good. The biggest conversation, at least in my household, is when those freezing conditions will return, especially for all the water that's been on the ground. My sister's visiting from Birmingham. She goes to UAB, and she's just trying to figure out when to get back on the road because she has to get back for classes tomorrow. And she's driving east, and that's where conditions are a lot better. They're still getting those rain and thunderstorms, but not seeing freezing conditions. So I think the big question for everybody here in the Golden Triangle region is what will these below freezing conditions do for us now that we are super saturated out on the ground, and especially still seeing those limbs kind of fall from that ice previously, if maybe some of that will freeze on those limbs again. So I've been kind of tracking to see kind of when those conditions will return. I know we're right on the threshold, at least based off the National Weather Service, and we're almost dropping a degree each hour. So progressively getting cooler, and this is going to be the warmest we're going to feel for a while. So some harsh frigid conditions in store, but the good news is that precipitation pretty much almost out of our area. And that is the good news as we are wrapping up this ice storm and getting it further and further away from us here in North Mississippi, Matt. So still expecting some freezing conditions, but hoping that is limited in the next few hours.
Yeah, exactly. Because those wet roadways very much could end up freezing over. Appreciate that. Our Caleb Edelblut been with me all morning there. Can join the conversation here with us as we are continuing to talk to folks behind the scenes here and officials about what is going on in the area as the next phase becomes response and dealing with the cold that is coming on the backside of this storm system. Again, we still have what is primarily rainfall down here in the Golden Triangle. Number of cameras that we can check down there. We're going to look at our camera there in the western part of Oktibbeha County, and looking that is still, again, some ice there on the tower. This is one of the 4-county electric towers. But if you look beyond the foreground to those trees, they don't have that same gray kind of hue with the icing that some other locations have. But that's a completely different story up here to the Tupelo area, where, again, all the trees clearly solidly iced over 32. Temperatures will drop, and that means things could get more scary as we head into the tonight and the next couple of days. Everybody is dealing with this. Our power's out here at the house. Your friends, your neighbors, and to a certain extent, even public officials dealing with it at this time. Joining me here on Mississippi Live is Mississippi State Senator Chad McMahon from up here in the Lee County area. Thank you so much for joining us, Senator McMahon. This obviously is an unusual situation. Have you heard anything from your folks down in Jackson about this and about what we expect going forward?
Sure, Matt. Thanks for reaching out. Yeah, we look, MEMA County Board of Supervisors, every city had time to prepare. Assets were deployed. Most of the community centers are open. I know at Guntown, at Baldwin, Tupelo, and Saltillo, the community centers are open. They've got generators there. They're warm. The mayor of Saltillo said if you come to Saltillo to be sure to bring blankets because although it's 72, it's still kind of nipply in there, even though it's 72 degrees and people are in and out constantly. But look, I know it could have been much worse. I know we were planning for much worse. I realize people are inconvenienced, but what I ask people to do today is pray for our first responders, pray for the linemen. We're at home inconvenienced, but these men and women are putting their lives on the line. Personally, I've been out this morning seeing some neighbors that I knew were elderly and bedridden, getting their generators on. Took a couple of heaters to a friend of mine, and now I'm trying to get my tractor cranked so that I can help get out and move debris off the roads. But my battery's dead, of course.
Of course, and that's the thing. A lot of people are going to run into that probably with their vehicles as well. But I think you kind of nailed it there. Sometimes we're like, okay, who's going to come and take care of me? And I think it has to start with our neighbors and our friends and that local circle around us as we kind of help each other out. I know that at least up in Tennessee, and talking with our friends up at Tennessee Valley Weather, there were resources staged in advance. Do you know about those kind of staging, that kind of resource and stuff that could be on the way here to Mississippi? I know President Trump did declare a disaster declaration for this, so there's going to be the funding involved. But are there things that are kind of staged and ready to come in at this time?
Yes, we had time to prepare on the front end of this storm. My personal supervisor, George Rutledge, I talked to him last night. He was out riding around. I was too. But we had salt already deployed. We had sand. People were called in early this morning, 2:30, 3 o'clock. People started going in. So, yes, keep in mind, though, folks, I realize a lot of people have damage and they want people on the road. But, these linemen and the first responders, they have families, too, and they had to get their car de-iced, and they had to drive into work. And then they had to get the equipment at work de-iced so that they could get out on the roads. We've been fortunate, though. I think a lot of the roads are clear, Matt. But I know we've got a lot of trees down. We've got a lot of debris. We've got a lot of folks without a power. But every asset is being deployed to get this back on. And I want to commend Governor Tate Reeves, who declared a state of emergency in advance of the storm. That allows for a lot of materials and for drivers to drive in an emergency situation that normally might, like for example, for liquid propane, a lot of times they can't drive but a certain number of hours, but in a state of emergency, they can operate a little bit longer. So yeah, we were prepared. We had several days to prepare.
Yeah, I think that's one thing, from like a meteorological standpoint and thinking about this is just usually we don't have quite this level of confidence this far out. I can't think of a time where we did, honestly. And so I think it's good to hear that not just, from our, nerd standpoint and trying to explain it, but from an actionable standpoint, people took it seriously and that help is on the way. I think that's just, the one thing that I want to kind of emphasize, and I'm sure you probably do as well, that it's going to take a little time, but help is on the way.
Yes, and I'm asking people, help your neighbor. Please help your neighbor in front of you, to the left and to the right of you, across the street, behind your house. Check on them. Give them a call, especially the elderly. I just left a lady's house who's elderly, and she had one of the nicest generators I've ever seen. I was really envious, but she's in her 90s, and she couldn't get it out and get it turned on, but we were successful getting that done. But please check on your neighbors, especially the elderly and those that are infirmed, to see what you can do to help. Help begins with you, and then as the day progresses, there'll be official help on the way as well, and it's already help on the roads.
Yeah, I think you're right. It help begins with you, and think of how little time it takes for you to get to point A to point B if you're helping a neighbor like that woman you were talking about. Versus trying to get somebody, maybe a family member that's out of town, over there to try to help them out. Like, proximity in this case dictates that we should step in.
No doubt about it. Help your neighbor to the right of you, to the left, across the street, and behind you. Help them first, and then let's try to help others.
Okay, I appreciate that. Anything else you want to add, Senator McMahon?
Yeah, if you need help, dial 911. I would encourage people to stay off the roads, especially as the temperature drops. Please do not add to the first responders. Add to their workload by getting out and having wrecks. And let's try to stay at home. Enjoy. It's a weekend. Let's try to enjoy the day, even though we're being inconvenienced. And let's pray for our linemen and first responders. And let's choose to work together and look for the best in each other.
I couldn't agree more with everything you said. Senator Chad McMahon from up here in the Lee County area joining us on Mississippi Live Weather this afternoon. If there's anything we can do for y'all, let us know. But thank you so much for taking the time to come on with us.
Thanks for your professionalism, Matt, and for keeping people updated. Thank you.
I appreciate that. We've got a lot of folks supporting us, and thankful to have you on that list as well. Senator Chad McMahon here from the Lee County area on Mississippi Live Weather this midday period. And again, we continue to look at ice on lenses. And I apologize that this is as I'm trying to get to a computer that I think might have. There we go. Behind the scenes, we moved it there. Try to pull his senator's name key down off of that. The ice is not going to melt initially here because you'll note the temperature above my head has gone down just a little bit more. We're down to 30 degrees in the Tupelo area right now, and definitely this is going to be a kind of rough as we go forward into some colder conditions as well. We have an important storm update here, and I believe this coming from the governor's office. So I'm going to go ahead and read it to you here for a moment. I think I'll go back to radar as we do. So give me a moment to bring up Mama Justice Doppler radar. This coming just down from the governor's office in the last couple of minutes here. Important storm update. The severe weather is having a major impact on our state. Currently, nearly 150,000 are without power. This number is expected to rise as freezing temperatures remain, ice continues to accumulate, and trees continue to fall. As an example, the TIPA Electric Power Association is reporting that one TVA's distribution lines has suffered catastrophic damage, and because of that, it would be a lengthy time before they were able to restore power to every customer. We are in contact with the TIPA EPA and TVA to coordinate state assistance. Utility providers are working as quickly as possible to restore power. Road conditions, downed trees, and weather hazards are making it hard for utility crews to reach northern areas of the state and restore power. The Mississippi Public Service Commission is working to assess restoration timelines. Please continue to check with your friends, your family, and your neighbors. Please pray for the utility crews who are already out working. They are working in dangerous conditions and they run the risk of encountering branches and power lines falling on them. Our entire state thanks them for risking their own safety to help restore power to those who don't have it. If you do not work for a utility company, please stay away from down power lines. 58 warming shelters are open across the state. The state of Mississippi continues to remain in contact with local emergency managers, and we continue to respond to counties' needs and will do so throughout the storm. In addition to the resources already deployed, the state will be distributing over 76,600 bottles of water and over 60,000 meals ready to eat as soon as road conditions allow. We will also remain in contact with our federal partners. The Mississippi Emergency Management Agency is coordinating with the folks at FEMA and the Federal Emergency Management Agency to bring in 30 additional generators for healthcare facilities. We've also activated an emergency standby generator service contract to procure, to basically get additional generators that can be deployed to impacted areas. Saving lives is our top priority. The Mississippi Department of Transportation is still treating roads, but roadways remain dangerous. Please stay off the roads, if at all possible. This situation is expected to get worse before it gets better. Again, please continue to check on your friends and family and neighbors. Please keep praying for Mississippi. Governor Tate Reeves with that statement coming in the last few minutes here. Again, recognizing some important factors there. Obviously, the sheer quantity of power outages across the state, the length of time in which restoration could take to occur, with Tippecanoe County as an example, talking about a catastrophic failure to some of the transmission lines due to the heavy icing with this that will then extend this to days. and maybe potentially, again, as we've talked about, weeks. Also mentioning in there another important point that there are warming shelters. 58 so far across the state. And talking to different emergency managers this morning, one of their contingencies they were working for is they weren't sure which warming shelters would have power by the end. We do know there are 58 open across the state with this extreme cold coming in. Also mentioning, again, bottled water. One thing that happens at power outages is that means if everything fails, that pumps to get the water into the water tower start to fail. And so once the water tower drains, the quantity of water can become more limited. And so the bottles of water are certainly going to help out. And those 60,000 ready-to-eat meals certainly will help out as well. We talked about it earlier, how the Trump administration, coordinating with the folks here in Mississippi to get things together so that they can make sure that everything is going to be in place, and that the dual state of emergencies, one issued by Governor Tate Reeves and by the federal government and President Trump, will both allow resources to flow in to get things back together and put back together in hopefully a shorter fashion. So again, appreciate the governor for giving us that statement related to this. Certainly it is a scary situation for many of you, a frustrating situation, but help is on the way, and it's going to take a while. I mean, let's just be clear. It's unfortunately going to take a while in some locations, but it is absolutely on the way, and hopefully fairly soon. As we go back to some of the pictures that we have been sorting through here, again, showing on the ground what it looks like to you. And it has been obviously significant issues for a lot of spots. This is for Bradford Pear Street. Of course, Bradford Pear is not a strong tree, so easily snapped by this. I'm going to, behind the scenes, make sure we've got everything in the right spot. And there we go. Show that Bradford Pear tree, again, split. Again, that's pretty easy to do with those trees because they are not super strong. This shot here, again, the icy roadways. This is Grenada Cary sending us this shot here of just, you just see the trees down all along the road. The road is also kind of a slushy, sort of icy pack there. Not all of our roads are like that. If I went outside my house, the road here looks primarily wet down by the road because we did not have as much sleet to do the sticking to really kind of build up there, initially. But you'll notice that, again, it's a lot of trees down on the roadway and a lot of overhanging branches. This picture actually could look worse a few hours from now. I'm looking at some of those branches there out in the distance. More of those could end up falling because one of the concerns now becomes wind. And wind gusts behind this system could still be enough that we end up having more trees that crack and break and fall. As we come back over here, look at wind gusts. Estimated peak wind gusts, Tupelo area, 25 miles per hour. And again, most wind is not going to be this strong, but occasionally we're going to get some 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts, and whether it's occasionally or not, that's enough to cause some additional power disruptions, as if there's folks still with power, but also enough to bring down more of those trees. And unfortunately, that is an issue there. Now I see Prime 00001, I think got the number of zeros right, asking, in places like Starkville, where there is tons of water, is all of this just going to freeze? Yes. The water, anything wet will be frozen. So you're either going to have clearly icy roadways or you're going to have black ice tonight as all of that freezes. So while travel is somewhat passable in some locations now, it will not be in a few hours as those roads that are wet ice over. And maybe we're lucky enough that, again, the wind is bad for trees, good for roads. The overall average is still not good because it does somewhat dry out the roads if it gets breezy, but then obviously tree branches are coming down and that's making the roads worse as well. So overall, the average and the way it works out, the wind is not a positive for us. But the cold temperatures, huge issue going forward. As you can see here, dropping down into the teens behind this once you go back up into northwest Mississippi, and then even back into the single digits once you get back into Missouri, and all of that cold air. Let me adjust my graphic here so you can kind of see this all. I'm standing in front of a lot of it. But all of that cold air there is going to come spilling on in. And we're going to be extremely cold tonight. That's why the warming shelters that becomes one of the next big things that we're going to talking about, because people are going to need those. So we are going to take a brief break here as I get a couple things organized behind the scenes. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here at noontime. We are almost done with what's left of the wintry precipitation. Again, join the conversation here beside me. Everyone's asking anything on downtown Tupelo. I heard from one of the folks with Tupelo schools. We coordinate. I talk with them a lot about what the weather is, how it impacts their situation, and then that they make their own decision on what they do. But in his personal situation, talking about, it was almost like there was a bubble over his house in Tupelo. At their exact spot, virtually no ice. And you go 2 blocks over, it's ice all over the trees, all over the cars, all kinds of issues there. So weather is weird. Perhaps it was heavy rain or something and it melted the ice. Can't say for sure. God's plan is what God's plan is, and the way he makes it work, he makes it work. But we do know that the next step and what we have to plan for is a very, very cold night. More as Mississippi Live Weather continues here from the Room to Room Weather Center in 60 seconds.
I have been going to Tupelo Smiles my whole life. When I was a kid, I was unhappy about some uneven coloring on my teeth after getting my braces off, which at the time there really wasn't a fix. I was recently made aware of a solution that would totally fix it, which is exactly what we did. They not only heard my concerns, but they never stopped looking to solve my problem, and that's why I love Tupelo Smiles.
You're looking live here out of our camera in Batesville. I'm Chief Meteorologist Matt Lopon. You're watching Mississippi Live Weather here in the Room to Room Weather Center. It's been a week of expecting wintry weather, and unfortunately it has moved in, but thankfully it is in the process of moving out. Looking at this closely, that camera's locked up. And that's a problem we have with a lot of our cameras here with North Mississippi Storm Chasers. As power outages came about, they went down. Oxford, one of those locations. Let's look up here and see if we have anything back out toward Crenshaw. Crenshaw's up and working, but it's iced over, so we can't see anything. Pontotoc, I think, is probably still down as well. I'm going to check and see if Alcorn County is actually up there. That's one I haven't tried in a little while. Alcorn County, very hard hit by this. I mean, the reason these night pictures come in, you can see the moment that the power went out at some of these spots there, and it stopped transmitting data back in. One spot that we have continued to have power has been the Tupelo area. And one thing that we note on that is it's getting lighter and lighter and lighter on our camera there as things move out. And down for locations in the Golden Triangle, we are dealing with kind of the last of the rainfall for some locations there. The roadway's still wet. Raindrops on the screen there. Again, the Mississippi Department of Transportation providing these cameras, allowing us to kind of understand what we're looking at. We will probably try to talk to the folks over at MDOT at some point here in the next little while. But up in Caledonia, still a little heavier rainfall at that point there as we wait for this camera to kick in and update. Bouncing a little bit. I don't have anything really bouncing off of the surfaces. I'm trying to see if that might be a little bit of sleet. I see something bounce. See how there's something kind of bouncing there? I know that that's just a splash. There might be just a hint of sleet on the last little bit here as that band exits. But the big winner of the event down here in Macon, where we've spent most of the time above freezing, conditions fine, clear, and dry. Mama Justice Doppler radar, again, that rain just now exiting the Macon area, still a little bit over Columbus, a little bit over Caledonia. For our friends out here in Vernon and Millport, you guys have been just warm enough throughout much of this event to avoid most of the issues there, thankfully. Up here toward Detroit, it's been kind of back and forth based on a lot of what we have seen. I mean, considering the fact that Fulton has stayed almost exclusively rainfall through most of this, and we have not had a lot of icing issues there, I'm hoping that means the South and East and Detroit, you're in better shape. Again, travel fine right now. As you can see, travel speeding along I-22 there in the background of that shot or on that picture there. But this is all going to freeze. And I think we have been spoiled over the last few hours here that, oh, well, it's below freezing, but I can drive on it. That will change as temperatures drop in the next couple of hours here. At some point pretty soon, you are not going to be able to drive anymore on this. With me again and kind of giving us an update here at midday on what has been a very trying day, I'm sure, for him and all of his folks, is Scott Hendricks with the Tom Bigby Electric Power Association. And Scott, I know that, obviously your crews, we're trying to keep them safe. They're out in the field. It's been kind of a long day. How are things going so far as of, I guess, about 12:30?
Matt, we've made tremendous progress. I know a lot of people would argue with that. They would say our power's not back on. I think at our peak, we were probably about 10,000 out. We're down to 6,200 showing on the map. It's
That's
probably
incredible.
slightly higher than that. Less than a dozen poles. This is probably hundreds of trees, less than a dozen poles. But we're looking at some lines down because of those things. This is mostly limbs and outages, and you're having to work methodically. So an electric system works just like a home system. Think of it as you have a main breaker. Well, that's the breakers at the substation, and then you have all the sub breakers. Your 50 amps for your air conditioner, and your 20 amps for your plugs. That are in the living room. Well, our system has breakers and system breaks that protect it from issues and shorts. And so if you've got the smallest of limbs somewhere in that system, it can kick all the way back, and you have to work each one. You have to ride the line. You have to see what's on it. You have to clear it, and you think you've got it all clear, and you bring it back up, and people was great. Hey, the power's back on, and then it triggers back out. Well, there's another small limb we haven't found yet. So we keep doing that. We are building and reconstructing the poles that I told you were down. There are some service poles that would feed 1 to 2 houses. Those will be the last things we do. The last 1,000 customers, maybe the last 500 members that are down, those will take the longest because you're having to take a whole crew to one account. Most lines that we're getting back up to drop it by get 4,000 people back on, you can get hundreds at a time. Or maybe 1,000 at a time at a certain given outage. So we're working hard, we're working fast, we're doing the best we can, we're being safe, but it's tremendous. But we're lucky. I've talked to lots of the systems around us. There are serious impacts. I think Alcorn County is 100% out. Tippah County is 100% out. Prentiss County is a pretty high percentage. You've been showing it on your broadcast today. There's lots of people that fare far worse than us. We're going to work as long as we can. We will take a dinner break, hopefully about 6, and probably work into the night. There will come a point when we hit a wall and we need to stop. We started working at 5 and 6 this morning. There will become a point when we need to rest. We have requested help. I can't tell you when they'll be here. There's a call on that at 1 o'clock that I'll be on. As we know more about that, we'll let you know. We're going to have that help come regardless, because when you get down to where it's, like I said, one house that has an issue, and I saw one today. There's a tree that fell that took out the service line. Service line ripped the meter base off the back of the house. Well, that's 2 things are going to have to happen for that to get cooked back up. We've got to get the service line. We've got to get the tree where it's safe to work. And then the homeowner has to get an electrician to put the meter base back on the wall, rewire their panel, and us hook back up to. That isn't going to happen today. That's an unfortunate fact. We wish it could. I don't think they could pull it off with the electrician. I don't think we can pull it off with the service, because those will be in the last 1,000 that we get to. But we will do everything we can to get as far as we can. So we get a call from nursing homes. We try to get them back on as best we can. We get a call from community centers where they're serving as warming centers for people to go. We try to get them on as best we can. We try to get the most people for each repair we make, and nothing's perfect. Every line has health issues. Every line has concerns. Every line has small communities, churches, community places where people would go to shelter. We have to do the best we can and do the most we can for each time. It's the most beautiful organized chaos you've ever seen to make this judgment over what you do with each step to make it progress. And my team is working at their utmost, and we're doing the best we can. We're trying to communicate well. We're trying to post regularly, trying to post safety updates, trying to post issues we know. It's a challenging day, but this is what we do.
Yeah, this is what you've kind of built everything around, trying to respond to this. I pulled up this picture, and I think it's important. You mentioned something in there that people I think automatically assume it's about electricity. It's about you, and that's not the case. This would be an example, I guess, of one of those meter bases, right? This is a situation where it kind of pulled it off the house, and so people expect, well, you're just going to put it back up there. That's not what happens. There's two people involved, two people you have to get there. You guys hook up the line, and you're like, okay, it's ready. And people go, but turn it on. No, I can't do that. Why can't you? Because that's your personal property.
And we're not licensed electricians. We are taught and trained to work on the big line. We stop at the top of the meter base, the weatherhead, wherever it is where the power comes into that, or where the power comes in from underground to be in that meter base. And at that point, we stop. And the picture you're showing on the screen, if that's on our system, we would have to do the repair up into that meter base, and then somebody else has to come in and make sure they're safe to go inside the house. Now, that's not true on everybody. Everybody's thinking, oh no, we all have to get electricians. No, if your house is undamaged and it's just our line to that meter, we fix that. And we will get those fixed, but there are often a lot of things involved here, and so the one you're showing and the one I was talking about are very, very similar situations where it's going to take multiple parties to get that habitable. And of course, that house has got a tree on it, so I don't know when it'll be habitable or if it's safe. But if the meter base were the only problem, that would involve an electrician.
So, if somebody has this situation, and obviously they're out of power now, is there any special information they need to tell you so that this doesn't start a fire when they trying to flip the line back on? And that'd be my concern, going like, well, what am I supposed to do about this? Well, number one, you're not supposed to do anything at this stage, but is there anything, any information they need to pass on to you so you know that?
If they have the situation like that you're showing at their house, they should, they're without power now, they should turn their main breaker off to try to stop anything coming into the house. It should not be a fire hazard just from hanging in that situation. A fire hazard could well exist. If they're concerned, that's one of the things they can call in and talk to us. We're trying to make notes of those situations to keep up with those situations, to where we could disconnect the service before it gets re-energized. There could be some folks that are out of town or sheltered elsewhere that have that situation and don't know about it. If it ripped the wires entirely out of the meter base, it will short when it hits the ground and kick a breaker and drop our line. So that would be, should be fine. If it didn't break the lines and they're still connected to the lugs and it just broke the weatherhead, you would hope they would be fine. If they know an electrician, they certainly can take pictures of it and get some advice on that. But if the situation, if that were my house on the screen, they should call us and tell us, hey, my weatherhead's been torn off the back of my house. We have a risk. Would you please make note of it? And we'll do our best to note that. With 6,000 people out, we're not going to be perfect. We're going to do our absolute best, so they should take other precautions. But the main thing I would do would kill my breaker inside the house, so whatever happens outside shouldn't feed in, and they should be somewhat protected. Nothing's perfect. Talk to an electrician if you can. Take care of your cutting off your main and let us know, and we'll do our best to do our side of it, and we'll see what happens. But that's what I would do for safety concerns. If a power line of ours hits the ground, it should kick a breaker up the line. Things happen where it don't. I know you've followed to some extent our media post. I posted a picture today where there was a wire on the ground live. It was smoking and burning and connecting. It did not make enough of a connection for whatever reason to kick the breaker. So it was one of those things, the breaker failed, the breaker froze. I'm not sure what happened. I can answer you next week, but I don't know today. But make the assumption, if it's our line, that it's live. 99.99% of the time, the breakers and the equipment will have functioned properly, if not a higher percentage, and you would be safe. That's a lot of risk. Don't touch it.
That's Scott Hendricks with the Tom Bigby Electric Power Association. There he is. Go ahead. It'll take a second to come back.
I'm back. I had to kill that call.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. I appreciate you doing that. I know you have an important call coming up here in a few minutes with this. So I'm gonna ask you the question you don't want me to ask you. If you were to guesstimate and set expectations on how long customer, that last of the last 1,000 takes, just so that people have a general idea. And again, it hopefully is sooner. What would you say the with help from the outside, how long it might take?
I believe in being very honest and very transparent, Matt. I think our members know it. I think you know it. I think your followers know it. We will have thousands out when we go to bed tonight. I hope it's 3,000 and not 6,000, but we will have thousands out. I would think by tomorrow, unless something crazy happens, we would get down to where you have that last 1,000 or that last 500. And you really don't know until you get out there, because we keep making progress, tens and fifties and hundreds at a time, and somewhere between customer 500 and customer 1,000, you hit a wall. I don't know if that's 999 or 500. With this storm, I figure it's more closer to the 1,000 than the 500. Most thunderstorms we get, tornado winds, straight line winds, whatever it is, it's closer to 200 to 500 that are the ones that are just one off. So you got to do one at a time. Straight lines winds probably being the worst. This storm will be like that. There will be a lot of one offs. Just like that yard we were looking at in the backyard, that whole line we could have fixed, that house will not get power for probably a week. If they're going to have to get an electrician, they're going to have to get the tree off the roof. We're going to have to get our line in. We're going to have to fix it. A house like that will take a long time. I would hope tomorrow that we make a lot of progress and we're down to the one-offs. The question then variable becomes, how much help do we get? If we get 10 crews, well, we're 10 times as fast. If we get 100 crews, we're 100 times as fast. So 100 crews working 1,000 one-offs, you can probably make 1 to 2 days, 3 days. If we get 50 helpers, it's somewhere less. If we get 150 helpers, I don't know. The more help we have, the better off we get. Any help we have coming in could help fix those problems. So when we get down to those, this could be a several day event. But I've seen other systems post that they're expecting a multi-week outage. I don't, put ours in perspective. I hate to be out more than a day. I hate to leave customers out when we go to bed at night, period. 1 is too many. 1,000 is way too many. And if it's 3,000, I hate it. We leave out as few as we can each night till we're done. But there are systems that are going to be out for a week to 3. I don't want to say who those systems are, because that should be them speaking to their members and
I
customers.
think we can look at a map
me.
and probably tell. Unfortunately,
I think you can. I think I think they've made some statements along those lines out there. I just don't want to speak for them. So as hard as we were hit, as bad as this has been, as horrible as it is to be out multi days, we fared better than many. And there are some fared better than us, and they're coming to help us. And there's some that fared far worse, and they're going to get their help too. So that's where we are and where we stand, and the most honest answer I can give you right now.
Okay, I appreciate that. And it does give some perspective, because I think the thing that in that chat that people are going to ask is, well, how long's my power? And I think having the understanding that this is not a thunderstorm. Tornadoes are very precise. Thunderstorms are still pretty precise. This is widespread, as you mentioned, the one-offs here, there. That I commented on that last night before we had, the more massive, amounts here. That it was just dotted all over the map. There's so many 1s and 2s and 5s. And not many 100s, 200s, 300s.
That's right. That's right. And when you get down to the 1s and 5s, that's what we're talking about. I referred to our map, and I think our last post of the night, it got used. It looked like the 102nd Dalmatian from the Disney movie. There were more dots on the map than I've ever seen. And it's going to look like that as we get this narrowed down to the last 1,000 customers, 500 customers. At some point, it becomes just dots. And those dots all have to be worked. They all have to be turned on. They all have to be prioritized. And I've got 150 people in the field. Some of them are linemen, some of them are right-of-way guys, some of them are cut trees. We got a mix of everything. People riding out, people feeding them. You'll keep working them as best you can, but if you get down to stuff, well, that's got to be a lineman. Well, you have 25 linemen or whatever the number is. You work 25 every morning, 25 every afternoon. That's 100 a day. That's why you bring in outside help. So we're asking for people that can climb, and we're asking for lineman help. We're asking for people that we can point toward those last line of defense customers because that's the help we're going to need. I think by the time the help gets here, we will have most of the big numbers back on, which will be a lot tonight, and it'll be a lot tomorrow. And hopefully by the end of tomorrow, we've got all the big stuff done, and we're fighting the small battles one at a time. And if that means your neighbor's out, invite them over, meet them, have coffee, and show what Mississippi's about. We're resilient, we're hospitable, we're friends. If we're not friends, we will be before this storm is over. So let's show them what we are. There's parts of the country you have a storm, and the people show their worst case. They steal generators, and they do bad things, and they talk bad to each other. We've gotten more praise, prayers, and well wishes than I've ever seen on our social media, on your social media, on the other system social media, because we're Mississippi and we shine in throughout troubles. And that's where we are. That's where we find ourselves. And we have to work together through all of this. We're all one team. We're all Team Mississippi, Team Tombigbee, Team Lee County, Team Tupelo, wherever it is, we're all working together, and positivity will get us through this a whole lot quicker than anything else.
Absolutely. And you and I are on the first line of defense on trying to do that and trying to show that best foot forward to our neighbors. Check on your people,
Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely. Check on your people.
I appreciate that. Scott Hendricks with Tombigbee Electric Power Association. Thank you so much for joining us again here on Mississippi Live this afternoon. Best of luck continuing to get things back up and going. I did notice on our map while we were talking down now below 6,000 on there. Again, that's 5,900 folks that wish it was already there. But hopefully those big numbers can get kind of straightened out and fixed up here. Again, crews, there's a finite amount of crews and a limited amount of time that they have to be able to get things figured out. So appreciate Scott for talking with us. I'm sure we will talk with him again here at some point in the future. Okay, we are going to, again, look back at what I think is maybe one of the most exciting things that I can show you. Because I will bet, and I have not looked, but I will bet they still have just a little bit. Mississippi, we are done. You know, in a severe weather situation, I would say go to sleep. In a non-severe weather situation, that may not be a bad idea either. Because, listen, tonight it's going to be cold in a lot of our houses, mine included. We don't have any power here at the Law Pond house. I'm running on the backup generator. I have to find my phone running around here to find out. I say backup generator on the truck, which kind of acts like a generator. Thank you. I want to see how much power, frankly, I have at my house before all of this goes down. So give me a second. Let's. I think it might be a worthy time to probably check that out. The main backup battery, it looks like we are 49%, but I pulled almost everything other than 100 watts off of that. And on the truck, which I'm blessed that, I love electric cars, and I have an electric F-150 out there. And we are looking at, refresh, 89%. We're going to be good. So we've got some time. We'll be able to do this as long as necessary. I don't think we're going to be nonstop. I do think at some point here, we'll probably take a little break, and that point might be right now, actually, if we're honest. I'm kind of looking at this as this is exiting. It's pretty much done. I think it probably is kind of a natural time for us to take a break and kind of pause and kind of do an assessment, frankly, so I can eat. I haven't eaten since we got up at 6-something this morning. But yeah, I do want to, before we go, add a press release that came out just a little bit ago from the folks at the Mississippi Department of Transportation, because there's going to be a desire to go out and go. Here's what they say. MDOT continues its operations to keep the roads open to traffic, but due to current conditions, they strongly advise only emergency travel because ice is being reported in 37 different counties. Crews in North Mississippi worked through the night, plowing and salting and doing all the things. Operations are underway for clearing trees due to the dangerous conditions, trees falling at a high rate on power lines and blocking roadways. Crews have had to stop work at some points because of that. So ultimately, as I kind of look through here, most of what they're saying, just again, referring to, again, ice is on bridges and overpasses. And that's one of the things that, they're just recommending stay in because of that. But I do want to, lastly, as I leave you with this. We are done with the ice. We are done with the precipitation. Thank baby Jesus, we are done. But The problem is now in its wake, it's going to get cold, really cold. We're in the 20s. You don't have to go far to get the teens in northwest Mississippi, and then single digits beyond that. A lot of cold air is coming in on the backside of this system. And that's the reason why warming stations are open. I believe 50 some, we'll double check our press release from our comment from the governor, 58 warming shelters open across the state, many in your community. You know those local Facebook pages. We've been trying to post some of that information on my page, but we are obviously still on the cold end of this. And honestly, the cold could be the part of this that causes the most fatalities. We've had no fatalities from this in Mississippi that I'm aware of to this point, but there have been a couple fatalities back out in Louisiana. But with the cold weather, that potential for someone to die increases for tonight. We're going to be watching things closely. Our next live broadcast that we will have is for sure coming up tonight at 6 p.m. here. We'll be updating you on kind of the entire situation as how this unfolds. I will say that it's probable we will do some sort of cut in before that point in time, but for sure we'll be on by 6 p.m. We appreciate y'all for watching, liking, subscribing, supporting us here in the Room to Room Weather Center. Keep it here for the latest. Oh, came back to me. Sent it to the wrong spot. Okay. We'll see y'all a little later.